Welcome, everybody, to the News Underground. Thank you so much to Kitsuji with Empty World, extended mix with Rain. Thank you so much. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. Only 239 subscribers. I love these, the niches that you get on YouTube are fascinating. You know, there's a whole niche for music with weather. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka The Harbinger. You found your way over here. You're wondering what the hell's going on. This is the News Underground, #1 source for real news on Twitch. A lot of people talk shit. We get down to the shit, and we're unafraid to talk about any subject. Welcome back, Dari Arts, Chem Goblin, and your boy from South Boston. It's Lenny. Big props once again to Kitsuji. Make sure you like and subscribe on that YouTube channel one more time, folks. We were watching gameplay from the freshly translated Germs Neruwata Machi. Unfortunately, it's a little bit controversial in the translation scene right now. Apparently, this person might have used AI to expedite the process, and people are not pleased with it. With that said, it was properly labeled, properly advertised as such. There was no misconceptions or mystery. So, to the people that are saying that, you know, this person was trying to deceive people for credit, they're 100% incorrect. It was right up top in the README. But anyway, it's a fascinating game that I will be streaming very soon. The PlayStation 1. We're actually watching it at one point at half speed here. This is normal speed. PS1 game, fascinating survival horror. Absolutely have been. This has been on my radar for quite some time, so I can't wait to play it for everybody. But it's called Germs Nariwata Machi, something about the Forbidden Town or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Folks, we're going to be getting into world news, just a smattering of subjects: Canada, Germany, Mexico, a bunch of different ones. Argentina, we're going to be starting off with, getting an update from our favorite chainsaw-wielding economic psychopath in terms of what he has for a plan B. Spoiler alert, he does not have a plan B. Almost seems proud of that. I don't know. He kind of seems zonked out. I don't know. In this interview, dude, he seems like he's on drugs or something more than I am. Then we're going to jump into our Gaza news, and we got a lot of very uplifting and positive Gaza news. Lots of fun and joy to be had with the ethnic cleansing that's happening in the Gaza Strip. So we're going to get that update. We're going to jump into U.S. news. Lots of, various U.S. news. Of course, United States, actively striking a Middle Eastern country. And then we got a little Trump update as well as everyone's favorite mass shooting update. Everyone loves the mass shooting update. We're going to get an update on how many people were killed in a mass shooting in America. So look forward to that. We're going to have some fun. But don't worry, folks. We do have some uplifting news. I'm not going to spoil anything. But we do have some very good news after the mass shooting update to kind of purge our souls of guilt. And then, of course, Ukraine, we're going to jump into at the end of the stream. And, folks, this could go on and on. This stream could be a real long motherfucking one. So, if you don't have the stamina to make it, I totally understand. But I got the whole house to myself for the next 4 weeks. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. For the next 4 weeks, my wife and kid, they went to their parents' house so they can spend more time with grandma and grandpa. I can't leave. I got work. I still have my 9 to 5. I got to work. But the wife is on maternity leave, so she's going out there. So I get 4 whole weeks to myself, folks. Just have to take care of the dog. So I will be look forward to it, but I do plan on doing, I think next weekend, we're going to be doing a 24-hour stream. That's right, folks. That's right. Any ideas in the chat? You want to throw some ideas in there? I haven't completely solidified on what exactly I want to do, but It's gonna be time for a rager. It's gonna be a news rager, boys. I don't have friends anymore. Okay. All I have is my work, my creative endeavors, video games, and my activism. Of course, my family as well. They're up there. No, family's number one for me. It's like, it's so default. I don't even put it on the list because that's just like, you know, all the other stuff is the extra stuff. You can invite us. Well, you're all going to be there. We're going to be doing all kinds of fun stuff. I got all kinds of time to myself. I'm going to do some creative stuff. I'm going to have some fun. All right. But right now, we're going to jump into just the normal news underground, folks. Welcome back, Keyboard Face Mash. So let's get into it. How about no? Let's not. No. Fuck this. Welcome back, Davey. Finger painting. All right. I can't help myself. I'm absolutely in love with this 3DMG APOC Crisis Dead on Arrival full beat tape. I've probably listened to it 300 times by now, just over and over again. Sell the painting and donate the proceeds of a finger painting. Sea-walk on it. You know that, dude. All right, let's get into it. Stop embarrassing myself. Let's jump into it here. I mean, look, if you don't know who this guy is, look him up. To say it's not hyperbolic to say he's a chainsaw wielding maniac, and he like wears that as a badge of honor. But I gotta say, the parts of this interview that I've seen is like, is this the quiet psychopath phase? You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Is he already traumatized? Is he already worried that this entire thing is falling flat on its face? So just to give you a little update, this is the president of Argentina. He got in saying, I'm gonna wreck everything, anarcho-capitalism. We're gonna completely switch over to the dollar. Just full on, expect a full-blown economic catastrophe. I'm gonna blow it all up, but we're gonna come out like a phoenix. And like I said, he literally carried a chainsaw and the whole thing. And he railed against liberals and how liberals hate you and they want to they're absolute failures, and looking at some of the neoliberals that are there, there's some honest. I mean, that's the problem with neoliberals, right? Anyway, I'm bloviating. We're going to get into it. Here's the interview. At least he didn't switch to Bitcoin, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, if Bitcoin didn't have that dip last year, we probably would be hearing a different tune. Who was that? Zoomer president, millennials president there with the social media. I can't remember the country. But yeah, that was his big thing, was Bitcoin. I don't know what happened with that. I guess did he just quietly set that aside? And El Salvador, thank you. Yeah. They're also the country that's clamping down pretty heavy on gang violence, using authoritarian practices with that. I wonder, though, what's up with the monetary policy, because that was one of his big things, right? Was we're going to be doing a switch over to Bitcoin as your currency. Okay, buddy, good job. Yeah, it's going to work. It's going to be a great idea.
Tiene un plan B.
Yeah, it has been, Davey. Okay, this is very important at the beginning, but Davey is correct. He has been very popular because of his, authoritarian crackdown on gangs, and I think we've seen this in one other country as well. This just hardcore crackdown on gangs. And, I don't know. I mean, there's the problem is that these policies that give them the power to do this for these incredible dragnets, they don't have checks and balances. So the dragnet is inevitably going to be capturing innocent people. Those innocent people are not processed. They're not found and weeded out. They're just thrown into the pit with the rest of them. So that's a major problem. And then the other issue is there's no limit. There's no end. Right. So, okay, when things get peaceful, now the president has the right to literally scoop up any protester, scoop up anybody that would dare go against him. And you're damn right he's going to use that whenever whenever people want him out. He's going to be using these tools that he gave to himself to take care of the gangs on, people that are against his government. So That's my problem, right? Okay, yeah, it's effective. That's great. Let's embrace authoritarianism. I don't think so, because this is a double-edged sword here. With that said, what if we found a way to take the most effective elements of these policies, add checks and balances, add transparency so that the people can see what's happening, add the ability to filter out the innocents instead of throwing them in jail for the rest of their lives because they got a tattoo or something, but they haven't committed a single crime. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll get the tattoo removed. It's like, okay, well, you haven't committed a single crime. You got this gang tattoo, but you're not guilty of anything. We're going to remove the tattoo for you unless you want to go to jail for the next 5 years for having the tattoo. Or you can remove the tattoo right now and get your ass out there. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, okay, let's get to it. Interview. I've bloviated enough.
¿Tiene un plan B?
No hay plan B.
There is no plan B.
Argentina has the highest inflation rate in the world. It owes the IMF nearly $41 billion, and the peso has lost more than 90% of its value since 2019. Argentina elected Javier Milei to fix these issues. A self-described anarcho-capitalist,
okay, there's no
he's
blade.
Unlike any
all right, guys, if you look carefully, there's no fucking blade. But holy fuck, man. we're it's beyond parody. It really is beyond parody. Let me just adjust the volume here, just ever so.
A self-described anarcho-capitalist, he's unlike any leader the country has ever had. I sat down with him to find out how he plans to save his country from the brink of economic collapse.
Quiero saber cuánto tiempo cree usted que el pueblo argentino puede esperar para ver señales que su plan está funcionando.
Entiende que este proceso puede durar cerca de 2 años.
He's been saying that from the beginning.
Que hay una luz de alerta que dicen que es difícil aguantar más de un año.
I'm going to mess everything up.
La verdad es que cuando nosotros empezamos a ver la forma en la cual están corriendo los datos y cómo se está moviendo la inflación, nosotros mismos estamos sorprendidos con la velocidad a la cual estamos alcanzando resultados.
¿Estaba en Davos?
Hoy estoy acá para decirles que Occidente está en peligro.
Y su discurso en Davos generó mucha atención. Quiero entender qué más necesita por parte de sus seguidores, más allá que las palabras. ¿Está, por ejemplo, Argentina recibiendo nuevas inversiones?
Es cierto que nosotros necesitaríamos inversiones porque una de las cosas que sucede es que cuando haces un ajuste fiscal aumentás el ahorro. Si ese ahorro no tiene una contrapartida de inversión, aparece la caída de la actividad económica y en la caída del empleo y la caída de los salarios reales.
Domestically, during his first month in office, he's proposed roughly 1,000 reforms to reduce regulation and privatize state-owned companies.
Privatización. ¿Con qué rapidez piensa seguir adelante con su agenda?
Todo lo rápido que pueda.
Look, at the core, you have to ask yourself, how does adding a profit motive fix any of these problems? You know what I mean? How does adding this entire layer of complexity, fix something? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. Sometimes competition is great, and it, and the market balances itself. It's not impossible, but man, this idea that the magic trick to make your social service better is to add a profit motive so some schmuck can make a fucking fortune off it, like 1 or 2 people,
Lo que pueda vender de empresas del Estado lo voy a hacer
everyone else gets
a la máxima brevedad.
Piddly wage.
Lo que pasa es que hay restricciones institucionales.
¿Por dónde empezará? ¿Con aerolíneas argentinas? ¿Con los trenes?
Todo lo que pueda privatizar lo vamos a privatizar.
Trains, wherever we can, we will privatize.
No es una cuestión de nombres, es cuestión solamente de una restricción técnica en términos de tiempos.
But Milei's cuts may be painful for many Argentines who are used to relying on the government for everything from transportation subsidies to welfare programs.
Oh, this is going to be a disaster.
In addition to privatizing state-owned companies, he's promised to change the currency from the peso to the US dollar and to close the central bank. Now he's working to build up its cash reserves in order to make the swap.
I don't know if I'm necessarily against any of this, but you want to do these things probably gradually so that you can avoid hurting people, right?
Mes compramos $5.000 millones
$5 billion.
Y la base monetaria en Argentina es de cerca de casi $8.000 millones, es decir que, o $7.500 millones. Con lo cual, si nosotros termináramos de limpiar todos los pasivos remunerados del Banco Central, estaríamos en condiciones de dolarizar por muy poco dinero.
¿Sigue pensando en adoptar el dólar?
En realidad nosotros siempre hemos hablado de una libre competencia de monedas, de lo que elijan los argentinos. Es probable que en un momento inicial elijan el dólar.
¿Tiene un plan B?
No, no hay plan B.
Where's the chainsaw? Where's the screaming?
¿Haces las cosas bien o las haces bien?
Look, I need to show you this contrast here, okay? Because this is so wild that he's like this. Because the last interview I showed with this guy, he was completely unhinged, talking about liberals. He was spitting and screaming. I just need to type this guy in, crazy interview. I'm sure it'll come right up. Was it this one?
Queríamos preguntarte primero.
No. It was a totally bonkers interview. Eminem. Okay, I should have had it queued up. I don't mean to interrupt here, but the last interview I showed with this guy, he was, like I said, spitting and like, you know, talking about, you know, the liberals as if, you know, he was, you know, like an exterminator. You know, like he was squashing bugs. Yeah, okay. All right. I should probably find better search terms. I'm bad at the internet, okay? I suck. But I just got to say, I mean, the contrast is really nuts here. He seems like his, you know, like his mother died or something, like, you know what I mean? He seems like he's totally zonked out of it.
Porque si el plan B es empezar a hacerlas más o menos o negociar, esa es la historia de Argentina. Así estamos. Entonces, los key value drivers del programa no se negocian.
China, que es un país muy importante para Argentina, no solo como un enorme mercado para sus exportaciones, sino también por el apoyo financiero. Y porque ha declarado que no quiere tener relaciones con los comunistas. ¿Por qué pone en peligro esta importante relación con China?
Es cierto que yo no voy a estar aliado con los comunistas. Es cierto que rechazamos ser parte del BRICS, pero siempre hemos sostenido que la cuestión comercial no tendría por qué ser afectada, porque básicamente es una decisión de los privados. Ahora, es cierto que no considero que sea nuestro socio estratégico.
He just said he's going to let the market handle it.
Pero hay que separar la cuestión geopolítica de nuestra cuestión comercial. Vos podés tener distintas diferencias.
If he stays friendly
Nosotros
with the
podemos tener
US,
una diferencia con el Reino Unido respecto a las Islas Malvinas. Sin embargo, eso no imposibilita que podamos tener un conjunto de relaciones comerciales adultas.
Seems like he's doing this way
las
too
Malvinas
quick.
Con David Cameron en Davos?
Hemos decidido tener una relación adulta en la cual justamente participar y trabajar de manera conjunta en la agenda internacional y empezar a tener una charla sobre nuestra diferencia territorial.
Usted ha apoyado fuertemente a Israel y no han hecho lo mismo otros países aquí en América Latina. ¿Y por qué no están de acuerdo con usted?
Yo tengo una posición clara sobre el respecto.
Who knows what he
Nosotros
really
hemos
believes?
decidido
He knows there's suffering
condenar
in
los actos
Palestine. He's
terroristas
playing a
del
game
grupo
here.
Hamas. Hemos decidido solidarizarnos con Israel y con sus habitantes, independientemente de su nacionalidad. Y además consideramos que Israel tiene un derecho en términos de legítima defensa, dada la agresión terrorista que ha recibido. Lo que opine el resto es una cuestión de resto. O sea, nosotros la política es diseñada desde una perspectiva moral.
Y yo he oído que tiene la intención de convertirse al judaísmo. ¿Es cierto?
Existe la posibilidad.
Yeah, this guy might be
Pero
converting
el
to
tema es
Judaism.
que no lo podría hacer ahora porque el cumplimiento de los preceptos podría estar haciendo colisión con mi actividad como presidente, por ejemplo, respetar el Shabbat. Entonces, en ese sentido, es algo más más profundo, más de largo.
Con que el líder político del mundo se identifica y por qué.
Yo, digamos, he señalado que a lo largo de la historia ha habido grandes líderes que son testimonio de la libertad. Digo, el máximo libertador de toda la historia de la humanidad es Moisés. Así que esa es una visión de un líder libertario, sin lugar a dudas.
Libertarian Moses.
Después hay roles muy importantes como el que ha jugado Ronald Reagan, junto al Papa Juan Pablo II y Margaret Thatcher. Entonces, la realidad es que siempre me vas a encontrar del lado de aquellos que han defendido las ideas de la libertad.
Moses over here charging everybody tickets. All right, tickets, come on. Nothing's free. I am a libertarian. You guys knew that. Everybody knows Moses. Well-known libertarian. Moses. Good one, bro. All right, sorry. I'm chewing. This is delicious from cha time here. Got myself a little boba action there. It's delicious. Henry Okela Oriem, Uganda minister, says people dying of hunger are idiots. So, this is something we've talked about quite a bit on the News Underground. Margaret Thatcher is one of the greatest freedom advocates. A large disagreement with the UK. It was Thatcher that fucked up Argentina over the Falklands. He's robotically repeating Western talking points, and it's like I said, that the whole interview was very dour and quiet, and he's looking off camera and very where's our Mr. Fun Time, right? Where's Mr. Chainsaw? So it's kind of interesting. Maybe he was just in a bad mood. But moving on over here to Africa, and one of the things I'm constantly trying to talk about over here on the News Underground is that Africa absolutely, we have a debt. The West has a debt to pay to Africa, and we still haven't paid it off. Will we ever pay it off? Right, is the question. Maybe once Africa is standing on its own as a real functioning group of countries, the countries inside Africa, the region of Africa is not just a hot mess. Maybe that's when we can say, okay, our debt has been cleared. The U.S., Davey over here with your U.S. exceptionalism, we absolutely do, Davey. Any real look into the exploitation of the West of these African countries, but that's not what we're talking about, and that's what the left often likes to focus exclusively on. But I would like to bring up I'm not talking about slavery. I'm talking about the day-to-day, continued, decades-long exploitation of African countries, for various reasons by the United States. Working with characters like this, legitimizing people like this, as long as they're giving up the goods, as long as they got a a barefoot, crew of semi-starving children half the time to dig in their mines or whatever precious metals or whatever the hell, the United States is happy to legitimize them. Whatever African country it is. And here's another example of what I'm talking about, of these incredibly corrupt leaders. Uganda minister says people dying of hunger are idiots. Just to give you an idea, right? And look at this guy. Well-fed, nice and chunky, real healthy. And this is what I see. I see this all the time. A couple hundred guys in the government or whatever it is, the kingdom or whoever's running it, living fat, living well, living real large. Gold chains and gold accents on their wall and money, money, money. And meanwhile, their country, a hot fucking mess. Don't even have running water half the time. No plumbing. That kind of shit. I see this all the time, and I'm frankly sick of it. Because it's like, I don't want to give this guy money anymore. I don't want to, it's like, I don't want to leave the people of Uganda starving. But, where's the money going? That, that this country that Uganda is able to generate. Where is it going? Yeah, compassionate fellow calling starving people idiots. It just shows you how wildly out of touch they are. And the West legitimizes them. Many have deemed Henry Okello Okreem's comments tone deaf. In 2022, more than 2,200 people died of starvation and related illnesses in northeast Uganda. A report by an official human rights body said. Does he look like he's dying of starvation? But Mr. Okreem argued that given Uganda's favorable climate and fertile land, people should be able to grow food for themselves. Amazing. You think he's growing food for himself? Think he ever has grown food for himself? It's only an idiot, a real idiot, that can die of hunger in Uganda. The State Minister of Foreign Affairs told NTV Uganda television channel. I kind of see what he's saying. It's almost a nationalist point of view, right? My country is so fertile. My country is so great. You'd have to be a literal moron to not be able to produce food for yourself. You drop a seed in the ground and corn shoots out like a fucking erection. What? So it's funny. He's almost so completely full of shit. He doesn't know reality. This sounds like something, somebody's like, oh, I slam dunk. I nailed it. Uganda's so great, you'd have to be dumb not to be able to grow food for yourself. Quote, if you work hard, there is land in Uganda. The climate is right in spite of climate change. If you make a double effort to make sure that you go out in the morning, you till your land, you plant the seeds, you maintain your plantation. Surely how will you fail then to get food? Wow, dog. Wow, dog. Wow. Wow. If Satan were real, you know what I'm saying? He'd be like, okay, we're going to make a special place for this fella. You know what I mean? How wildly out of touch. Double your effort, folks. Starving people, please, can I have some food? Should have doubled your effort, big guy. You're a loser. Please, food, please. So, I want to feed those people, okay? But what I want to see is some strings attached. I want to see a real effort to rid these African countries of characters like this. Exactly, Davey. China is investing heavily in Africa. Yeah, I mean, no, that's it. It's the place to go if you want like super cheap precious metals dug out of the ground, like I said, by poor, in some cases barefoot, Look at some of these African mining operations and tell me that this is humane and that this isn't horrific exploitation. Homie over here eating fat every day. Moving on. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. New Amazon warehouse built in the slums of Tijuana, Mexico. Yeah, $5 a week, exactly. No, they advertise themselves as altruistic, humanitarians. I'm sick of it. And I'm not saying it's the right wing would look at that and say, "Oh, see, that's why we have to cut off aid. It's a waste of money." Absolutely not. If even $100 gets to some starving kids, it's probably worth it. But goddamn, right? Of course, it's being siphoned off by corrupt SOBs like that. Speaking of corrupt SOBs, like I said before, I've said this about Jeff Bezos many times. I'll say it again. The only thing he's a genius, the only reason why people, the only thing he's been an innovator at is bringing third world working conditions to the first world. I remember in the 90s hearing about how, clothes factories in India would use stopwatches to time people's bathroom breaks and yada, 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 and thinking, my God, that's horrible. And then modern times come along, Jeff Bezos over here, every second, every minute, monitored and tracked. Here he is, building one of his gaudy gray boxes in Tijuana, Mexico, right outside some juicy-looking slums here. This is what unregulated capitalism looks like. Okay? Capitalism does not care. Doesn't care. If the government allows it to, capitalism will happily build its foundation on top of a pile of bones. Happily throwing human beings into the gears. If it means another penny of profit. The only thing that can stop capitalism is the people. Voting, democracy is our best bet. The only time we've ever received any kind of reform or, change, beneficial change coming from these oligarchs is when we forced it. When we passed laws that say you have to work this way, you have to function this way. There's an Amazon warehouse several miles from me. The building is a quarter mile long. There's no reason why Amazon, Jeff Bezos, can't make a fortune and also raise up the people that are, creating those fortunes for those companies. Welcome back, Estonian. But there's no reason why we can't have both. It really, you shave off a couple percentage points from their profit and everyone's lifted up together. It really, it would shock you how little it actually affects their profits to provide people living wages, real benefits. Moving on. Just wanted to show it. Found this amazing. If you want to read the comments, I think there's probably some more links and some interesting comments here. If you want to read it, it's right there. But I just, these pictures, this juxtaposition. This is our future. If Jeff Bezos and Amazon get what they want, we'll be paying our rent to Amazon. Amazon would like to, maybe they got BlackRock in their sites. Great. Add your rent to your Amazon Prime. You don't think that shit's happening? Jeff Bezos fully agrees with the Davos sons of bitches who say, you're not going to own anything and you're going to love it. Rent everything. Everything a subscription. Look, you can't afford, you don't have $7 million to buy a house. Me and my BlackRock buddies, shot that market way up. That's the whole idea. Remove ownership from the middle class. Make the entire middle class into some weird, some weird, like, neo-serfdom, like modern serfdom. I ain't playing. Look up what they're saying at Davos. Look up who's in charge of Davos. And who's organizing it. What's on the agenda? They have a plan for us, and they're implementing it. Yeah, they don't. In Canada, Justin Trudeau recently reenacted a World War II era bit of legislation. I think I might have reported on it here on the News Underground, but he enabled the act that allows people to expedite the process. They basically get to pick a house from a catalog of prefabricated, modern prefab. They're obviously not. They didn't blow the dust off the 1950s catalog, and they're building a bunch of Vancouver specials. But they're making a new catalog, and they're saying, look, this is the process. You can expedite building, expedite all the certificates and all the fees and fines. If you build this, get all the permits you need, lickety split, and you can expedite the building process and save, I think some are estimating $30,000 to $40,000 and save about a year of planning and paperwork if you want to select from that catalog. Put the apartment building on top of that building. Exactly. Problem solved. Problem solved. Look, I'm not saying, we'll never have a world without vagrants or, people who want to live rough. Look at Japan, right? Japan's a great example. But like I said, there's no reason why Jeff Bezos can't shave off a couple percentage from the profit, pay people more, raise up the middle class. But the idea is to keep the middle class contained in, like I said, a kind of new style of serfdom. It's not about liberation. It's not about, making us more economically viable as a group of people. Like a Sears home. Yeah. So this is amazing. This is a great album, but I have it queued up on a different tab. So this is amazing. Moving on over here to the UK. This is really something else. You guys are going to get a kick out of this. Jackie Chan. One of my personal heroes, but also one of the guys that I criticize the most, but he's, God, such a shame about his insane nationalism. And of course, how he treats his family. But no, over here to the UK, listen to this guy talk about how is this, I mean, the sky's the limit. When you have broken through that threshold of accepting nonsense, when you're like, I know these guys are probably lying. I'm not going to look up what they're saying. They're saying the things that make me feel good. I'm just going to shut that critical part of my brain off. There's no limit. The sky is the limit in terms of what you're willing to say and believe. And, there's no, and you just removed all critical thought. Look at what this guy has to say about Palestinian people that are protesting for Palestine. And yeah, some people are saying from the river to the sea. Some are chanting that, not all of them. And how do you know the context in which they're chanting this? It's if you believe in free speech, you can't be saying this shit. But listen to this, GB News poisoned right winger talk about how he wants to deport British citizens for participating in a protest.
Well, you don't know that. I've heard
some of them shout from the river to the sea.
Yeah, indeed. Some of them are shouting that.
Yes. Well, they should be arrested and they should be have their citizenship taken away.
Right.
And expelled.
What? And who are you talking about here? What, people from Derby or London?
Anyone. People that are supporting Hamas.
And they should be expelled. Where do you want to expel them to, James? Which country?
Came from.
Wherever they come, but they might come from here. There might be people from the home counties. From Bedfordshire. Where do you expel them to? To Hertfordshire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can still expel them.
All right. Okay, James, thanks very much. James in Regent's Park.
I love little hand motions. Like, okay, yep, thank you so much. But just there's no thought put into it. It's just hatred. And like, by the way, what is his classification for supporting Hamas, marching for Palestine? Oh, well, you just support Hamas. So his, the problem with authoritarians, though, is that they try to appeal to those people, right? Rishi Sunak just fired her, Suella Braverman. That's the person she was appealing to. That's the person she was speaking to when she was saying those horrifically racist things. And that guy feels rewarded. It's like, oh, well, you see? Yeah, I haven't looked up any of this, but I'm being reinforced by major authority figures. How can I be wrong? Davey is correct. Gaza is nearly absorbed, and we're going to get into it coming up here. Don't you worry, guys. Lots of good news and jokes and laughter coming out of Gaza, folks. Look forward to it. It's going to be like an episode of Full House. Moving on, though, to Canada, I got a couple things here. And I know everybody, I'm going to go to sleep. Too bad. And I'm not going to let it get to me. If you want to fucking, do something else, I don't care. But this is actually pretty entertaining because what we're going to be looking at is right-wing propaganda against Trudeau. This is Canada_sub, which is basically MAGA Canada subreddit, and like just one little dip into the comment section. He's still a piece of shit. These are the fuck Trudeau guys. Clown of a PM, still a piece of shit. You mean even more of a piece of shit. How are they not in jail? So, I mean, but look, here's the thing though, is that the neoliberals in Canada, Justin Trudeau and his neoliberal band of corporate mediocre corporatists are not really governing. They're following this Nancy Pelosi blueprint, and it's really starting to affect Canadians. They'll make a speech like, oh, we know there's an issue, we know there's a problem, we're gonna go have a retreat and talk about it. But the corruption is very clear. There really is a certain kind of smugness to how they operate, especially with their total failure to answer questions. But to be fair, conservatives are not really answering questions either. Pierre does the same thing, but he almost does exclusively interviews with friendly media that doesn't hold him to account. But it really is frustrating to watch any journalist try to ask Justin Trudeau any questions about anything. He looks at you with a big placid smile and answers a question that came out of his butt, like just came out of the ether. He will never answer your questions. And it honestly, it really is starting to affect it. The polls are showing Pierre Poilievre pulling ahead of Justin in key areas. And let me tell you, folks, there is a legitimate reason to not vote for the conservatives, like just like the U.S., right? Like there's definitely a difference, even through all the corporatism, even through all the failure and all the smugness. The conservative policies are far worse. But people are so sick and tired of neoliberal governance, band-aid solutions, and failures to follow through on their promises. Just an example here, talking about Pierre, voted against access profit tax, voted against a wealth tax, voted against eliminating stock option loopholes. And his proposals, you would be surprised to hear his proposals privatize everything. Privatize. Illegally. So with that said, these are liabilities, and the Justin Trudeau and the neoliberal party needs to not address each one, point by point and have an excuse ready. But this stuff is starting to build up. They used to be able to just hand wave it away. Okay, whatever. All right, yeah, I got some sketchy associations with some of my buddies, and and business interests and all that. But it's no big deal. I'm here for the people. I'm Justin Trudeau. I'm the young hip president for the people. For a while, he was skating off that, but it's honestly catching up. It's honestly catching up. The lack of real change, the fact that grocery store companies are able to completely rip us off, and apparently they were ripping us off during a supposed price freeze. Everyone in Canada is like, what are you talking about? The price is going up. The shrinkflation is going up. The amount of product in the canisters going down. Yeah, Master Meatball. Wow, what a cool setup you got, Master Meatball. I like it. Anyway, let's get to this video. Like I said, this is right-wing propaganda. This is conservative propaganda. But this stuff is building up. It's starting to work. It's starting to stick. People are starting to ask legitimate questions. And a lot of this could be rectified with Justin, flushing out the favoritism of his cabinet, firing some of these people and replacing them with people that are not associated with him. But they just refuse. The neoliberals, we know better. We know it's okay. It's okay for us to do it because we have altruistic goals, right? We're here to really provide for the people, so we can be corrupt. That kind of exceptionalism, right? That smarmy neoliberal fucking Democrat shit that we see in the United States. I'm seeing it right out of Justin Trudeau. And honestly, if they don't do something soon, I do believe the conservatives will win in the next election. Justin bought himself a lot of time. He called an early election a couple of years ago and bought himself a nice chunk of time. But time is ticking away. And honestly, they need to govern. That's the only thing. And enough of the conferences and the meetings with each other. Do something. Go after the profits of the grocery store companies. Lower the gas prices. Of course, Justin would never do that because you're going to see here he has connections with all kinds of oil companies. What's this? Danielle Smith-Ville sweeping changes to Alberta student gender identity sports. And you're talking about when conservatives take over. Yeah, this is the priority of a conservatives over here. Danielle Smith-Ville sweeping changes to Alberta's student gender identity sports and surgery policies. Now this is some tricky stuff, but honestly, doctors need to be making these decisions. Psychologists need to be making these decisions. Not politicians who are, who have to cater to uneducated, people, to get votes. We're talking about people that are not trans. They're not empathizing with trans people. They don't understand the reality of what it is for young people who are trans or, gender dysmorphic in some way. They're not willing to empathize, and she's trying to get their votes. Let's see here.
Premier Danielle Smith has announced plans for sweeping new rules around gender, including rules in gender-affirming care, education, and sports. Julia Wong is here with...
And really, the sports thing is the only argument that has any weight whatsoever. And I do think trans community needs to come together and really have some, I mean, I don't think this will ever go away. I don't think we're ever going to have trans people accepted especially when the gender dynamic is, because like we're not seeing women to male join football teams and wrestling teams. We're not seeing that. We're seeing male to female join women's sports. And I don't know, man. I really do feel like this is the only thing that has any kind of weight to it. And I do think that there needs to be whoever the, and I think that's another problem though. Is there like a lobbying group for trans people? You know what I mean? Like, is there a voice for the trans political interests to really defend against this? Right? Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Davin. This woman as well just had Tucker Carlson on her, Tucker Carlson came out here, did a speech with a bunch of other, like Jordan Peterson, a bunch of other right wingers, talking about secession and other insane things.
And sports. Julia Wong is here with some of the details. So, Julia, this is a big announcement, lots of details, but let's focus on the aspects having to do with kids, starting with healthcare.
So Adrienne Smith says that she's putting forward a policy to ban top and bottom gender reassignment surgery for children 17 and younger. Puberty blockers and hormone therapies for the purpose of gender reassignment, well, that will not be allowed for those 15 and under. In a video, Smith explained why she's announcing these changes now.
Yeah.
Making permanent and irreversible decisions regarding one's biological sex while still a youth can severely limit that child's choices in the future.
And look, I mean, I do think the trans community has to, I said they need to come together, and like I said, there needs to be an organization that says, okay, this is what we believe in. We're okay with these regulations. We're not okay with these regulations. Because I think the current argument of let them do whatever they want is not good enough for a lot of people, for a lot of sensible people who don't, would normally have no disagreements with trans people. But they're like, yeah, I don't know, under 15, that's pretty young to be making irreversible decisions. And I don't know if our puberty blockers, I'm pretty sure they're irreversible, right? Hormone treatments are irreversible. So, but I do feel like I feel like there is a lack of voice from the trans community that, about these issues, because it really does, without that voice, it feels like they just want, what they're saying is, yeah, let everything, we no restrictions on any, if you're a 10-year-old kid and you want to, get gender reassigned, you should have the right to do that. And I find it hard to believe that sensible trans people would be saying that, but I don't know. Is that the position of majority of trans people? Like, how do we know that? They need to vote on these things. But, you know what I mean? Like, there's a vacuum here. There's a vacuum here. Not much money behind trans lobbying, unless you count right-wing super PACs funded by evangelicals always bringing up trans issues. I mean, that's the thing. It's really only right-wingers, and trans people are kind of left in the wind here about what what the majority of them believe, because obviously they're not monolithic. Like everybody, like every interest group and race and gender identity, everything, they're not monolithic. But there has to be things that a majority of trans people agree with, right? And I don't think we know that. I don't think we have that information.
Prematurely encouraging or enabling children to alter their very biology or natural growth, no matter how well-intentioned and sincere, poses a risk to that child's future that I, as Premier, am not comfortable with permitting in our province.
Now, there is ongoing debate about this, but some experts say forcing kids into a gender identity that they don't identify with can have negative impacts on their mental health.
Well, and that's not what we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about forcing children into a gender identity that they don't identify with. That's not what we're talking about, is it?
Now, there is ongoing debate about this, but some experts say forcing kids into a gender identity that they don't identify with can have negative impacts on their mental health.
And Julia, the Premier also had some pretty significant policy changes for schools.
Yeah, she did. So right now in Alberta, parents are notified when their kids learn about gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality, and they can choose to opt their children out. Now, moving forward, Smith says that parents will have to opt in every time.
So isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? So we went from, not allowed to surgically alter children to Yeah, no teaching of sex ed or sex identity or anything. Right? Isn't that cute? It's not just about those concerns, right? With the conservative and the right wing. It's about these old, oh, I'm so ashamed of my dick policies that these religious zealots love to impose on us. Thank you, Ponder Monkey. Nice new icon. I like that.
Right now in Alberta, parents are notified when their kids learn about gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality, and they can choose to opt their children out. Now, moving forward, Smith says that parents will have to opt in every time a teacher wants to do a lesson on those topics. She also announced a...
I mean, that's annoying. That's annoying, but okay, fine. It's so ridiculous to me that parents still think they can control that information in a granular way. Like little Susie isn't going to talk to little Sally about what Sally saw in sex ed class. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, sometimes kids will, oh no, I can't, I refuse. I'm going to, they fully get into it. Right. But it's just so ridiculous to me. And we go from something that, okay, there's some legitimate concerns. Okay. Yeah. We shouldn't be, surgically altering children at a certain age and, hormone blockers and things like that. We should talk about age requirements below 15 seems pretty fair to me. But so we go from that to, we got to ban every mention of sexuality. Oh, my dick, I'm so ashamed of my dick, and everyone should be too.
A pronoun policy. Parents need to give their consent if a child 15 and under wants to change their name or their pronoun. Now, for those older children, parents must be notified, but they are not required to give their consent. So obviously, a lot to unpack in this 7-minute video.
With that.
And we are expecting to get more details from the Premier at a press conference in Calgary on Thursday.
And lots of discussion to come, I'm sure. All right, Julie Wong, thank you.
I mean, that does suck, though. For legitimate trans kids with the legitimate gender dysmorphia issues under the age of 15, right? That's still like a big chunk of their childhood into their adolescence, into their teenage years, having to deal with the repression of hiding their identity. So that's not perfect, right? And that having that repression on expressing yourself and your identity, like that creates those psychological issues much later down the line. I'm not a psychologist, but that's my understanding. Welcome back. You're tubing. Okay. So that was a little aside there, but that was really important. Thank you very much, Davin, for that link. That one was from you. But no, that this is important stuff. This goes back to what I'm talking about. That conservatives, conservatives want to change things. But some of those, we're talking about Canadian politics, so some of those reforms weren't so bad, were they? Right? It was about a mixed bag, 50-50. It's like, some of that makes a little bit more sense, get the parents more involved. Some of it's like, oh, okay, now you're gonna now teachers are literally not allowed to even explain that a deer has a penis. Oh, okay, little Susie, I have to send a note to your parent to make sure I can tell you that a deer has genitalia, or even say that word to you. So that's a pain in the ass, but the conservatives, beyond some of these social issues, the conservatives will absolutely allow corporations to further gouge us. Apparently, Jenny Brine, chief advisor to Pierre Poilievre, runs Loblaws Lobbying. Loblaws is one of the largest grocery chain billionaire corporations, in Canada. It's a little bit bigger there. Lobbied for Walmart, Marissa Lantzman, department conservative leader. Right? And we got, of course, Pierre over here doing all kinds of pro-corporate. So, some of the social stuff, and this is where the neoliberals are failing to govern, because they're not, they're like, oh, we can't give the conservatives a win. So we're gonna play it safe. And we're not going to add any nuance to this. We're not going to talk about, oh, well, there is a legitimate concern with, with kids in gender dysmorphia and the parents not feeling like they're involved. And we should address that in some way. Instead, they're like, our current policies are doing great. There's no disagreement. I mean, there's only a few people who disagree. We're doing great. It's really just a problem of communication. We're really just not telling you how great we are. We're just doing a really bad job at that. People are sick of it. So here's what I'm talking about here. Back to the video I was setting up fucking 15 minutes ago. But that was a very important aside. Trans rights, a very important subject. Here you go.
Trudeau and his closest friends are rigging the system to enrich themselves.
Okay. While some of this information might be, out of context in some way, but I do feel like a good chunk of this information is accurate. But we should grain of salt this. Like I said, this is coming from a right-wing source, likely created by conservative political interests. Just a heads up.
Working Canadians fall behind. This is a photo of Justin Trudeau's wedding party. Let's examine some of the faces here. Here's Gerald Butts.
Yep. Yep.
Justin Trudeau made him principal secretary in the Prime Minister's office, where he made an undisclosed salary, but charged thousands of dollars in moving expenses to Canadians to move from Toronto to Ottawa, and likely collected severance when he was forced to resign over his involvement in the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal. Despite resigning in disgrace, Butts returned to work on the Liberal Party's national campaign in 2019, while his new employer, Eurasia Group, has received a series of untendered, sole-sourced contracts from the Trudeau government.
They can't help themselves.
Here is Seamus O'Regan. Justin Trudeau made him Minister of Veterans Affairs, then Minister of Indigenous Services, and now Minister of Natural Resources. At each portfolio, Justin's friend Seamus has failed.
$300K a year.
He failed in previous ministries, getting into trouble for his comments about veterans, getting into lawsuits with veterans, and posting vanity photos of himself flying on private jets. Speaking of private trips, O'Regan failed to disclose his luxurious vacation to Aga Khan's private island, alongside Justin Trudeau. Before giving We Charity over $900 million in government
for Trudeau and these vacations.
O'Regan and Trudeau's chief of staff, Katie Telford, helped raise We Charity over $400,000. And of course, We Charity went on to pay Justin's mom over $250,000, his brother over $32,000, and his wife over $24,000. Seamus O'Regan is well known as Trudeau's worst minister, jumping from position to position. Luckily for him, his failures don't matter when you're friends with the groom.
Just fire this guy,
Here's Mark Miller.
Not worth it.
A lifelong friend to Justin Trudeau.
Given ammo to the Conservatives.
A parliamentary secretary, and then Minister of Indigenous Services, where he failed to keep Trudeau's promise to eliminate all drinking water advisories on First Nation reserves. He also admitted to knowing about at least one of Trudeau's blackface incidents, saying, "I was there."
Okay.
He only admitted to this.
See, they're digging now. They're digging now.
After the blackface photos became.
People have forgiven him for this, okay? It's the people make fun of the Conservatives, basically. A lot of Canadians make fun of Conservatives who continue to bring this up, because this is like, okay, guys, yeah, you said it was dumb. Okay, he hasn't done it since.
In public. Mark and Justin grew up.
White guys in the 90s during Halloween, Lordy, it was a problem. God, it was a problem. Okay, the white guys would dress up as like cholos and all kinds of like Indian dudes and ethnic minorities of all different kinds of shapes and sizes. Just, can we not talk about it? Okay, can we not talk about it?
Up together. They went to the same elite private school and gallivanted all over the world with each other. Under Justin Trudeau, Canada's government is spending more and getting worse results. Under Justin Trudeau, Liberal insiders are getting rich.
It's true, though.
Canadians fall behind.
It's true, though.
There's some truth here. Friends don't want Canadians to see this video. Send them a message.
Send them a message. Send them a message. Vote for Pierre. No, okay. There's no vote for Pierre in there. So, I mean, I obviously already showed these two images here, but just real quick, just to recap, a conservative government, there's no guarantee a conservative government is going to be any better on these issues. Really, what should be done is a focus on the NDP with Jagmeet Singh here. You know, but the problem with Jagmeet Singh and the NDP is that they don't want to time their opposition to benefit the conservatives, but eventually you got to make that leap. And we have seen there has been some grumblings from Jagmeet criticizing Justin Trudeau for a lot of different things, talking about the price of housing, you know, how Justin Trudeau hasn't really done anything about it and has only reacted to it once it turned into a crisis. You know, calling out a lot of commentators who are saying, "Oh, it's illegal immigration, it's migration, it's the migrants coming in, the people coming in through the loophole in the university system. They come in and they don't even go to university apparently, something like that." All right, so that's the point I was trying to make. Okay. Last little bit from Canada news here, but this is exciting. You might want to wake up from your little coma there. This is what a Canadian shooting looks like in Surrey. I actually live in Surrey, so it's very frightening to see this kind of stuff. But we are seeing gang activity, and we are seeing the use of firearms kind of becoming more and more popular. Kind of hard to tell in this footage here. So we'll just let it play. It's only a 5-second clip, and I'll just explain it to you here. So what we have here is this fella pulls up here, it starts shooting immediately right here into the driver's side. And as you can see, we got puffs of smoke coming up and movement inside both vehicles. More puffs of smoke. Apparently there was an exchange of fire. And the guy apparently lived. The driver who received the shots lived and is currently in the hospital. But it has been interesting to see the rise of gun violence and crime in Canada. And, you know, Justin Trudeau's reaction is, let's ban handguns. And that's just, once again, it's going to hand a victory, you know, not just handguns, but like, you know, like the just any gun whatsoever. And there's a reason why this problem hasn't been this bad. It's not like you know, all of a sudden we've had a problem with guns coming in from the United States. That's been a problem in Canada for quite some time. But the rise of them being used in crimes is directly correlated with, you guessed it, class, economics. Okay, it's the fact that people are not they're not making enough money in their day-to-day lives. They can't get a house. They can't get any of the things that, you know, their parents used to have. And, you know, some people are a little impatient. They don't want to work in the goddamn Amazon mines. They don't want to go to the Amazon warehouse. They want to expedite. The rise of inequality and inequity means the rise of crime and violence. And if Justin Trudeau really wanted to fix some of these issues, then he would start addressing some of these economic issues that are creating despair, desperation, you know. And yeah, of course, you know, we could still talk about gun reform and gun control. That's a very important part of it. But, you know, that's the problem with the neoliberals, right? It's like, oh, well, they don't want to admit that, you know, this has gotten worse under them. and that it's the result of their governance. Not just them though. This started with Harper, right? This corporatism that the neoliberals have continued. But they don't want to address the real issue, which is class related, economic related. That would piss off Justin Trudeau's buddies. That would piss off his corporate donors and what have you. All right, so that's it for Canada news. You're done. You're free. You're out of the boring news jail. Sorry. Last little bit of world news, though, is the rise of fascism in Germany. Yeah, you fucking heard right. Yeah, you don't adjust your dial. You heard that correctly. So there's this AfD party in Germany that's actually been rising in popularity using the standard rhetoric of, we're being replaced and German cultural identities, blah, 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 blah. You've heard it before. You've heard it before, specifically in Germany. So it's been kind of frightening, and DW has been covering this quite a bit. It's kind of funny. Just a few videos before this one is about the rise, the popularity of this far right xenophobic party. But then we're hearing some good news. That actually the latest polling coming out after these protests. Massive protests against the AfD, calling this out, saying never again, especially not here. Are you guys crazy? So we've seen a drop in that. So there's more awareness, especially in Germany, where some bad stuff happened a couple years ago, guys. You might have heard of it. But let's get into it here. Just a quick, little 9-minute video, just full context of the situation. Obviously, one should be concerned that if we're seeing a resurgence of the popularity of right-wing policies in Germany, of all places, will the neoliberals ever address their failures? That's the thing. No, they never will, and that's why progressives need to step it up with the organization, with the clear delineation of no, okay, these people no longer represent liberal values. They are neoliberals, which means they are corporatist and pro-military and pro exploitation of the middle class and especially the lower classes. Yada yada yada. It goes on and on. But this is the obligation of the left. And no, I'm not talking about the communists and the anarchists and all those other folks that their minds don't want to be changed. Talking about regular folks who need a better understanding of what left values are and, need to be consistent with their political activism. Pander. Uh-oh. Thank you for that follow, I think. All right, let's get into this video about the pushback against the rise of the far right in Germany.
Support for Germany's far-right AfD party has been growing over recent months, but a new...
Thank you for that follow, Stavarakis, I think. Thank you for that follow. Always suspicious when two people follow at the same time. Uh-oh.
Poll shows a slight weakening of its support.
Who'd I piss off today?
After hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets across Germany to demonstrate against the far right. Protest began after reports that members of the AfD had met with neo-Nazis to discuss plans to deport millions of people with immigrant backgrounds, including German citizens.
For weeks, Germans have been protesting in their tens of thousands against the rise of the far right.
And hey, can I just, can we just give some mega props to these absolute badasses? So yeah, no, Pander, yes, that is true. It's funny because it's funny. Lefty organizations are, the AP recently left X because of their label, of how they were getting their funding and whatnot. I think this is great. I think it's perfectly adequate for YouTube and social media in general to label media organizations and where they're getting their funding. I just do not have a single problem with this. But yeah. Yanis Varoufakis. So, I mean, I like Yanis Varoufakis, but I also find his doomerism to be rather tiring at this point. You know, I want the Giannis Varoufakis video about solutions. He's talking about, oh, it's, you know, democracy's dead and all this. It's all dying and dead. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah, Tucker spotted in Moscow, huh? Yeah. Anyway, back to it. These guys are great. Thank you so much to the German people that are standing up against the rise of the far right. Thank you very much.
People from different political backgrounds who all agree on one thing. The extreme right is a threat to Germany's...
I don't think Giannis Varoufakis is propaganda, but I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. I like him. I like him and I respect him. But at the same time, I'm seeing more doomerism right now, and I guess it's bothering me. I don't know. Are you like a Nietzschean or Randian? I'm more Nietzschean. I'm definitely not Randian. That's for goddamn sure. You know, but no, we're anti-nihilism here. We're about creating progress, you know, and informing ourselves so that we can better equip ourselves, you know, against the organizations and you know, entities that are trying to push back against, you know, regular folks and, you know, the middle class and lower class, right? The Overman, great humans. That's so funny. Kissing Gonzo over here showing his. I just watched a documentary about Nietzsche, and yeah, because the in German it's Übermensch, and that I think the direct definition is overman, right? Oh, so interesting. You know, Nietzsche himself in his own writings said, you know, I'll never meet the ideal of the Übermensch. You know, it's this goal that no one really should be able to hit, but it's like this idea that we should be able to stand on our own as independent pillars.
Democracy, and it must be stopped. The latest Infratest DMAP poll shows 72% of Germans think these demonstrations serve a useful purpose. It also makes clear 2/3 believe the AfD Alternative for Germany party is a far-right organisation, something the AfD denies.
What pleases me personally is that the young people are now coming out. No doubt they had their opinions about the AfD before, but you didn't see it.
What was previously an anonymous mass has become visible. So they are now slowly realizing that things cannot continue as they were. This shift to the right is the last thing we need for our democracy.
And there it is, folks. And there it is. Did you have any doubt? There it is. Oh, yeah. Let me guess, Pander. Gonna be replaced? You're worried about that great replacement, huh, buddy? Your precious white identity gonna be poisoned by all the dirty brown folks, huh? Yeah. Oh, the migrants, they're coming in. They're ruining society. Yeah, together culturally, we should stand against the Hun, the heathens that are poisoning our precious identity, right? Yeah, is that what you think? Oh, you're such a sensible racist. You're such a sensible bigot, Pander. God, I'm tired of the gaslighters. I'm
Some
so
parts of the AfD have been declared far-right by intelligence services. A debate has raged about potentially banning the party, but the survey also shows many Germans are not put off by the far-right label. 2/3 say that is not a problem as long as the party speaks up about issues that matter. Nearly half think that changing the agenda is the main role of the AfD.
There's a but you're leaving out.
Many people see failures of Olaf Scholz's government as one of the causes of the far-right strength.
So this is what I'm talking about right here. Failures of the neoliberals to stand against, you know, to really offer a viable alternative to conservatism.
People see failures of Olaf Scholz's government as one of the causes of the far-right strength.
I agree, kissing Gonzo.
The fact that the AfD has become stronger as a result of left-wing policies. If they had done their job well, we wouldn't have the AfD on 20% as the second strongest party.
There's certainly a lot of dissatisfaction around, and there also needs to be more justice, but the government also needs to show more courage.
That's right.
And that is borne out by the Infratest poll. It shows that while the surge in prominence of the far right is high on the list of things people worry about, the sense that politicians have become detached from reality is also strong. What's not yet clear is whether the dip in support for the AFD...
There it is, guys. Oh, those dirty immigrants. Get them out. Get them out. No, but here's the thing, though, is that neoliberal policy about immigration in many lefty, left-run, neoliberal-run countries is unsustainable. We're going to get into it, and it is a failure. And if the neoliberals don't provide a better alternative, if they just continue the status quo, the conservatives will come in with more authoritarian policies and just, put up a wall, don't let them through. Thank you for that follow, bruh. Yeah, get the razor wire ready. So if the neoliberals do fail to provide some kind of alternative to the current status quo, which is unsustainable, the conservatives will come in, like I said, and use heavy-handed authoritarian tactics to prevent people from coming in. And it's not about preventing people from coming in. It's about what do you do with those people? And this is the problem with neoliberal corporatism, right? Is that, we have to train them, and we have to, we have to house them, and we have, and there's a whole process for getting a migrant, into a position where they can be a successful person, and that takes resources and time and effort. And a neoliberal is like, ooh, can we just do a Band-Aid solution? Can't we just, I don't know, give them a cell phone? Can't we just, give them a, just a sanctuary city, and just kind of let them work under the table and just not have to really deal with it, And see, there's a problem there. There's a problem there. Race supremacy does not preserve culture. It destroys it from within, 100%. Pander over here, still trying to gaslight, still trying to insert common sense bigotry, great replacement theory bigotry into my chat. I love to see it. We're not buying, we're not selling, we're not buying what you're selling there, Pander. So please move on.
Will turn into a long-term trend,
guys.
And whether the mainstream parties will see their poll numbers edging back up.
I just think immigrants are ruining society.
Let's explore this with historian and journalist Katja Hoyer, who specialises in modern German history. She's also a visiting research fellow at King's College London. Welcome to DW.
You're the big...
we're talking about AFD support dipping from 22% to around 19%. Do you see that sort of decline as significant?
I think it isn't necessarily something that is to do with the demonstrations. It might be, but it might also be the case that a new left-wing party that has recently emerged under the leadership of Sarah Wagenknecht has also made a difference, because it sort of vaguely correlates with the increase in votes for her. So I don't think it's entirely clear from those figures alone whether that's the impact of the recent revelations or the demonstrations.
And it's significant, though, isn't it, that in Germany's coalition-based political system, that the AFD is the country's second most popular political party, and it was the official opposition in the last government under Angela Merkel.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, the fact that so many Germans are currently considering to vote for what many deem to be a right-wing, far right-wing party is absolutely significant. And I think it does shine a light not just on what's happening in society, but also how people feel about the current government in power.
So what's your analysis?
They're really dissatisfied. Why and they're really dissatisfied, and they're not paying enough attention to see the danger of, they think, well, it's just a cyclical thing. Okay, well, we're going to give the conservatives a chance. They're not politically savvy enough. They're just like, yeah, well, these neoliberals, they've been in too long. They don't know what they're doing. Let's try the righties. And the righties are trying to find ways. Always, this is always the case, but especially now, they're trying to find ways to entrench their power. They know inherently that their policies are not popular, but they're trying to find ways to never to once they get in, to never be extracted, to never be removed. Do you mind if you're trying to... Thanks for the subtitles. Absolutely, no problem. Enjoy the subtitles here. Let me bring them up there so you can read them even better. There you go.
So many Germans looking at the far right and going, yeah, them, they're for me.
Yeah.
Well, I think as your survey showed, a lot of these people don't consider the AfD a far-right party. When you look at the fact that it's two-thirds roughly of the people that they've asked that say that leaves one-third that don't think it's a far-right party, which is slightly more than the amount of people that would currently vote for it. And when you speak to people that vote for the AfD, they will quite often tell you that it's a vote against the status quo, it's a vote against the policies of the government, and not necessarily a far-right vote. So I think there's a huge discrepancy between how the AfD voters see themselves and how they are seen by others. And that, I think, is a dangerous problem and something that needs to be better understood.
Right. And they do seem to be particularly popular in what used to be the communist East Germany.
Yes, the figures are certainly higher, but it is interesting that you see that rise in the West as well. I mean, people often forget that East German voters only make up about a fifth of the country in terms of their size, their proportion. And when you look at recent regional elections in former Western states, such as Bavaria and Hesse, where the AfD also came second and third, respectively, in both of those states, I think it is an all-German problem. I think it is the case that people in the East are more sensitive to issues such as economic problems, for example. There's less financial security there. There are a number of factors that the AfD can exploit. Also, a wider, I think, dissatisfaction with what is seen as the political mainstream. I think that is more common in the East. And the AfD is very good at targeting its messaging accordingly, specifically talking to East Germans.
Right. So you see this as being the AfD being good at their job, because one wonders, and this is, of course, goes wider than just Germany, one wonders why it is when the economy is down and times are hard, more people tend to look to the right than they seem to do to look to the far left. Do you have any thoughts or theories about why that might be?
Well, I think one thing that people tell me, so people who've started voting for the AfD or sort of thinking about voting for the AfD recently, is that they say that they are actually there in the local communities, you know, doing sort of community work and being present.
Ponder monkey.
So people will sit in their local voluntary fire brigade, 100%. For example, and they'll get to know the AfD there because they're there, and they have personnel, you know, in the localities, in the towns, in the villages. Whilst they feel that those up there, you know, that's the phrase that they quite often use, kind of meaning the elites in the cities, or people that are perceived to be as detached politicians, don't understand the real problems of the people.
Usual
that's
rhetoric.
The narrative that I often get from people. So they say something like, Olaf Scholz doesn't even know the price of petrol, you know, whilst my local sort of AfD politician is a man of the region who I know and can trust. So that tends to be part of the dynamic.
I suppose then you just say that this is the AfD politicians just doing their jobs properly, being in the community all the time, rather than just every time there's an election. Interesting, though, that as we see the rise of right-wing and far-right parties across Europe, in France, Italy, the Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, to name just a few, we also see France's Marine Le Pen putting distance between her national rally and the AfD. She doesn't want anything to do with them. Why is that?
Well, I think the recent revelations about that secret meeting that your feature also alluded to, where it was sort of exposed that some members of the AfD attended a meeting where mass deportations of people were discussed. I think what they're trying to do in France and also elsewhere is to put distance between themselves and, you know, kind of the far right, as in the extreme far right.
Extremists. So okay. Well, that's very good, and we thank you for talking us through that. We'll leave it there. Historian and journalist Katja Ahoy.
Okay, yeah. All right. How about you don't interrupt her? How about you don't interrupt her? All right, folks, that's all I got for world news. We're going to go ahead and transition over. GAZA news.
For the shorties, yo, you're gonna eat that ragamuffin for the shorties. The shorty, some lover, come on, my name is Sirloin. But as for mine, I got 4 stomachs, falling with stomach and mouth. That's a little empty belly with the vacancy sign. Kinda like close encounters
shouties.
For the show.
For the shouties.
Think of what's at stake. Look upon your plate. If it's a slab of steak, time to regurgitate. You got a double chin. My little Jim's too slim. Your fingers can fit in that little kid's exposed rib. Just think of all the shoulders. Can't you hear him cry? Time to cough up that burger and fries. Hand over left over cans filed sky high. Give to the hungry shoulders so the shoulders won't die. Stop the famine, please. Instead of eating ham and cheese.
Stop the famine, please. Stop eating ham and cheese. All right. Thank you so much, Chem Goblin, for this wonderful list of provided by boycottzionism.com. Back to work, Slacker. But no, we're moving on to our Gaza news here, and just wanted to thank Chem Goblin for this wonderful link. You know, this just kind of goes down all the different. Look, it's impossible, literally impossible. It'd probably be literally impossible unless you lived in the middle of the woods and you didn't have the internet, didn't buy consumer goods of any kind, you know, and grew your own food. Boycott with a single T. Yeah, here's the link. I think I will be adding this link to the automatic, you know, list of links. Might have to update some of those links. But if you wanted to, you know, maybe add a few of these to, you know, hey, maybe I don't want to wear Axe body spray anymore. Good God. And this is great because it tells you why. So, you know, Axe and Ben & Jerry's are owned by Unilever. When Ben & Jerry's decided to stop selling its products in Israel, Unilever sold off the Israeli distribution rights to Avi Zinger to circumvent their decision and to force Ben & Jerry's brand name to continue selling in Israel. So they made an aggressive corporate move to force Ben & Jerry's to sell their product in Israel. How bizarre. Barbie over here, owned by Mattel, quote, "We unequivocally stand in solidarity with Israel in the global fight against terrorism," says the joint letter that was signed by 15 industry executives, including the CEO of Mattel. And, you know, it's super vague. You know, it's super vague because it's, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy statement to make. We stand against terrorism. We stand against, yeah, no, Davey, thank you for pointing that out. Oh, there's one for Russia as well. Okay, we'll have to add both of these to the chat. I'll get an automatic chat timer going. Who's Willy? You don't know what a Willy warmer is? Chem Goblin doesn't know. I'm surprised Chem Goblin doesn't know what a Willy warmer is out there in Ukraine. But anyway, this is a very useful website if you just want to see, okay, well, you know, like I said, it's basically every corporation standing for you know, Israel's ethnic cleansing, because it's not if it was just Israel going after Hamas, I wouldn't be having any I would be having less problems. Okay, let's be real. But I wouldn't. But the Justin Bieber shared multiple stories in support of Israel and deleted after getting backlash. Well, he deleted. Give him a break. Give him a break. But no, this is the problem that I have is that this is Israel lying to everybody. Israel is lying to the world and saying this is about terrorism. This is about Hamas. As soon as we're done with Hamas, we're going to leave the Palestinians alone. We've always left them alone. We don't want anything to do with it. And that is so far from the truth. And I have proof. I have like 4 or 5 videos that has unequivocal that has proof to what I'm talking about. And I'm talking Ben Gvir attending a special, you know, conference that was being held about the settlement of Gaza, you know, voluntarily, you know, what do they call it? Voluntary migration? Is that what they're calling it? Well, I don't know. I guess you should probably leave. You should probably not have individuals on here because that'll probably make it easier. But look, do we need a reason to boycott Justin Bieber outside of his artistic output? You know what I mean? And here we go. Pander. Big surprise. Big surprise. It's not about terrorism. It's not. And I have plenty of proof of that, Pander. Are you going to stick around and watch? Can you handle this? I don't think Pander can handle this because it's not about terrorism. It's not. It's about taking over Gaza and resettling it. It's about pushing the Arab folks into the Sinai Peninsula, it seems. But anyway, we'll be adding this here to the chat. Thank you for that. Go ahead and just put them next to each other in the Discord. There we go. Thank you, Chem Goblin. So Israel has really, welcome back, Strategy. Israel has really overplayed its hand because in the past, you would never see government representatives, anybody that was even close to government, making any kind of statements like this. And because of Israel's sheer brutality, they're really, it's becoming harder and harder to make excuses for what is very clearly a ethnic cleansing campaign. So, like I said before, Israel is overplaying its hand, and we're actually starting to see some pretty major pushback to what is pretty obvious to anybody that doesn't have to worry about losing their job because they have an opinion, right? A lot of people, that's been the fear, lose your job if you tell the truth about what's happening in Palestine. That seems to no longer be the case. We'll see though.
Now to say, hang on, this isn't the gift of a neighbour, this is the inalienable right of Palestinians, and we, the international community, are going to work not.
So what he's talking about, and this is very important, sorry to interrupt, I'll start it over, but what he's talking about is that, because the UK has basically said, okay, we'll acknowledge Palestine once the negotiations have started in earnest, and Israel has, and Israel is satisfied. So now the position is starting to shift into, okay, we're going to acknowledge the existence of Palestine regardless of what Israel wants, because it's their inalienable right. And Israel's, of course, saying, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Of course, we see our chat member here who is obviously right wing. Yeah, no, it's all apologens. It's all apologia and false equivalences, guys. Yeah. No. There's no truth to it. There's no truth to anything. No. It's 1 + 1 = 2. Israel was minding its own business on October 7th. They were brutally attacked, and now after October 7th, they have the permission to do whatever they want to the Palestinian people, including push them out of their land, destroy 90% of their homes, and never let them return, which technically doesn't make it Palestine anymore, does it? It's all justified, guys. Okay, nice. Can we get some volume?
This isn't the gift of a neighbour, this is the inalienable.
Cool, and the volume's all fucked up. That's great.
Right of Palestinians, and we, the international community, are going to work not only to recognise a Palestinian state, but to work with the Palestinian Authority to build and realise the hopes and dreams of the Palestinian people. Because we've got now to set out, the two alternatives: the alternative to Hamas, and showing that there is a brighter future for the Palestinian people without Hamas, but also the alternative to the one-state solution proposed by leading Israeli figures, which I think is not only unconscionable in terms of the Palestinians, is also a direct threat to Israel's democracy and freedom and security. So I think there is a clear mutual interest here, and I think lots of the peace camp in Israel would agree with that. But we now need to work around the Israeli government because they have shown very clearly they are not partners for peace, the current Israeli government.
That's correct. They're not partners for peace. And they haven't been partners for peace for several decades. But they've overplayed their hand. This wouldn't have been said if Bibi Netanyahu did surgical strikes and, went in with some kind of, real effort to actually do some anti-terrorism. But there was none of that. It was a gleeful brutality, pushing people from the north into the south like a toothpaste tube. Once again, I got the proof. And here's Pander once again. It's all justified. It's all Pander. They're not giving it. Israel isn't giving it back. You don't get to say it's anti-terrorism when you take the land and then you never give it back. That's not anti-terrorism, honey. That's colonialism. Welcome back, Ace Farm. Yeah, I mean, Dem voters switch to third parties. That's not going to happen in the United States until we remove first past the post. So we need to primary Democrats so that we replace them with progressives who will then implement electoral reform. We will never get electoral reform that will allow third parties to be viable in the United States until we primary neoliberal Democrats and replace them with actual lefties. UK talks and does the exact opposite. They say we believe in protecting Palestinian citizens and then fall in line and allow Israel to do whatever they want. Yeah. That's been because that has been the status quo. But the status quo is so untenable, partially because of multiculturalism. Oh no, you shouldn't have done that. Now we can't brutalize the Palestinians. Well, that's so unfair. Damn multiculturalism. Oh man, now we got to get votes from Arab people in my own country. Oh, my politicians pandering to the Arab population of my country. That's terrible. Oh, we can't treat them like human beings. They were there first. I love that. You just like decades and decades of pretending like they give a shit about the two-state solution, and then they finally mask off about the two-state solution, and you're like, do you care about the two-state solution? They're like, we don't care. We were there first anyway. And you're like, come on. Come on with this. You don't take any of this seriously. So this is interesting. Once a Band-Aid solution, just exactly what I'm talking about. Performative at best, but Biden imposes sanctions on Israeli settlers over West Bank violence. 4 settlers, I believe, some of the higher profile ones. Doesn't really talk about Ben Gvir. Doesn't really mention Ben Gvir. All right, Biden. Just wanted to mention this. We're not going to go into detail on that one. So, hey, is Mr. Pander still here? Hey, Mr. Pander, does this look like anti-terrorism to you? Hey, thanks for sticking around. But let me ask you something. Does this look like anti-terrorism to you? This is the What Gaza Could Be Like propaganda video that's currently making the rounds on Israeli social media. Yeah, big time. There's a huge Muslim community in Michigan. That's where I'm originally from, is Michigan. This is an AI depiction of what Gaza could be like.
Beautiful Gaza. You can stay in one of our 5-star hotels and get a taste of the best in Middle Eastern food. Rich in tradition. This is what Gaza could have been like without Hamas.
Yeah. Because Hamas.
And it was this sort of very manipulative idea that, Gaza would be a paradise if it...
This is actually the same exact excuse that wife beaters will use on their victims, right? Our marriage is in shambles because of you. If you would just listen to me, then I wouldn't have to hit you. I mean, it's like, it really is the exact kind of justification used there.
Weren't for Hamas. It's obviously a clear attempt at trying to deflect any sort of responsibility for the genocide in Gaza on Israel.
Well, Pander, why do you associate all Palestinians with Hamas? Why do you think all Palestinians are Hamas? Could that be that that misconception benefits your politics? Right? Because they're all Hamas, right? We're tens of thousands of children have died.
I think what's very clear about
were those children members of
propaganda
Hamas?
We've seen from Israel is this clear attempt to try and create a distinction of a barbaric Palestinian other and a civilized, sophisticated European Israeli. And I think that really comes across clearly in this particular video. And the idea of turning Gaza, or the potential prospect of wanting to turn Gaza into what looks like a 5-star luxury resort, is very sinister.
It's like Fire Festival. Oh, wow. It's
they
a
really
commercial.
Want a message to get into the homes of the average American, the average British person, the average European, because they know that in order to try and sustain what they're doing in Gaza, which has obviously been accused of being a genocide, but they have to try and win popular opinion.
Pander, Israel is never giving back the Gaza Strip. When will you, so how many months of Israel not giving back the Gaza Strip will you accept the reality? And of course, start making excuses for why Israel isn't allowed, shouldn't leave. You'll shift your messaging as soon as they, Israel shows that they're not going to leave. But is it going to be 6 months, maybe 12 months? Will you go, okay, I can't really defend this anymore. They're clearly not leaving. Where's your limit? Where's your limit?
Your house. They hurt my mommy and my little sister. Took my daddy away. And I'm still holding him.
So, I mean, those polls showing that there is support for Hamas in the Gaza Strip, once again, does that justifies colonialism? I don't think that's what Davey's trying to say, but so they're saying things that we don't agree with. They're saying things that we don't like. They agree with people that we don't like. Therefore, we are justified in killing what was it 20,000, 30,000 children, bombing over 90% of the residential buildings. Really? Welcome back, Lucine Obscene. Pursue their objective of destroying Hamas. So I asked you a question, Pander, about the fact that Israel is not leaving, and you just conveniently ignored that. Oh, by the way, here's the mass graves caused by Israel's barbarism. I don't know. I just support it. I don't know. I just support it unequivocally. I don't know, though.
The majority of the population.
I don't have limits.
Whether or not they actually believe that Israel is.
There's no limit. I don't know. 700 years. Then maybe then I'll acknowledge Israel took over Palestine by force. You're so pathetic.
More quote unquote civilized as a result of these adverts is hard to know. So.
The women and children, the men, women, and children that died in a collapsed building brought it upon themselves, huh, Davey? Really? That's so pathetic. And we think this brutality is going to work. There's no acknowledgement of the terrorists that are created after committing such atrocities. I find it so funny. It's all October 7th justifies all this, so we get to commit October 7ths every single day. Now, 2 wrongs don't make a right. No, what makes a right is when 1 wrong is done and then dozens and dozens of wrongs throughout months and months of brutality. That's apples and apples right there. We're the same thing, huh? The innocent men, women, and children who were bombed into oblivion by Israel, supported by the United States military, did not have it coming, Davey. Even if they say things you don't agree with.
No, but I would certainly say that there is some sort of impact.
There it is, Pander. See, there it is. There it is. You are such a bastard. All right. Well, with that, I will say goodbye to you. Even if Israel did take over Gaza by force, which they are, the Israeli government is infinitely better and truly free than anything governed by Hamas. So, yeah, gotta crack a few eggs, guys. Sure, we just gotta churn 2 million Afghan citizens into refugees. Absolutely pathetic. What a piece of shit. Enjoy being banned. You are absolutely the bigot and racist that I thought you were the moment you stepped in the fucking chat. So bye-bye. Thank you so much. There's no justification for this. There's no justification for this. I refuse to believe that the solution to October 7th is a series of October 7ths. Just as I refuse to believe that the solution to 9/11 was committing 9/11s in the Middle East, with Fallujah and many other examples.
Graphic. I think for those people who don't necessarily understand the complexities of what's going on, there might be an effect. It certainly might color their interpretation of the region.
Davey, the people of the Gaza Strip found themselves in the position that they're in, not because of Hamas. Last time I checked, the people of the Gaza Strip have been in this situation for decades because of the actions of the current and previous Israeli governments. You're participating in this myth that things were hunky-dory before Hamas came along, when in fact the Gaza Strip, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, have been under one form of repression or another since the 40s. Give it any label you want, Hamas, whatever you want to call it. There's also a bunch of little splinter groups that, you know, don't agree with Hamas on everything, but fight back against the IDF and the Israeli government the best they can. And yes, Al Jazeera, I have lots of problems with Al Jazeera and the way that they've been reporting this. They're far too friendly to Hamas. You know, I don't think it's not fair to call Hamas freedom fighters or call them resistance when they're so comically inept at being proper resistance for the Palestinian people, at representing the Palestinian people's needs in the Gaza Strip. Rather serve by staying down rather than giving excuses. No, to be clear, I don't think, I acknowledge the poll numbers about support for Hamas, but I honestly feel like people, they're you know, they just don't, like whatever, whoever is fighting back. We're talking about prisoners in an open air prison. We're talking about people that their entire lives they've been under Israeli oppression. So yeah, the poll numbers are going to look pretty fucked up. The solution to a prison riot is to not demolish and drop bombs on the prison and destroy all the inhabitants of the prison. That's not how you fix a prison riot. One should be criticizing the nation that has created the prison-like conditions. Okay, there's an X factor here. There's a power dynamic here. Yes, Lucine. Yes, I agree with that. In all fairness, I wanted to show this here. So the last time Israel showed us some tunnels, they were anemic and pathetic and didn't really show what Israel was trying to say that it was showing. So in fairness, we have a new IDF tunnel video, terror tunnel. Remember, the IDF says that there are, you know, incredible tunnel networks filled with all kinds of, cells and whole, you know, vehicles underground and all these, you know, this advanced terror tunnel network. But the IDF has so far really only showed us just a few things here. And of course, the IDF is using this tunnel excuse as an excuse to bomb every single school, every single civilian building with reckless abandon. They, of course, don't really go to the trouble of proving it half the time. But here they do have some proof. 450 miles of tunnel. Remember, under the hospital, it was supposed to be a full G.I. Joe playset of terrorist activity, right? We're talking multiple levels and conference rooms and God knows what. Didn't really provide that. The video that they showed us an empty room with a couple of box springs and a sink. And then that was it. So hopefully this video shows us a little bit more of this incredibly advanced terror tunnel network that the IDF just, I guess they're so effective at obliterating it that they just can't provide any kind of evidence. But, you know, here they are providing some evidence. So let's take a look. I don't know about that, Lucine. I do understand that Israel did build some of the tunnels underneath the hospital, but I mean, I don't know if they built all the tunnels. I don't know how true that is either. Yeah, terrorizing sits in, pouring out terror through a network of terror tunnels and terroristic terror. Did I mention it's terror? It's frightening. So we're going to see some criticism here. People are criticizing the IDF and Israel for digging up this cemetery, you know, and the tunnels here. So we're actually gonna watch some criticism coming up after this. So look forward to seeing some cemetery follow-up. Lots of fun. Like I told you guys, lots of fun today. Gaza, come on, barrel of laughs. I mean, does it make? I mean, are there tunnels underneath cemeteries? Does that make any kind of sense at all? I don't think there's any good reason to have a tunnel underneath it, you know. So here we have the entrance saying those tunnels were there before Israel. Oh, interesting. Okay. We have some makeshift kitchen with some fans. Okay. Terrorist Tupperware. Terrorist spices. All empty, by the way. Wow, they left the empty jars? That's weird. Wow. They cleaned the jars, too. There's no... That's so weird. Why? That's so weird. I don't know. I'm not saying Israel put them there. I'm just... This is so weird, though. Like, literally everyone perfectly cleaned and emptied. You know, you would think there'd be like a little bit of coffee left, maybe some sugar, some salt, some tea, you know, something, you know, something in there. No. Squeaky clean jars. Okay. All right. We got terror cables. Air, my favorite seasoning. Except for Christmas, we never got around to filling them. Okay. All right. I feel bad for the guy putting labels on him. He's like, this is going to be a nice kitchen down here. You know, I can see the potential. All right, so we have rocket making materials, we'll say. Okay. Entrance to the back rooms. All right. Terror chairs. Terror fan. Oh, we have a VESA mount. It's a terror VESA mount right there. This is so you could put a terror monitor so you could watch terror TV. Maybe you watch your favorite beheadings right there with your TV on your VESA mount. Those were cups. I don't think so. Those were thick metal. Those steel. I don't think those are cups. We got terror pipes. Terrifying. More tunnel. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, these tunnels exist. I have never disputed the tunnels. Top 10 beheadings. Yeah. It's ghoulish, but it's true. I mean, Hamas. I mean, that's the thing is that I refuse to call Hamas resistance. When, you know, look, you're not when you're lopping the heads off anybody, you're no longer allowed to, you know, tell people how to live their lives. You're not allowed to do that shit. Oh my God, what is this? From KFC to rockets, how the massive Gaza tunnel network kept evolving. Wow.
The vast tunnel network.
What is this? 3 weeks ago. Oh, okay. You know what? We should watch this at a later date. I'm going to need lots of content for the next 4 weeks here. So we're going to be watching a lot of documentaries and long form videos. You know, videos I don't have time to show during the mainstream. So we're going to be doing that. So I mean, look, I don't disagree with Israel that the tunnels exist. I think they're being hyperbolic about the amount of tunnels and how they're being used and all that. They so far have not provided proof to some of their most wild claims. And I also don't buy the tunnels being used as an excuse to bomb schools, to bomb civilian, because that's what they're saying. Like, we have to. There's a tunnel. We do a bunker buster. It goes right down there, destroys the whole tunnel network. I don't buy that as a justification for, you know, flattening a building with 50 plus residents in it, which is something Israel does quite a bit. Just a couple weeks ago, there was a report JDAM took out a whole building filled with people. Okay, and as that bomb is cutting through the various floors of the building, the residents in those floors, their heads are exploding. Just to give you an example of what is happening to the human beings inside these buildings that are being pulverized by Israel. The negative pressure explodes them. So imagine children playing Monopoly. I don't know what Palestinian children play. What do they play? Quranopoly? I don't know. Why am I making jokes about this? Horrible. I guess that's, I can't burst into tears thinking about it. I love Monopoly. I'm the only person on planet Earth that loves Monopoly. Yeah, there are way too many variants. None of the variants, there's very few variants that actually make the game more fun. They just put a theme on it. But I love Monopoly. Israel, Gaza, Palestinians dig mass graves inside Khan Yunis hospital grounds. So here's a video of a Palestinian youth. And I need to stress this. Since birth, the Palestinians have been subjected to Israeli violence. It wasn't like that before. It wasn't like that before. Yes, it was. Oh, God. Oh, God. Anytime I see clips, I'm always worried. What did I do now? What did I say? It's going to take me way out of... So, I mean, look, I don't disagree with Israel. Nice cut. Nice cut. I don't disagree with it. Full stop. There we go. Hey, show that one to Jeff. There you go. Show that one to you, boy. There you go, Jeff. I'm itching. What's wrong with me? I'm all itchy. All twitchy and itchy. All right, so anyway, here is a Palestinian child digging a mass grave. Please enjoy. News Underground. They had it coming, according to Davey. These folks had it coming. Hey, Davey, could you point out the people that have it coming and the people that don't have it coming? Do these folks have it coming, or do these folks have it coming? These folks definitely had it coming. Obviously. Right. Terrorism, October 7th. So this guy over here, this guy, he has it coming. Okay. Thank you for participating in making fun of your ridiculous statement, by the way, Davey. I appreciate it when you put the clown nose on yourself. Here are more Palestinian children that will have it coming soon, I'm sure. As if they're not doing it out of necessity of what's being done to them. No, I mean they're twirling their mustache. They hate Israelis because they just hate Israelis. There's just, that's it. It's that dang Quran. Oh no, that's all sand. That's not going to decompose well. It's really just it's a temporary place to put them, so that they don't spread, botulism and disease and stink up the place, while they're, because it's right next to the hospital. So you either have a pile of dead bodies or you have, them a couple feet under the ground until you can transplant them properly. The people that had it coming, I mean. So this is that follow-up to that graveyard. There's a bit of a controversy here. We have the sexiest man in news, Michael Walker, to give us the update from Navarra Media. You're welcome. Look at this fucking guy. You're welcome. He looks like the "I'm too sexy for my shirt" guy. You're welcome.
Reporting throughout the war on Gaza. Videos. In particular, their main host, Jake Tapper, is happy to amplify every talking point the Israelis offer, or he seems to be, if you look at his output, seemingly whenever they please. However, their reporters on the ground in Gaza have done a much better job, including with this latest report about the IDF excavating Palestinian graveyards.
This is no ordinary quarry. It's where the living once buried their dead. Gaza's Bani Sahela cemetery, hollowed out by Israeli excavators.
These were all graves. This was a cemetery, but the military says that they were forced to come in here because they discovered a Hamas tunnel running right underneath that cemetery.
Okay. But the Israeli military failed to prove that stunning claim during a 3-hour tour of the area. They invited us here a week after.
I mean, so in that previous video, we get actually a little bit of that real quick. Let me just show you. What the hell? Which video was that? But in that previous video that I showed, the drone footage, they show the terror tunnel. They start at the cemetery and they go way over and they find the terror tunnel. So that tunnel actually maybe wasn't running underneath the cemetery and they dug it up. Oof. Davey, do you think the citizens of Palestine would be supporting Hamas if their decades-long oppression from Israel wasn't a reality? Will you at least acknowledge that the reason why the Palestinians are desperate for any entity to support them is that they've been under a decades-long occupation of some sort?
First uncovered this graveyard's partial destruction using...
It's likely. So you're saying if Israel did nothing to the Palestinians, there would be Hamas. That's what you're saying.
Satellite imagery, part of a CNN investigation that found 16 cemeteries in Gaza damaged or destroyed by the Israeli military.
This whole area here is a military compound. From the mosque over there, underneath the graveyard, all the way down north and south. My forces, at the beginning, we try to flank this area. Were fired from this area again and again and again. We couldn't understand why.
So that's how you determined that there was a tunnel here, because you were being fired upon.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Davey, thank you for acknowledging that. Because there is the argument being made that if you are Arab, you inherently hate Jewish people. So it doesn't matter what we did in the past. It doesn't really matter if we've done wrong. They're inherently bad guys. Allah Akbar and all that.
So the context of this report,
and Typer, I think there can be some kind of argument to be made about Zionism and the aggressive stance that Zionism has had throughout its existence. The inherent racism, xenophobia, bigotry of some of Zionists' largest, most popular leaders, talking heads. I'm not fully okay with saying that it's like a fully hateful organization, but I do find it interesting that there's a strong movement of Orthodox Jews across the world that stand firmly against Zionism because they're worried that people will associate Zionism as wholly Jewish, and they won't they won't understand that there's actually a pretty large disagreement with some Orthodox Jewish groups and the goals of Zionism. But I guess that's a whole stream. I'm going to get my ass in big trouble.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Jeff Bezos looking at this stream right now, shaking his head, man, hovering his finger over that ban button. I got to watch out.
It's really interesting, right? The IDF didn't randomly decide to take CNN to a Palestinian graveyard they dug up. They didn't think, this would be a great thing to show CNN. CNN, come to this graveyard we've dug up. No. Instead, CNN discovered that the Israelis had been digging up graveyards by looking at satellite imagery, right? So they sort of discovered this against the IDF's will. And now the IDF are trying to cover their backs. They're saying what you thought you saw, actually there's a different story here.
I see.
So let's see what evidence the IDF managed to muster that these graveyards were a legitimate target for destruction.
Our journey to investigate the Israeli military's claims begins in the rubble of what they say was a residential building.
Even just standing at the mouth of this tunnel, you can feel.
By they, are you saying Arabs? Because there's a lot of Arabs that don't agree with extremist religious ideology, Davey. I know it's hard to, it's like you're in chat, you're trying to, the Orthodox Jews, I see. Purely for religious reasons, Israeli state can't exist before the I mean, that's not true, Davey. There are lots of anti-Zionist Jewish organizations that are standing up for Palestine and Palestine statehood because they believe in human rights, because they believe that that is part of their teachings. But I think I don't disagree that some of them, probably think that way. That this is all about that triggering the apocalypse, the fucking the fucking rapture. Ay vey, all these religious folks in a big hurry to get off planet Earth. What is your goddamn hurry? Oh, it's going to be so great up there. Really? You've seen nothing. You don't even have a brochure. You have no idea what you're getting into up there. Oh, it's going to be so much better than this. I mean, better than video games? Shut up.
Feel the humidity just like emanating here. And this is the way that we go in to what they say is an extensive tunnel system in Bani Suheila.
Couldn't have dug that out?
We descend into a dark, seemingly endless labyrinth. There's just tight spaces like this in certain parts of this tunnel. But then you get here and you have full headspace pretty much.
Wow.
All throughout it, you can see that there's electricity, there's telecommunications. The Israeli military says that this tunnel system actually leads to a Hamas command center, which they say was used by Hamas fighters to coordinate their attacks.
Please.
The Israeli military says this is that command center.
Okay.
Multiple rooms equipped with plumbing and electricity. Maps like this once lining the walls.
Right, okay, that's something.
You can see a kitchen here equipped with a sink, running water, with the pipes running through the tunnel wall. You have a fan, plates. I mean, you could imagine this being in a house, but instead it's deep, deep underground.
So the IDF have shown the reporter an extensive underground tunnel network. Now, we do know tunnels had some civilian uses in Gaza. The Strip has been under siege for 16 years, and the tunnels were one way goods could get in. But there is no doubt they also had a military purpose. So, does that mean Israel had proven they had a right to dig up Palestinian graves? Let's keep watching.
Where are we right now? I mean, what's above us?
So we're in the headquarters of a Hamas commander.
Okay.
Above us is a cemetery that I showed you from the outside.
If you look at the satellite imagery of this cemetery, there is a wide area that the military has cleared. Why is that necessary in order to uncover these tunnels?
We had to reach the tunnels. We had to reach the tunnels. We had to uncover the tunnels. We had to prevent from the enemy to flank us.
But there's no way for us to verify whether we are actually beneath
the enemy
graveyard.
from flanking us?
Right.
You got the prevent the enemy from you got construction equipment blasting through here, man. Look, I don't know. I don't know if this is part of the effort to, erase Palestine, or if this is just incompetence. It is interesting though, because it's like I said before, if you don't want people coming back, that's why you go after the hospitals, right? You reduce the capability. You blow up their homes, so there's nothing to come back to. You blow up their schools. There's no living. And this, digging up cemeteries would be another part of that, erasing of Palestinian history. Of, well, it's not your land anymore. Your traditions and all the people that died here, that doesn't matter. We're clean slate, erasing that. That doesn't seem to be what they're doing, though. This seems like incompetence. And strategy, yeah, I think they probably did, because they found the entrance. They found the entrance not even here. It was like way the hell over here or something. If I remember from the drone footage, or maybe way down here. Underground schools in Kharkiv. This is command center. Ukraine Nazi command center. I will be showing that video as well.
Imagery of this cemetery. There is a wide area that the military has cleared. Why is that necessary in order to uncover? Fuss takes us back out of the tunnel, but not into the cemetery. Instead, we leave the same way we came in, before walking back to the enormous hole where the cemetery once stood.
Please hold on a second.
Yeah. We're asking the general if we can actually see the shaft to the tunnel, but the answer is no. So?
There's all kinds of machinery which I don't want you to take pictures of. The security might force it.
Security.
What about if we don't film it? We just look with our eyes.
And then you might fall in. The whole thing can collapse.
Yeah, whole thing collapse.
You have to walk to the edge. The edge is not secured.
Yeah.
It can collapse. There's machinery, so on.
Yeah.
It's not something I'm going to take a risk on.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Can you show me proof the tunnels you just showed me are actually under the graveyard you destroyed?
Man.
No, because you can't film the military equipment. Okay, can we look with our eyes? No, you might fall down the hole. Right? It's a very, I do have a girlfriend, but she goes to another school vibe. Right? It was not convincing. And it gets worse.
The Israeli military later provided this drone
This is the
footage
video I was
showing
talking
the
about.
tunnel shaft we entered and another one nearby. CNN geolocated the footage using this satellite image. This outline shows where the cemetery once stood, and these are the two tunnel entrances clearly outside the graveyard. As for the tunnel they say they found here, where the cemetery once stood, the military never provided any evidence.
Now, you've got to remember, right? CNN, I think, discovered around 16, didn't they say? 16 cemeteries that had been destroyed by the IDF. And this was the IDF's attempt to say, oh.
Okay. So this is about erasing Palestine then. So they've destroyed 16 cemeteries. Completely, utterly destroyed 16. So just the gravestones and the corpses underneath, they're just what, ground up? Are they even removed and then processed, or are they just ground up into the soil? You know, the backhoe, you know, pulling up skeletons and stuff, you know, like, guys, this is what's happening. It is ethnic cleansing. It is erasing Palestine. It is about, like I said, it's about denying the Palestinians that survive. It's about making it so, like, why even bother? What's to go back to? You know, my mother and father and my grandfather's grave has been demolished. The home I was raised in, razed to the ground. The hospital that I gave birth in, occupied, partially destroyed.
Oh, no, this wasn't just an act of cultural vandalism, you know, a desecration of the Palestinian dead. No, this was a military mission that was necessary to get these tunnels. Now, of all of the cemeteries they had destroyed, one can presume that the IDF chose the one to show CNN that they thought was most persuasive, right? Because the IDF controlled the Gaza Strip. Journalists can't go anywhere without their say-so. So they presumably thought, of the ones we've destroyed, which is the one that we have the strongest evidence actually had a military purpose for Hamas? They chose this cemetery, and they didn't realize that maybe showing a tunnel near a cemetery would be enough. For a decent journalist, they would want to see that the tunnel was actually under the cemetery, and they could provide no evidence, which suggests there isn't a tunnel under the cemetery, right? Because if you've got, you know, the IDF are in complete control of this area, if there is a tunnel under that cemetery, they would be able to show it to CNN. So what is going on here, right? What is going on? Oh, well, it's the Israelis lying again, right? The Israelis lying again. You know, there were moments in that clip where I sort of, you know, I thought the ridiculousness of what the IDF general was saying was sort of entertaining. Oh no, you might fall down the hole, right? There is a sort of dark humor to it, but this is incredibly
absurd,
serious.
It's absurd,
and I mean, it is in this situation unclear what has happened to the corpses in the cemeteries destroyed by Israel. But Palestinians have long accused Israel of stealing bodies exhumed from graveyards in Gaza, and Israel has confirmed to CNN that during this war it has intentionally exhumed some dead bodies of Palestinians. They say this was to determine whether they once belonged to hostages. So they said, oh, we were just looking for dead Israeli bodies, it just so happens, and we dug up a bunch of Palestinian ones. Now, this week, dozens of dead bodies have been returned to Gaza by Israel, where they are being buried in a mass grave. Palestinian health officials said the remains were of Palestinians who had been killed by Israeli forces during their offensive and whose corpses had been dug up and taken to Israel. One doctor at the site in Rafah told Reuters, quote, "We have received 100 bodies, including full bodies, half bodies, and body parts." He went on, "We don't know where they were injured or even their names." That's the third transfer of bodies from.
So they extracted bodies. They didn't keep track of the names on the headstones. They just brutally removed bodies from their graves, took them to Israel to see if any of them are pure Israelis. Right? Gotta find the good ones, and then they just toss them back over. Here you go, in a truck, in a fucking meat wagon. Here you go, dead, body parts, and here you go, dead bodies. No names, no nothing. Big no-no in Islam, let alone. That's what this is about, man. That's what this is about. It's about, because like the first thing Ben-Gvir did when Trump gave up Jerusalem, the first thing, his number one priority was getting into that sacred mosque and desecrating it. He sent the IDF in there and they stomped it up. Is it the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Is that the one? Some sacred mosque. There's an agreement. There was an agreement that was made. Jews stayed at their spot and Arabs stayed at their spot and everyone worshiped happily. First thing Ben-Gvir does. And that was when I did that report. And I was like, guys, this is obvious what is happening here. That's like they're escalating. They want this to turn into something bigger. Well, thank you, Eugene. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I also hope that, a big chunk of the world is hoping for that. That doesn't seem to be what's going to be happening, though, unfortunately. So last week, a lot of news happened last week. I didn't have a chance to cover. I was busy working. But this is a huge news. Israel kind of, they sent in some commandos dressed as doctors into a hospital and assassinated several Palestinians that they said were Hamas members. It's funny because it's like, yeah, it's pretty terrible stuff. It's a pretty bad look to basically do a terrorism against terrorism. But if this was the violence that they were committing, if this was the kind of violence that they were committing against Hamas, with surgical, going after them, with total brutality, executing them in the hospital room. But I probably would have a lot less, and I think the world would have a lot less issues with Israel if this is the kind of stuff that they were doing. Instead of just, bombing whatever, bombing everything, literally bombing everything systemically, in almost in a roaming barrage style. Boom, 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 boom. So many parallels to the treatment of indigenous Americans. This kind of brutality does have a kind of, it rhymes, right? It's not the same, but it rhymes.
For nearly 4 months, Israel has conducted a violent assault on Gaza, but there has also been growing violence in the West Bank with frequent raids on towns, hospitals, and civilians. According to the UN, over 360 Palestinians have been killed by
Nazi
Israeli
hunters.
forces or settlers in the West Bank since the 7th of October.
I have no problem.
And
I
last
really
night,
don't.
Israel's aggression in the territory.
Look, I got a problem with the extrajudicial killing, but I wouldn't have a problem with scooping them up, and, having evidence and, getting a little Charles Bronson on these sons of bitches after October 7th. But all that goodwill's out the window when you're dropping bombs on kindergarten and you're digging up graves and God knows what. The list is long. Non-Hamas being taken out, there'd be some disturbance, but it'd be easier to save face afterwards. Yeah, but they don't care about that. They don't care. Mask is off. It's happening. Oh, we'll do the performative lies to keep Joe Biden and the West happy, right? So that the news media doesn't have to say unequivocally that, oh, well, Israel is just out and proud about it. There's still some ambiguity that Jake Tapper can lean against when he's justifying these actions.
Reached new heights in the Ibn Sina hospital in Jenin. IDF soldiers.
And I gotta ask, why is homie carrying? Why? What are you doing with this? Okay, the guns are out, dude. It's like in Payday. When the guns come out, okay, it's action time. You throw away the disguise.
New heights.
What are you taking a souvenir? Look at this. So they're all dressed as fucking doctors and shit. So they got the Arab dress as well. Homie over here with a goddamn Mac 10 and a fucking wheelchair.
Sina hospital in Jenin.
Was he supposed to put someone in the wheelchair? Was that the plan?
IDF soldiers disguised as medical staff and civilians made their way through a hospital corridor brandishing.
So look at this guy. They got the fake muzzle. Is that a fake beard? Oh no, is that a fake beard?
Automatic weapons.
No, that's a real beard.
As some of the soldiers moved out of view, one man was forced to his knees where an item of clothing was taken from him. And
this guy's going to the hospital. He's probably there to see his family. Gets to be harassed by the IDF. That's great.
Placed over his head. More soldiers moved through to other parts of the hospital, one carrying a wheelchair and another with a baby carrier in her hand, or his hand. Those soldiers went on to execute 3 Palestinians in the hospital. Footage of the aftermath of those killings shows blood-stained floors, walls, and bedding. Al Jazeera journalist Rory Challans reported that, quote, it does not look like there was any attempt to arrest these men. They were killed as they were sleeping.
Ooh, blood
Hamas
everywhere.
has confirmed that one of the men executed in the raid was a member of the group. The IDF says he was planning an imminent assault, quote, inspired by the October 7th attack.
Okay, and that's okay. Prove it. You got evidence, okay? You tracked them down. You got, some phone calls. You got some letters. You got social media posts. You got something, right? You just executed these people seemingly in their sleep, according to this fella here. But you just executed 3 folks. And you said, well, trust us. Trust us. We got them. That the same Bush said that. America said that about Iraq and Afghanistan. Oh, trust us. They're all terrorists. Oh, yeah. We know what we're doing. We tracked the cell phone down. Oh, it turns out the cell phone that used to be owned by a terrorist was sold at a, bazaar, and given to a different person as a wedding gift. Oh, it turns out we just bombed an entire wedding party. Not a single terrorist was blown up. We called them terrorists anyway. It all rounds out. Come on. Can't, got to crack a few eggs. The fight against terrorism, it justifies that. If we don't get them over there, they'll get us over here, guys. And it's this idea that we're dealing with animals. And look, I'm not saying Hamas, you can negotiate with Hamas. You really can't. But I'm saying Hamas wouldn't exist if there was a strong middle class in Palestine. If there was rights and liberty. And, this idea that if you give Arabs enough time and enough freedom, that they'll stew and they'll start bombing you and they'll start doing all kinds of crazy. It's so racist and bigoted. I can't even fathom that people really believe it, but they do. This idea that you just can't trust the Arabs. I'm so liberal, I'm so progressive, except when it comes to Arabs, especially in Palestine. Oh, well, they're scary. And it's not that simple, right? It's not like that's how the calculation's going on in their head, but there is some kind of weird exceptionalism for the pain of Arab people. And it's like, oh, well, you can't, there's only one way to deal with them. Some cases you're dealing with very intractable, religious, unflexing, unbending regimes. Sometimes. But Obama showed that even in Iran, with all the antagonism of the Bush era, after that, Obama showed that, okay, they came to the negotiating table. They compromised. They hashed out a deal. Big, scary Iran. Theocratic Iran, executing gay people for being gay Iran. They came to the table and made a deal about nuclear weapons. Okay, well, we want nuclear power, but you're worried about having nuclear weapons. Okay, Here we go. We'll do a transparency regime through the UN and all this. And they held up their part of the bargain until we didn't. Until we didn't. I'm so tired of it because I cut my teeth in the Bush era. My TV was filled with comedians and TV shows making fun of the bearded Arab and Allah Akbar and you should be so afraid and be so scared. And it was ridiculous then. Nothing was learned, seemingly, from the mistakes of that time. Nothing. Oh, Israel is justified.
But the head of surgery at the hospital told NPR that the man was a patient, paralyzed, and in a wheelchair.
Wow. Paralyzed and in a wheelchair. Maybe that's why they brought the wheelchair. They were going to get him out, and then something went foobar, so they just wasted him. Is this an op gone wrong? They were supposed to be kidnapping people and said that something went wrong, so they ended up just smoking them?
Of course, the hospital was also full of other patients and civilian visitors. The head of surgery also said this: they raided one of the floors in the hospital and attacked the hospital staff. They raided one of the patient's rooms and killed him, and the people who were in the room with him, his brother and friend. He's also reported as saying this: what happened is a precedent. There was never an assassination inside a hospital. There were arrests and assaults, but not an assassination.
Interesting.
Islamic.
I mean, the guy carrying the wheelchair makes me think that this was not meant to be an assassination. You know, why would you do that? Why? What? To confuse people? You know, he's got a gun in a wheelchair. I don't know how to feel. I'm so perplexed. Some kind of psychological trick? No, I think it seems like it's an op gone wrong.
Jihad has said that the other two men assassinated were their members. Hamas has called the killings, quote, a vile crime that will not go without response. It added, quote, the resistance forces who have sworn to fight the occupation until it is expelled are not afraid of the assassination policy. So Hamas says they aren't afraid of Israel's assassination policy, and some Western observers aren't impressed by it. This was Sky's military analyst, Michael Clark.
So it's an assassination. Now, in terms of the legality of this, after 7th of October, there is a legal justification for that, whether you believe it or not, but they can claim that this is legal. They've been going after Hamas wherever they find them because of what they are and what they do. But doing it in that way is very suspect and is tactically foolish because it makes Israel look like Hamas. It makes it look as if they're doing Hamas's job. What they should do, and this is the counsel of perfection, is that they should go in as uniformed police or uniformed troops, surround it, try to arrest the people they're after, and if they resist, then you shoot them. That's what you're supposed to do. Of course, it's very hard to do. But taking on this sort of assassination by playing at being hospital employees is not a clever idea tactically because it just strengthens everything that people say about the IDF and what they're doing in Gaza. It strengthens that sense that they're behaving a bit like the terrorists themselves.
You know, that's so true. And yeah, I mean, look, it's not surgical. They got like a dozen guys running around there dressed up like Scooby-Doo villains.
Made their way through a hospital.
You know? Yeah, why not just show up uniform? They have the whole place surrounded. Show up, surround it. We know you're in there. We're coming in. Look at this clown shit. Look at this. It's slapdash. Don't know where they're going. Don't know what to. This guy's wearing a fake beard. This guy's wearing a fake ass beard, dude. He looks like a European a shoe cobbler. What are we talking about here? That looks like a fake beard, dude. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's bad camera. But it is. It's kind of foolish, isn't it? Carrying baby carriers and wheelchairs and dressed up as poor Arab people. Oh, it's supposed to be a undercover. Was this supposed to be like a make us look all high tech? You know, Steven Seagal coming in, surgical style. Davey, thank you for that link. If you want to see the results of Israel's botched kidnapping, I'm going to call this a botched kidnapping, honestly, because why go through this trouble, right? You're carrying the wheelchair, the baby carrier. No, something about this. The whole thing feels slapped together. When I see it need a shoe cobbler, I make sure they have assassin capabilities. You throw him an MP5, puts in a mag, slaps it. All right, you can fix my shoes. So like I said, there was a lot of news throughout the week. We had the surgical strike, the graveyard tunnels, Ben Gvir and other government officials going to a conference about resettling Gaza. So that's going to be, that's what we're going to end with, is that stuff. But the other big one here is Israel's convenient vilification of UNRWA, which is the largest aid agency working in Gaza right now. They are claiming that some of the members of this UN agency were actually members of Hamas who participated in October 7th. And so now we have to cut off this aid agency. We're not allowed to feed Gazans anymore. And once again, feeds into this what is obviously happening, right? If you're not feeding them, they have no place, they have no home, they have no graveyard, there's no schools, nothing. It's all gone. And now you can't even get food. Now, and it's all moving south, right? Oh, we opened up a humanitarian corridor further south. It's all pushing them south. And now one of the largest aid agencies, that's one of the largest lifelines for the Gazan people, is now, oh, we got to get rid of that too. Why do you do this? So that they continue to move south. So that, because there's just no hope. There's nothing for us there. The aid agencies aren't even allowed to operate. We can't even get food. There's no tent. There's no water. There's nothing. If we go, the further north we go, the more screwed we are. And we're talking about women and children, not just men. So you got mothers with like 5 kids. Like, okay, there's no school, there's no hospital, there's no food. Obviously, I can't go north. Even though I believe in my existence. So anyway, another video from Al Jazeera. Yes, Al Jazeera. I heavily criticize Al Jazeera, and I will be calling out Al Jazeera if I see any bias in this. But I find this interesting because they're, Al Jazeera is one of the few news agencies, for obvious reasons, unafraid to call this what it is, ethnic cleansing. They, of course, do it in a way that is too friendly to Hamas, kind of apologetic for Hamas. At the same time, they're willing to talk about certain things that mainstream media, MSNBC, CNN, not willing to talk about. Like, well, once you've accepted that, okay, this is not an anti-terrorism operation, what are the motivations here? What would be the reason for cutting off UNRWA? 7 of the workers' representatives were proven to have taken part in the Hamas attack. Okay. First of all, that needs to be independently verified. I don't believe the statements made by the IDF and the Israeli military and the Israeli government. So that's step one. Davey doesn't think that. Davey is okay. What if the IDF says it? If the Israeli government says it, Davey says that's okay, and has like literally said that in the chat. Davey is not scrutinizing the facts coming out of the Israeli government and repeats them wholesale. So, one, give me an independent source for these 7 workers that isn't from Israel. And 2, why can't we just fire them? Why? It's an aid agency that's working in the region. They're not going to be perfect. Davey, are you honestly saying that the UNRWA supports Hamas? They should be defunded because they secretly support Hamas? Why? Because they hired some people that may have been associated with Hamas? Really? That's all it takes, huh? Hilarious. Just wholesale. Oh, yummy, yum, yum. Yeah, that should be defunded. Yeah, defunded. Yeah, well, who better to provide aid to the Palestinians, huh? Yeah, we should let Israel run the aid agencies. That'll work out really well. Countries defunding them. I mean, if that information is independently verified, and two, if the organization refuses to fire them after that point, then yes, I could understand countries defunding them. But if those two things are not true, then what those countries are doing are participating in Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, removing one of the final lifelines for people in the middle and into the north of Gaza to get any help whatsoever. So, look, if it's independently verified information, if it isn't just an accusation made by the IDF without any real evidence to back it up, if it's a legitimate accusation that can be independently verified, and the organization says, oh, no, we got their back, we're not firing them, we don't care what evidence you have, okay, yeah, then you have a really good point. And yeah, absolutely, I wouldn't support that organization at that point. Oh, okay, they're not firing the guys, they're not putting out a statement about how they don't agree with Hamas. Okay, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Is that what's happening? I don't think that's what's happening, but hey, let's see. We got an Al Jazeera report on this. Let's get an earful.
At a time when journalists and news audiences should have been focusing on the International Court of Justice's historic ruling last week that Israel is potentially guilty of genocide in the Gaza Strip, a different story started making headlines. That was by design, Israel's. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, or UNRWA, was established in 1949 to help Palestinian refugees. According to an Israeli intelligence dossier, which just happened to be made public in the wake of the ICJ ruling, 12 staff members at the agency took part in the October 7th attacks against Israelis. On the back of that news, multiple countries, including the US, UK, and Canada, all pulled their funding from the relief agency. Apart from the sheer cruelty of defunding a humanitarian organization at a time when Palestinians need it most, what is telling about this story is how many Western governments and news outlets still take stories based on Israeli intelligence at face value.
Davey, and look, I'm not going to sit here and say that this guy isn't hamming it up a bit, just a little bit, dude. Yeah, but really, we're just supposed to agree. Just whatever statement the IDF makes, whatever the is extreme right-wing Israeli government, whatever statement they makes, face value. This is what it is. No, it doesn't matter that we have evidence that time and time and time and time again, they either outright are lying or we don't have all the facts, and they're presenting one side of the story. We have no evidence of that. Addressing the Israeli claims directly. No, I agree. And I would like to see, independent verification of these 12 people being Hamas. Evidence. Show us evidence. Show us the text messages. Show us the social media posts. Whatever they got, right? Show us something. We're letting starving children die of starvation. That is what this decision will mean. I want you to picture a 6-year-old starving to death. Picture it. Put it in your head. Think of the sounds a 6-year-old child will make dying of starvation. You ever heard a child in pain? Crushes you. And that's what we're talking about. So, yeah, okay, we got 12 members of Hamas. We're going to cut off, we're going to remove food from little babies' mouths. Can we have some proof that these 12 people bad? Any proof whatsoever? One fucking Facebook post, Davey. Do you have a Facebook post of anything? Do you have literally anything outside of the statements of the Israeli government, Davey, about these 12 individuals?
Even when, time and time again, that so-called intelligence proves to be nothing more than disinformation.
You'll get it. If it exists, Davey, you'll get it.
On the day the International Court of Justice issued its seismic ruling that the war on Gaza amounts to a plausible case of genocide, Israeli spin doctors faced a challenge. How could they deflect the global media's attention away from that story by sharing, on the same day the ICJ ruling came out, an intelligence dossier with their American allies that then becomes big news, alleging that 12 employees at the United Nations Relief and Works Agency took part in Hamas's attacks on October 7th.
That Israel has now shared its intelligence, claiming UN aid workers actually took part in the Hamas attack.
The agency, known by its clunky acronym, UNRWA, is vital in saving the lives of Palestinians. And what did the American government make of Israel's allegations? What it usually does.
We haven't had the ability to investigate them ourselves, but they are highly, highly credible.
Its officials took Israeli intelligence sources
no independent
at
verification.
Their word. The same way they did with the Hamas.
Come here, you fucking kid. Give me that fucking yeah. You know, this food could have gone to Hamas. You can't get none of it. Israel said bad.
Headed baby story.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
And again, with the trope that the hospitals in.
And yeah, I mean, Al Jazeera is really harping on the beheaded kids thing because I don't think there's any verifiable evidence of that. There is one video I saw. I guess they're not calling it. He seemed young to me, but okay. During the music festival, there was at least one video of a beheading and then them celebrating. Maybe he wasn't a child. I don't know. Not like I was looking very carefully. You get a couple seconds of a beheading video and you're like, yeah, okay, I think I get it.
In Gaza were Hamas command centers in disguise.
Hamas continues to use hospitals as locations for its command posts.
Yeah,
They
and so
take
far we've only had the
unproven,
one
dubious
video.
Israeli allegations and legitimize them. So here we go again.
So it suggests that somebody wanted to change the subject.
All right, who the hell is this? Kenneth Roth, former executive director of Human Rights Watch. Okay, not exactly, not a squeaky clean organization, but certainly not a avowed anti-Israeli kind of organization either. They'll call out left wing just as much as the right wing. Human Rights Watch will.
And we don't know who. We don't know exactly how it leaked, how it got to the media. But at a moment when the International Court of Justice had issued a devastating ruling against Israel, finding it plausibly committing genocide in Gaza.
So yeah, this Israeli dossier, it's now out, able for all of you to read.
Suddenly, the media is focusing on the complicity of UNRWA staff in the October 7th attack.
We don't see that people are talking about the implementation of the ICJ decision. We don't see that news outlets.
It does seem pretty intentional. It does this accusation that they had in their back pocket, ready to go, fired off at the exact same time.
Are labeling Israel the genocidal state that it is, covering, monitoring, checking to see whether Israel's actually preventing genocide.
So they did fire the guys. They sacked the staff, huh? So they fired them. So yeah, I mean, well, you got to be safe, I mean, we could accidentally feed some kids. Better safe than sorry, right?
As it was ordered to do, and instead, most of the coverage is now about these accusations.
The United Nations Relief and Works Agency employs 13,000 people in Gaza. The aid they provide civilians, hospitals, schools, and elsewhere in the Strip has never been.
Wait, does this guy have it coming? No, this guy has it coming. Look at this. Look at that. I love Hamas written right on his forehead. In my imagination. In my imagination, this kid loves Hamas, so definitely he has it coming. He's okay. I mean, he's all right. He's got pretty eyes. This guy right here, he's just about ready to have it coming. You know what I mean? One more "I love Hamas" chant. There you go. It's like a punch card. Right, get 10 of them. Right from the river to the sea. 10th one. There you go. I'm still trying to figure out how that works. Which ones have it coming or not? I'll figure it out. Some of the staff accused had already been killed by Israel. Oh, okay. Well, proof.
more essential. One would think that with the Israeli government accused of starving Gazans to
she's
death,
got it coming. Oh, look at these Hamas members.
Oh,
look at that.
On the relief agency.
Oh, we can't
this
feed kids
right-wing
now.
lobbyist did not just a few weeks ago
Gotta defend
at a
him.
meeting
Defend
at the
him.
Knesset. It'd
be impossible to win the war if we do not destroy UNRWA, and this destruction must begin immediately. So this is a member of Israeli government talking about how this is part of the strategy. Of course, they say, oh, okay, well, all this resource goes to Hamas. It's all about Hamas. Yeah, this looks like Hamas right here. Usual Hamas training center right here. This is what it looks like. I mean, it's, I'm joking, but a lot of these kids, they've only known Israeli oppression. So if there's a group pushing back, are all totally innocent. They are unfortunate victims in the situations they grew up in. So when do they have it coming? When they're 16 or 17? When they throw their first rock against the oppressive Israeli government? Is that when they have it coming? What's the, obviously it's not cool when they're, when they're growing up and cutting people's heads off, obviously. But I mean, look at the teddy bear on this kid's shirt. That's spooky.
Political players would watch their words on the relief agency. This right-wing lobbyist did not just a few weeks ago at a meeting at the Knesset. The sourcing of the initial allegation that 12 UNRWA workers took part in the October 7th.
So Israel watching this footage, tracking these guys down and going after them. I don't have a beef with that. I have a beef, though, when they say, oh, yeah, one of these guys was living in an apartment building, so we leveled the whole apartment building with, 50, 60 residents, so we can kill this one schmuck. This one fucking schmuck right here in the black wife beater. Oh, we got him. That, if Israel was actually trying to defeat Hamas, I wouldn't be doing these 2-hour-long deep dives into the crimes, right? Well, I would be. I'd be like, well, look at them assassinate, look at them do this. But I wouldn't have to call this out for the farce that it is. That this is some Davey, let me ask you something. You still believe this is an anti-Hamas operation, right? You still believe this is anti-terrorism, right? This is why I exist. To squash the falsehoods and the fake narratives. And it is still being described as some kind of anti-terrorist organization or operation. It's funny. There was never an actual declaration when the U.S. was in Afghanistan too long in Iraq. There was never like a mea culpa moment where it was like, okay, now that we're here and we're not really doing anything about terrorism. And in fact, the terrorists are growing in number. We'll admit that this isn't an anti-terrorism operation, or at least it's a failed one. There was never that moment of acceptance. It is anti-Hamas and the ulterior motive to completely control Gaza, with an ulterior motive to completely control Gaza. It's not one or the other, Davey. What? So they're conquering Gaza by accident? Their heart's in the right place, but they just slipped on a banana peel and are conquering the Gaza Strip? Davey, give it up, dude. Give it up. Holy shit, man. Whoops. Slipped. God, fuck, look at that. Look at that. Now we're completely occupying the Gaza Strip. Shit. Well, settlers, come on in. I mean, I didn't want to do this, but here we go. Woo. Yeah, you know how it goes. 1 minute you're going after terrorists. The next minute you're erasing the Palestinian identity by bulldozing a gravestone. It just creeps up on you. They are eliminating Hamas. Really? Really? They're eliminating Hamas? Seems to me like they're creating a lot of Hamas. A lot of people going to want some revenge after this Nakba sequel. Wouldn't you say so, Davey? You don't think Hamas, people, in 10 years, there's going to be a lot of really interested Hamas members Interested in a little revenge because they saw their entire family flattened by an Israeli JDAM? To do that, they need to completely control Gaza, right? So that was the problem. So that's what you acknowledge. That was the problem with America's strategy in Afghanistan, that we didn't completely annihilate Afghanistan. That's the only way. If Davey, if that is the only way to destroy terrorism, then I think the terrorists might have, if the only way to destroy terrorism is with sheer horrific brutality, far and above anything the terrorists could ever produce, that's the only way to destroy terrorism, huh? Out killing them. You're gonna kill a couple thousand people? Oh, a couple thousand innocent people at a music festival and some Knessets and all that. Oh, hold my fucking beer. I'll show you how to be the real badass. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. We had the largest military on planet Earth invest $4 trillion in Iraq and Afghanistan, only to utterly fail in every objective it set out. And here we have right here, yep, gulp, 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 eating it up. Oh, yep, anti-terrorism operation, anti-terrorism operation. It will take multiple generations to change the perception of Israel with Gazans. Why would there be a change of perception when Israel is never going to let the Palestinians exist? And what they want is they want to eliminate the Palestinians' existence, and then the people that are left, they're just going to have to fuck off. You don't think there's going to be any blowback from that, Davey? Removing 2 million plus people from their land? You don't think there's going to be any blowback from that? Or you think a fucking wall is going to protect you? The Iron Dome is going to protect them? Pathetic. Pathetic. It's barbarism.
The initial allegation that 12 UNRWA workers took part in the October 7th attacks came in part from confessions coerced out of Palestinian prisoners through interrogations that have been known to include torture.
What specifically is the evidence? I think that's what the public wants to know.
Well, there is an abundance of evidence based on investigation of Hamas terrorists that have been arrested, and they've provided a lot of information.
So hearsay from one guy.
You take 12 cases.
Hearsay from one guy.
And try to link UNRWA to the Palestinian resistance is already indicative of how Western.
See Al Jazeera, the Palestinian resistance. I think it's fair. I mean, like it's so complicated because it's not fair to call it Palestinian resistance when you're committing terrorist atrocities in music festivals and celebrating and laughing and dancing, when people are dying all around you. But it's also not fair to call it just, reactionary, just terrorism because they hate Israel and they hate Zionism, they hate Judaism and all this. It's a reaction to something. So God, I don't know, man. There's no word for this right now. I don't feel like there's a word that can adequately describe the situation for the Palestinians. It is resistance for some, and I do believe that if real peace was offered to the Palestinian people, that they wouldn't take advantage of this ceasefire and then build up their arms and then do an invasion of Israel 10 years later. Oh, we shouldn't have given peace and statehood to the Palestinians. Oh, they're invading us now. I don't believe that. But the Palestinians will never get the representation they need calling Hamas resistance. They are terrorists. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. God, it's so true. It was true during the Iraq-Afghanistan war. It was true then. It's true now. It's like, because I don't want to defend Al Qaeda. I don't want to defend ISIL and ISIS. But I can't sit here and deny that they're the only ones picking up weapons and shooting back. The Mujahideen, right? There you go. Another great example. Israelis will incorporate the people who don't threaten them into Israel proper. The hell they will. The hell they will. And if they do that, a lot of people who would be arrested, though. Any connection to Hamas would be punished severely. I'm not saying I support this, but it's what I believe will happen. And do you also agree that Israel will treat Palestinian, if Israel were to do that, Israel would have a separate set of laws for the Palestinians specifically, aka an apartheid?
Governments are exhibiting total identification with Israel that goes beyond simple complicity. Israel has managed to take a very tenuous argument and feed it into Western governments who have happily obliged to defund a central organization that is so central to the ability of Palestinians.
It is pretty goddamn amazing how without literally it seems like the entire claim that these 12 people were Hamas was the statements made by a Hamas member who was captured and under duress. So that's what we got.
In Gaza to receive humanitarian aid.
And that stands in contrast to, for example, the response of
Davey, you come on, man. This is really sad. What? So they're gonna end the apartheid state in the West Bank. They're not gonna incorporate and make it even worse. They're not going to incorporate all the rules that they're implementing in the West Bank and expand on their apartheid state. What? They're going to be inspired to reduce? Are they going to remove apartheid laws in the West Bank as well? Davey, the rose-tinted glasses you have on, dude, are almost blood red. Even if they are enforced differently. So once Israel fully conquers Palestine, they're going to lift the apartheid laws. Sure, they'll be enforced differently, but generally subjected to the same laws. You have no evidence of that. Submit to Israel rule, they'll be treated roughly the same. Please clarify to the people in the chat that don't know you that you think this is bad. Could you please specify that you don't think that is a good thing? All right, I'm done with this Al Jazeera. Let's move on to the next one. So here we go. I'm moving on to my evidence and proof that this is not an anti-terrorist campaign, no matter what the sycophants in the chat have to say. I went to the store. What did I miss? A bunch of apologetics for empire. But anyway, here in the next series of videos, I'm going to show you evidence that the second most powerful element in Israeli government right now 100% wants to resettle Gaza as Israeli territory. Okay? There is no ifs, ands, or buts about this. And even after seeing this, Davey is still going to say this shit. This will change nothing. Of Davey's opinion. I mean, it's like Davey's just trying to acknowledge reality. But, in some cases, in other cases, you're fully accepting delusion that this is an anti-terrorist operation. And political restrictions to avoid extremism. At least initially, sure. Sure. Just to have reassurances, right? Thank you, Lenny. Everyone make sure you subscribe to Lenny. But no, Davey, after witnessing this, Davey is still going to be convinced that this is a anti-terrorist operation. It just doesn't matter. It's not going to be acknowledged for what it is until it's way too late to reverse it. And that's by design. The sycophants and the defenders will never acknowledge what is actually happening here until it is way too late to go back. And that's by design.
Several thousand activists converged at this conference center in Jerusalem, where the war between Israel and Hamas is seen as an opportunity to claim Gaza for Israeli settlements and push Palestinians out. Actions that would be considered illegal under international law.
The planning has gone well beyond just wishful thinking. They've printed up brochures, and this is a giant map with a new Israeli settled Gaza full of settlements and new cities.
Malkil Abki brought his son and his automatic weapon.
The only thing that will bring security is Jewish settlements in Gaza.
Some here lived in Gaza once before and dream of returning. Israel dismantled its settlements in 2005 when it withdrew after 38 years of occupation. Officially, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected resettlement in Gaza, but many here believe that will change.
Prime Minister Netanyahu left us and
This woman is probably one of the most heartless women I've ever seen recorded on video. The way that she talks about the Palestinians, it's the same way you would talk about, you know, cleaning the shit off your shoe. And she's constantly being interviewed. You know, she's the Israeli settlement movement leader. But you've never seen a more hateful woman than this person. It's a foregone conclusion. The Arabs are inhuman monsters, and they need to be, you know, if not removed, you know, from Israeli territory completely, just, you know, completely eradicated. Okay, thank you, Eugene. Appreciate it.
an opening for returning to Gaza. He invites this pressure that you see here today.
Several members of the...
So that's interesting right there. She feels like she has, that the Israeli government has her back.
Left us an opening for returning to Gaza.
So she's saying October 7th left us an opening for returning to Gaza.
Gaza, but many here believe that will change.
Prime Minister Netanyahu left us an opening for returning to Gaza.
I see. She's saying Bibi Netanyahu rhetorically left them an opening.
He invites this pressure that you see here today.
So she's saying
several members of the Israeli government, including ministers from Netanyahu's Likud party, were in attendance. His coalition partner, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, gave the keynote address.
The keynote address.
If you don't want another 7th of October, you have to return home and control the territory, he told the crowd. There is widespread and intense opposition internationally to Israel reoccupying Gaza. Forcibly removing up to 2.5 million Palestinians would be a war crime. But this lawmaker told us that is exactly what must happen.
They will have to find their future somewhere else.
Would you push them out, force them out?
Absolutely.
We can no longer look at this as some sort of fringe phenomenon.
Dalia Shandlin is an Israeli-Canadian pollster and political analyst.
I would expect that this government over the next number of years will make efforts to increasingly legitimize the idea of Israel reoccupying the Gaza Strip and rebuilding settlements, and then little by little try to lay the groundwork to do it.
There's been a chorus of international condemnation for the gathering, including from France and the United States.
10 months. I suspect we will see the first settlers being arrested for trying to settle before the end of the year. And then in the next maybe 2 to 3 years, we'll be seeing, oh, well, there's just so many of them, we just couldn't do anything. I timed them out because that's some bullshit. Oh, appreciate the beautiful words. How about you suck my entire hog? How about you appreciate that, Eugene? With your fucking performance in my chat. This is the real motherfucking show. This isn't the jerk off hour. Head on over to XQC or literally anyone else. Appreciate the beautiful word, man. Fuck you. Absolutely not.
And the Palestinian Authority, which called it an endorsement of war crimes.
And as I understand it, Chris, this conference prompted a very strong reaction in Israel as well.
Well, the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, called the gathering a disgrace. At least one member of Netanyahu's war cabinet denounced it too, and so did some of the family members of hostages that are being held by Hamas. The sister of one hostage, whose father was also murdered, called the scenes of celebration offensive, and she said the settlers were sticking, in her words, their finger in the eye of a public that's in pain when the real focus should be on getting the remaining hostages home.
Yeah. You think this little conference is going to help with those negotiations to free the hostages. You know, you think this is going to help? They don't fucking care. They don't care. They don't care. In their eyes, it's a sacrifice that, you know, the hostages are, it's tragic, but there's no choice. All right, so we don't believe that. Oh, you're fringe. It's all fringe, guys. No, it isn't. It isn't fringe. And here's more evidence to back that up from DW, how Israel's ultra-nationalist settler movement feels reinvigorated by the country's crisis. And they feel reinvigorated because there's tacit approval from government. It's all about timing. It's all about timing. So right now the settlers know, okay, they would crack down on us, but there's going to be a window. There's going to be a window opened up. And so, oopsies, another failure. Oopsies, they overran us. We can't get rid of all of them. And, you know, all we need to do is look at how it happened in the West Bank. Little by little. Problem is, though, is that the right wing doesn't really have that amount of time. You know, the decades and decades that it took to accomplish what they accomplished in the West Bank. They don't have that kind of timeline. So they're kind of showing their hand. You know, it's very mask off because it's all accelerated. You know, we're just 2 million people squeezed into Khan Yunis and then further down, right? And it's like, you know, the West is like, yeah, it's hard to have your back on this. You're doing this too quick. You're killing tens of thousands of people and pushing out hundreds of thousands. You're making a massive refugee crisis. You know, we're trying to negotiate with Egypt about supporting Ukraine, and you're over here, you know, dumping in 2 million refugees potentially into their country. And we're all supposed to just go along with it. And the whole Arab area is getting fired up because of your actions. And we're just all supposed to go along with it. And yeah, Bibi Netanyahu's like, yeah, deal with it. Deal with it. That's your problem. Deal with it. Did you see that U.S. House will vote next week on a $17.6 billion funding bill for Israel? Well, I'm sure it'll go through with flying colors. And the squad will happily, you know, vote for it too. Be the least controversial bill in there. Probably.
While Israel's government has not yet confirmed its post-war plans for Gaza, the far-right settler movement has been clear about what it wants. Israeli ultra-nationalists are calling for the building of settlements in the Gaza Strip once the war is over with Hamas, the militant Islamist group that launched the terror attacks on Israel on October 7th. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ruled out a resettlement, but several members of his government have joined the calls to begin building.
Airstrikes and operations on the ground as Israel tries to root out Hamas.
No, the Dems are cowards, Davey. They would never do that.
From Gaza. Death and destruction throughout the Strip. But here at a conference in Jerusalem, far-right Israeli settler organizations are making plans for the day after. Daniela Weiss is a settler and activist.
The aim of this assembly is to bring together the people who claim that we have to return to the Gaza Strip and establish Jewish communities right away in the Gush Katif area, in the city of Gaza itself, and all over the Strip. The Arabs will not stay in Gaza, not the Hamas, not the supporters of Hamas. And those who do not support Hamas don't want to stay anyway.
Those kinds of plans are not government.
Didn't you hear that? Palestinians, they don't even want to stay there anyway. If you're not supporting Hamas, why are you there? You know, they want to go. So let's, you know, we're doing them a favor by kicking them into a barren desert. Sinai Peninsula, it's nice. I guess. Can you grow olives there? Probably not.
Government policy. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel does not intend to establish a permanent civilian presence in Gaza again. But a number of his ministers were at the conference calling for Israeli
It's like this is his vice president, guys. Okay, that's not how it works. But this is like the number 2 in government right here. Right? So you got Bibi Netanyahu. Hey, we don't want that. We don't want that. No, we don't want that. Literally the guy right behind him. Oh, we want that. We're so down for that. We love that. We're going to the keynote speaker. I'm the keynote speaker. Bibi Netanyahu. Oh, no, that guy that I have to work closely with that is aligned with my government and that I am in a coalition with. And, oh, yeah, no, no, ignore him. Ignore him. And the reason why they get away with this is because Jake Tapper doesn't talk about Ben-Gvir quite a bit. As much. Right? So they will get away with it. They will get away with it. Jake Tapper will just show the Bibi Netanyahu. It won't mention the Ben-Gvir part. For a little while, for a little bit longer, if Israel continues with this genocide and then creates a massive humanitarian crisis in Egypt, it's going to be pretty hard for Tapper Jake even to cover this in the way that he's been covering it. There will be a narrative shift. But it'll be too late. It'll be far too late. That's the point.
Settlements in Gaza, including the National Security Minister. Today, everyone understands that retreat brings about war, and if we don't want another October 7th, we need to return home to Gaza and control the territory to encourage voluntary immigration of Palestinians.
Is that great?
Mustafa
Voluntary
Barghouti of the Palestinian National Initiative told the Al Jazeera news outlet that,
Davey, please tell me you find the statement voluntary immigration by the Israeli government to be absurd. Can you at least not swallow that one wholesale? Please? Do you acknowledge that this idea of voluntary immigration is absurd? Please?
Barghouti of the Palestinian National Initiative told the Al Jazeera news outlet that this is not a joke. These are the people who are making the policy in Israel, and they were calling for the complete ethnic cleansing of the people of Gaza.
I don't think
in
it's a genocide
2005,
yet.
Israel evacuated its
It is an
settlements in
ethnic
Gaza,
cleansing, though.
the largest of which was called Gush Katif, after a 38-year occupation. The evacuation was framed as a move to improve security, but Hamas started firing rockets into Israel soon afterwards. Building new settlements in Gaza doesn't have majority Israeli support. A recent poll found 44% in favor. But Netanyahu has not shut down his own minister's calls for a return. He's just said the plans are not realistic. Those calls have been condemned by Israel's allies, Germany and the U.S.
Some of this rhetoric and the language that was attributed to some of these ministers at this event, irresponsible, reckless, incendiary, I'd go so far as to say. And certainly doesn't report
Cool it with the
our
anti-Semitic
strong
remarks.
policy statement. What we have made clear that there can be no reduction in Gazan territory. What is it?
The fact that resettling Gaza
Gazan
is
territory too. Isn't that cute? No reduction in Gazan territory. Huh? You mean Palestinian territory? No, I don't think he wants to say that because there's going to be no plan to reduce the West Bank settlements. In fact, they've been accelerated and there's no stopping them. There's no stopping those West Bank settlements. Is that why the language is like that? Because if he starts saying it's Palestinian, then he'll be like, well, okay, oh really? So that you're going to do something about the West Bank settlements? Oh no. Gazan, like Gazan's its own country, I guess.
discussed at all, has raised fears that the issue has come out of the fringes and will gain legitimacy. Meanwhile, Daniela Weiss told DW she might not wait for permission. She wants to lead a group of settlers to start building
like I said,
in
this
Gaza.
This year. They're going to be this year Israel is going to be arresting settlers. They're not going to allow anyone to stay. But in the next 1 to 2 years, I guess depending on how far they push it, maybe they won't get away with that. But I would say that we're going to be seeing Israeli settlers arrested this year.
Filed this report. She joins us from Jerusalem. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said publicly that Israel is not planning for a permanent presence in Gaza, but the attendance of his ministers at that meeting seems to suggest at least some support of the discussion. Is he playing both sides there?
What the Prime Minister has also not done is start formal planning or formal conversations within his government about plans for the day after. And analysts have been telling me that's because there's a fear that once these conversations really start, there will be a huge break in his cabinet, because as we've seen in that report, there seems to be a lot of differences there. What the settler leaders of the settler movement have told me and told other media outlets as well is that Netanyahu's statements, because he said many things about Gaza, to them leave a gap of interpretation. So while he has said that he thinks that settlements are not realistic, or a return of settlements in Gaza are not realistic, he's also said on multiple occasions that Israel needs to maintain security control of the Strip.
This is the fucking game that they've been playing for decades, guys. If you've been following this, okay, there's like nothing new. The only thing new is how accelerated it is, the amount of people being moved. Like I said before in the last stream and the streams before, if Israel wants to get away with this and still continue to have the support of the West, unquestioned, then all they need to do is push everybody as far south as possible. Cut basically 3/4 of Gaza, take that, put up a wall, and everyone will forget. Everyone will forget by Christmas of next year, right? It'll be all Trump. But you know what I mean? But it's the part that's going to make this untenable is pushing those 2 million people out into Egypt. That's what's going to make this, oh, fuck, man. You've turned this into a geopolitical nightmare that we can't just ignore, because it's not just the pain of the Palestinians anymore that we're ignoring. Yeah, they'll make the Palestinians pay for the wall. In what? And what? They'll have nothing. They won't even have their olive groves. They'll literally have nothing. They might as well be space aliens dropped down, right? With like in the middle of a desert. I don't know how much of the Sinai Peninsula or wherever they want to dump them is going to be habitable even. They don't care. They don't care, okay? They don't care.
And at times, he has said that the maintenance of that security needs to be indefinite. He has also rejected calls for a two-state solution and the return of the Palestinian Authority to.
He rejected. Yeah. Oh no, they didn't. Oh, no, it's always the Palestinians. They reject everything. Palestinians reject everything. Then you look into the history and you find just how complicated it is. Yeah, no, it's not like every time the negotiations happened, the Palestinians were acting in good faith, the people that were representing Palestine. But the idea that the Palestine has never offered any people that represent Palestine, I mean, has never, had any concessions. It just, totally ignore the. It's not even true, man. There were several occasions where they were just like, okay, look. Keep all the land that you've gained in the West Bank. Legitimize all of this. Just give us a corridor. Give us a corridor between what's left of the West Bank and Gaza. Let us have some fishing rights. Just leave us alone. Oh, Israel. Oh, no. Israel will leave the room. Israel, the tactic that they will use when they were forced to pretend to give a shit is that anytime the negotiations were getting close to a point where something might actually happen, Israel would just leave the room. Just leave. Now, this is becoming productive by look it up. Look it the fuck up.
The Gaza Strip as a governing body. And what that says to settlement leaders and right-wing members of his cabinet is that there's a room for interpretation. That's how they see it. And that's why they are organizing at the scale that we just saw in that report. And for me, what's been astonishing covering the story is how the movement for a call of resettlement has evolved just in the past couple of weeks. It was always there since the disengagement in 2005, since Israel pulled out.
Off.
But how far it's made it into the mainstream political spectrum with ministers even outside, even within the prime minister's party has been astonishing. In
Bibi
November,
can't
there was a
keep this
small
contained.
conference in the south of Israel with a couple of fringe figures from the Knesset. There have been more meetings since. And then from November till this weekend, where we've seen that huge conference, we've seen ministers from the Likud, at least more than 10 government ministers attend and endorse these plans. And that's very alarming, the pace of this movement and how it has sort of imposed itself on public discourse. And the prime minister has left a huge vacuum as to what his exact plans are.
He can't. Those are his voters. He can't say
legality
no.
and government support aside, is there a chance that settlers could also take matters into their
still.
own hands?
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Discourse, and the prime minister has left a huge vacuum as to what his exact plans are.
Now, legality and government support aside, is there a chance that settlers could also take matters into their own hands?
It's a little bit.
I think we have to look at how the settlers have been acting in the occupied West Bank to get a little bit of an insight into how they see all of this. Now, the West Bank is occupied territory. It's been occupied by Israel since 1967. Consecutive Israeli governments, but especially this government, have supported the building of settlements, Jewish settlements there, which are considered illegal under international law, but are not illegal under Israeli law. Daniela Weiss and sort of that group that we've seen in that report, they have been also involved in establishing what are called outposts. Now, these are settlements that are even illegal under Israeli law, not just international law. And they have been successful in getting these outposts recognized and legalized by the government, a number of these outposts legalized and recognized by the government after the fact. And so again, going back to what I was saying earlier, what these settlers see, they see a gap, right? They see a possibility if the...
So, wow. So Israel stands against the settlements, guys. Israel stands against the settlements, except there's a clear path to legitimizing settlements. Except there's a clear path to making this. By the way, Chris Hitchens, he made a point fucking 30 years ago when he was younger than me as I am right now. And he said, by the way, you know, Israel has never declared their official borders. They're the only country on planet Earth that has never declared their official borders. And I haven't looked it up, but can somebody show me some proof that Israel has declared in any way, shape, or form their official borders? Now, why in the world would multiple administrations throughout the creation of a country never officially declare where its borders lay? Why in the world would they do that? Hey, Tom.
Prime Minister is saying things like, we will maintain security control. If he's not making definitive plans, that they maybe will get to do the same in the Gaza Strip. Another important thing to note is that Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005 under what is called the disengagement law. The disengagement law included a pull out of Gaza, but also a pull out of some settlement communities in the northern West Bank. And what some lawmakers have been successful at doing earlier last year, in March 2003, is repeal part of the disengagement law that pertains to the West Bank. So these 4 or 5 settlements in the north of the West Bank.
So there we have official government policy supporting keeping the settlements and, of course, expanding them. But here we have official government policy. Come on, guys. At this point, you should be insulted that the Israeli government thinks you're this fucking stupid. You know what I mean? I feel like the husband, wife getting, his wife's cheating on him. Oh, gee, honey. Oh, I guess. Oh, were those were present for me, huh? Those pants, this underwear too that says hot stud. That was for me, huh? You just forgot to wrap it. Yeah, no, that's okay. I mean, there are elements of divide and conquer in this, absolutely. But I think it's fair to say that we are. It's intentionally complicated, and that's why we're seeing the IDF push so hard into the South, because it's about getting entrenched, it's about getting stuck, right? Because no one wants to appear anti-Semitic in any kind of way by forcing a Jewish person to leave, even if it's an illegal settlement. Neoliberals and the right-wing Israeli government know that the media doesn't really want to see Jewish people being removed from their homes, regardless of the context. They just don't want to put that on their media, on their screens, you know.
In March 2003 is repeal part of the disengagement law that pertains to the West Bank. So these 4 or 5 settlements in the north of the West Bank, they've managed to get the disengagement law pertaining to them already repealed, and then have returned to them. And so there are also fears that now the legal avenue, the chipping away of the disengagement law has already started, and that they may continue to pursue repealing the disengagement law as it pertains to the Gaza Strip.
DW correspondent Aya Ibrahim in Jerusalem there. Thank you very much, Aya.
Great reporting there from DW, laying out the facts. Because the Holocaust, is that how it works, Flat Earth? You get one. Great. Let's see here. Got a guy, replace it, clear, does it take? Here, just send. Okay. There we go. All right. So just, further evidence. The last few clips in the Gaza section today, I just wanted to show you. Followed you on Twitter. There aren't many political streamers on here. It's a shame. Yeah, actual political streamers, right? Because there's a lot of drama idiots. But no, I mean, there's some legitimate homies out there, right? They're holding it down, doing real news. And Dylan Burns, great example. But yeah, there's a lot of punk ass, content farmers that don't really, it's like, man, they've acquired the money, they've acquired the power. Now you can create change at a mass level and wet noodle. You don't do shit. Just collect your donos and hang out in your fucking dungeons. But that's not the case with Dylan Burns. That's not the case with Channel 5. That's not the case with Status Coup. Right, we got the Status Coup logo right there. These guys are great. Yeah, well, it takes time, Tom. It's really difficult, and I'm not great at it. I'm so uneducated and stupid. It's fucking hilarious watching me try to get through an article. Hassan's a joke, man. I mean, his emulation of what he thinks is lefty politics is just at this point tiring. You know what Hassan needs to do? He needs to go to a wood cabin for 6 fucking months, cut off from the social media, and just dig into this shit. I honestly feel like there's so much noise, everything's happening so quickly, it's hard for him to get a bead on what's actually happening. Homie did an interview with a Houthi fucking pirate, asking him about anime, dog. I had to shake it off like Taylor Swift. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Oh. Like, wow. Had some semi-awake positions on Palestine recently. Yeah, okay. Sounds good because it doesn't get young people involved. But yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing about Hassan. It's like, oh, you're right there, Daddy-O. You're right fucking there. He was literally Luffy. No, the fuck he wasn't. No, the fuck he wasn't. I don't see any. Does he have social media posts where he's like sticking a gun in a fucking French guy's face and saying, get on the fucking ground? Yeah, but look, I'm not successful like they are. I appreciate every viewer we get, every chatter. I appreciate all of you. I really do. But to say that this stream is a success is a bit of a lie. But I do what I can. I'm not out here for the ego. I'm out here for the news. I'm out here to get to down to the fucking truth. Okay, because there's so much fucking noise, man. There's so much fucking noise. It's hard to get to the truth. Everyone's lying to you. There's like a gaslighter everywhere. Everyone's trying to sell you something. Do have a merch store though. Everyone check out the merch store. It's really great. All right. So anyway, more proof. This is interesting. It's just about to blow up. But no, this is crazy. Look at this. This is footage from a protest. Okay, and let me just read what it says here. Quote, "They're from all different sides of the Israeli political spectrum. They say they're from the right, from the left, they're religious, they're secular. Some of them are families of hostages, but all coming out for the simple aim of trying to stop humanitarian aid." So this is people of all shapes and sizes of Israeli politics, apparently. I'm not sure how this person knows all this. But they're, protesting against UNRWA. And, without, like Davey, without any kind of real evidence. Remember, the best that we have, literally what they said, according to Al Jazeera, and I haven't seen any links to the contrary. But basically, this accusation against these 12 individuals is based off of a statement made by a prisoner, a Hamas prisoner, a member of Hamas who was taken prisoner by Israel. Hey, it's a great point, Flat Earth. You should converse with those noises, convince them they would prefer to be on your side. Well, that's no fun. No, it's not like I have voices in my head, but you know what I'm saying? There's just so much fucking noise. Jake Tapper isn't giving you the truth. He makes $1 million. He's got $1 billion company to back him up. He's got a fucking newsroom filled with 50 fucking people, but he does not have your best interest at heart. But it's not in the same way that Tucker Carlson doesn't have your best interest at heart. And it's not in the same way that Steve Bannon doesn't have your interest at heart. And Nick Fuentes and Hassan, look, he's just a useful idiot at this point. Poor Hassan. It's just, it's so funny. When you're paying attention, you can tell people that are actually paying attention. Bill Burr is in the same category. Bill Burr is not truly paying attention, right? He's watching 5 minutes of CNN and then going back to his luxury $1 million lifestyle. Okay. And sometimes he sticks his fucking foot in his mouth. But you can, if you want to continue to be friends with people like Joe Rogan, you kind of have to do that, don't you? Everyone's mentioning Tucker in Moscow, okay? Tucker in Moscow. We're going to get to our Ukraine segment, but make sure you bring up Tucker in Moscow when we get to Ukraine. Someone pull up a video. Give me a video to queue up of Tucker in Moscow. Everyone's talking about Tucker in Moscow. He was just in Canada, spread his fucking bile here. Hassan just wants to look good to his tanky friends. Maybe. Does he have tanky friends? It seems to me he's a bit vapid and he's looking for some kind of political identity and he's emulating tanky ideology in an effort to be like, yeah, no, I'm political. Like this is who I align with. But I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't really watch them. I only catch the clips. If you only caught the clips where I was at my worst, then you would think I'm a fucking anti-Semite, fucking anti-woman, anti-everything, right? You think I was a horrible person if you only saw clips of me at my worst. So maybe that's why I'm not a fan of Hassan, because I'm not really watching the stream. Anyway, let's watch this clip right here. Protesters protesting against UNRWA. Apparently, they're from all shapes and stripes of the Israeli political spectrum.
Different people out here, and we're going to interview some of them that we can try and find to talk to. Some of them who came out, but they're members from all different sides of the Israeli political spectrum. They say they're from the right, they're people from the left, they're religious, they're secular. Some of them are families of hostages, but all coming out for the simple goal of trying to stop humanitarian aid. So Shoshana, do you want to join me and tell us a little bit about why you came out here today, why it's important for you to come here and protest? Why do you think they need to stop this aid?
Well, all the aid that's going in is going straight to Hamas. It's just
Okay, so it's going straight to Hamas. So the video that we saw before, we saw like some kind of like a 60-year-old woman cooking bread, and behind her was like 30 children, right? Do you remember seeing that video about an hour ago? So I guess that's a psyop, that's a lie, fake news, that doesn't exist. You know, so, okay, so that first one debunked. Can we say debunked? Okay, all the aid does in fact actually doesn't all just go to Hamas. I mean, sure, some of it does. Of course it does. But with one single video, I've been able to debunk that statement. Okay, moving on.
Going straight to Hamas is just supporting the terrorists. I don't see any reason to support terrorism.
Right.
Nobody wants that.
So hand wave it away with just a raw assumption, regardless of fact, starving kids could be fed. But my assumption, yeah, well, they're all terrorists. All the aid goes to them. Whoop! We get to do this. And this, I'm supposed to treat this like some kind of legitimate thought process, right? Like this is some kind of legitimate point to be made. Oh, well, October 7th. I'm sorry, like your victimhood does not justify starving children. It doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And why would one party want that? I don't want to be known as the people that starve kids. I want to be better than the people that starve kids. If one side is starving my kids, I'm not going to starve that side's kids to prove, you know, to hurt them or whatever. All that proves is that I'm just as bad as they are. So I go back to what I say, like, is the solution to October 7th committing October 7ths over and over again?
We just want our hostages home. We want to stop.
Yeah, I think starving their kids is a great negotiating tactic, by the way.
Hamas. I don't understand why that's a problem. I don't see why the state of Israel should be supporting Hamas.
Different people out here, and we're going to interview some of them that we can try and...
So there you go. There you go. I don't know what it's going to take for the people that are supporting this to get it through their head that brutality is not the solution. But honestly, to me, it seems like you're either in on it or you're not in on it. If you're in on it, then you know that, okay, well, this is all gobbledygook to justify what is really happening. And I'm just going to play the game here. And if you're not in on it, then you're kind of a useful idiot. That's like, oh, well, Israel is really the victim here. You've been convinced of that. I just don't know why, if I was treated this way, and I was like, you know, these people treated me in a really terrible way. I couldn't imagine thinking, well, the solution is to treat them in the same way. An eye for an eye. It's not an eye for an eye, though. It's not even close to eye for an eye. Was it 1 to 50? 1 to 100? 1 to 1,000? 1 Israeli death for every X amount of Palestinian, deaths?
I'm standing in the heart of Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in the north of Gaza City. Over the past few hours, Israel's warplanes have intensified airstrikes on this already destroyed area. It was targeted with missiles from jet fighters, as well as artillery shells, even though Israeli tanks and their ground troops had pulled out days ago. The Israelis warned residents to evacuate to the center of the strip, but very few residents heeded. I'll try to speak to some of the residents that still remain here.
Right, so this story is about residents that aren't leaving, and the obvious reason why they're not leaving is that, I mean, come on. I mean, I'm curious if they'll say this. I don't want to speak for them, but I'm curious if they'll say, oh yeah, well, we're not going to be able to come back if we leave.
The Israeli forces turned back to the north of Gaza Strip. They are warning residents of the north to leave their homes again after they pulled their tanks and soldiers from the area. We are once again being showered with artillery shells and smoke bombs.
And will you respond to these calls?
We have held our ground since the beginning of the war. We have no other place to go. We will continue to remain home, standing our ground steadfast.
Total destruction.
So let me ask you something. If you were to take the text and just hand this text to a Texan, right? And let's read the text, what he said. Let's just read what he said without his voice. Bombs and you will... Let me just show you here. Respond to these calls. We have held our ground. So right here. We have held our ground since the beginning of the war. We have no other place to go. We will continue to remain home, standing our ground steadfast. If you walked up to a Texan, the reddest Texan with the gold and white "Make America Great Again" hat. Okay, you know the one I'm talking about, the ones that were at the primaries? And you hand him this text and you say, "Do you agree with this?" He go, "Hell yeah, boy. I hold my ground. I defend my home. I remain steadfast." With the biggest fucking belt buckle, he's literally driving his belt buckle. Right? Oh, okay. Then show him a picture of the guy who said it and who said it. Well, you know, Israel has a right to defend themselves. I'm just trying to point out, man. You know, and I need to point this out. These people are not animals, okay? Doctors and lawyers and poets and beautiful people. Just like every single country on planet Earth, including North Korea. They're human beings. They're beautiful. Okay? And the only way to stop the cycle of violence is for the more powerful entity to turn the other cheek. The politics of revenge only leads to what we see: ethnic cleansing, maybe even a full-blown genocide. What are they going to do with these people in the South? Egypt going to hold that border up for that long? I don't want to speculate.
Destruction, massive damage. Nothing was spared. Residential homes, public facilities, schools and mosques, and even the infrastructure itself. As residents are trying to resume some way of normal life, the Israeli occupation forces are again intensifying their attacks all over the north of the Gaza Strip. As we speak, the Israeli military is shelling the western part of Sheikh Radwan. Gazans are adamant to remain, despite the massive destruction and the total absence of life's basic necessities.
As you can see for yourself, it's really dire, but we only complain to God. He knows what's become of us.
I gotta say, I better not.
Residents here are adamant to stand their ground, not to leave their homes, even though the Israeli army is once again intensifying its attacks on the north.
Yeah.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news.
God's plan, huh? That's God's plan. That's God's plan, huh? All right. Okay. Cool plan, bro. Cool plan. I like the part with all the human suffering. That's my favorite part. God's like, yeah, me too. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah, dude. I'm in love with this album. I love it. Okay, I've already jammed out to it at the beginning. We're not going to do that. But we are moving into, finally, we're done with all the good news in the Gaza Strip. We've made it through the terror tunnel. We've made it through the terror tunnels, boys. going to be doing that. U.S. News. God bless America. Do you have the stamina? No one has the stamina for my show. Fucking nobody has the stamina for my show, dude. Nobody. Nobody does more news than me. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Finally talking about a real country. Hell yeah, boy! I stand my ground, unless you're Palestinian. Then defend yourself. Something about the apocalypse. My grandma said I gotta support Israel because it's gonna create the apocalypse. Your wig split. 38. Woo. Okay. Woo. Okay. Israel's God's chosen people. Red Robin Hood, thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy the meme explosion. Look at all these people who are successful at this. For a second. Wouldn't you rather watch their channel that is actually entertaining? No, we have fun here talking about the worst of things. There it is. Oh, these are cool. I like those. All right, so to jump into our U.S. news section, we're going to start it off with some just kind of like, more smatterings of, various things that have been happening in the U.S. Then we're going to get into some more kind of sections of U.S. news, all the various things that have been happening. Not all. I can't cover everything, obviously, but I try. And then, of course, we will be doing a little bit of Trump at the end. And just a heads up, I'm going to be showing, I think tomorrow, the Frontline documentary about the assault on democracy that we're seeing from the right wing. I'm going to be showing that tomorrow on Democracy or on Documentary Sunday. You see the recent Lex Friedman, Ben Shapiro, Destiny debate. Yeah, I saw like a 5-second clip and I said, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. So anyway, over to our first story of the day. U.S. military personnel in Iraq put on standby to support ground involvement in Israel's war on Gaza. Holy fuck. Boots on the ground. I'm not I don't know Friedman. I haven't really delved into his body of work. It's a name that I kind of recognize. The debate itself was a complete waste of time. Nothing was learned, nothing was gained. And Destiny does a really bad job representing the left, quite frankly. So, U.S. won't be touching Gaza. Yeah. But, this is probably just, a little bit of saber rattling, I guess, Joe can't stand the hitting the polls. No, he can't. But he also can't stand to the status quo of just the perpetual letting Israel do whatever the hell they want. Not while they're accelerating this project in the Gaza Strip. They're not doing it slowly, inch by inch, like the West Bank. It's go, 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 and every inch forward further south. Joe is like, oh man, how the fuck, man? Tapper Jake can't cover all this shit, dude. Tapper Jake can only carry so much water. It's like, fuck, man, how do I keep the genie in the bottle on this one? And then, of course, the antagonism coming from Iran. From a lot of different angles, man, them Houthi pirates out there fucking them up because of Gaza. But yeah, so we see here, Air Force personnel memo obtained by The Intercept describes military orders to be, quote, on standby to forward deployed to support troops. The case on ground U.S. involvement in the Israeli-Hamas war. Yeah, that's just literally anything. Okay. You know what this... Some poor schmuck in the military at a fucking base doing jack shit just got a memo. Okay, guys, yeah, we're on standby in case there's a ground invasion into the Gaza Strip. Okay, yeah, thanks, bro. According to a separate personnel document, the standby order related to a personnel deployed last year to Iraq. What? This is old-ass news. Anyway, you want to read the rest of this right here. It's a nothing burger, like Davey said. It's not happening. He's hoping Israel wraps it up by June. He's not going to get that. Hamas, the only way they can achieve that, is like technically, yeah, if you literally occupy the entire area, then yeah, there's no Hamas there. So it's going to be an incredible increase in brutality. Okay. Nancy Pelosi blames Russia for pro-Palestinian protests in America. So, I mean, these neoliberals, man, what can you say? What can you say? Nancy Pelosi over here saying, oh, if you support Palestine, you support Russia. Okay, Nancy. Thanks so much for being albatross to liberal progress for the last 50 fucking years. Could you please get the fuck out of the way so AOC can take your job somehow by a miracle? Hakeem Jeffries isn't going to do it. I do think there's an overlap between pro-Palestinian people and commie simps. Do you now? All of them? Yeah? All the people who see what's happening in Palestine and say, yeah, that's fucked up. They're commie simps? Or are you just saying, there's some overlap there? Is that what you were trying to say? What's the link? What, to this video that we're about to watch? It's right here. Not all pro-Palestinian people are commies, but all commies are pro-Palestine. That's not true. One thing you'll learn about extreme left elements, they'll surprise you. They'll surprise you. I mean, what's a guy who totally supports Mao or Lenin going to say about what Israel is doing? He's like, they got to do what they got to do. Authoritarianism is really ugly no matter what left or right spectrum it's on. What's the link between pro-Palestine and Russia? You. It's you. It's you, dude. Why'd you do that? Why are you doing that? A boss was KGB.
Nancy Pelosi.
By the way, everyone, make sure you check out Status Quo. I'll give you the link here really soon. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. These guys are great.
Who, make no mistake, is still very, very powerful in the Democratic Party. Apparently sees the Russian boogeyman everywhere. And now is claiming that the organic protests that have spread not only throughout America, but even the world, are a Russian plot or somehow being sparked.
What it is extremely lazy, is what it is. It shows just how easy Nancy Pelosi has had it in politics for a good chunk of her career, with this gross status quo that buoyed her mediocre presence for so long. But this is the extent of politics, to her. Oh, we'll associate you with the bad people. She's just that bad at this.
By the Kremlin. Yeah. Before we show that, let's show Pelosi being interrupted like President Biden has been interrupted by protesters demanding a ceasefire.
Nancy Pelosi, you are complicit in the Israeli crime of genocide. I'm an Iraqi refugee, and I watch your government. You represent kill 1 million of my people. You killed 70,000 Afghans, and now over 30,000 Palestinians have died due to your complicity. We demand an end to the Zionist occupation of Palestine.
No security.
We demand an end to the 17-year-long brutal siege of Gaza to be lifted.
No security.
We demand an end.
So that was, I believe, a couple days ago at a.
Oh, that's great. Good for her. Nancy Pelosi, completely unguarded, has going to venues without a shred of security. But good job for that protester. Thank you, protester, for calling that woman out. Yeah, I mean, that's how she operates. Let's go ahead and watch this clip of Nancy Pelosi saying pro-Palestinian. And, like, there's no nuance here either. It's not like, no, like, she's not saying, oh, I mean, just the people that, like, literally support Hamas. Like, if you're, like, walking down American streets carrying the Palestinian flag, then you have an association with Russia. No, she just said Palestinian supporters. Right. And it's like, Nancy, this is politics has been your entire life. And you're telling me you're incapable of articulating a shred of nuance when it comes to people who support Palestinian statehood versus people who support fucking terrorism. Oh, there's no difference. There's no difference. This is why I'm a millionaire, because I'm so smart.
Behind these protests.
It's well over 30K. Red Robin. It's actually well over 30K at this point. Just start ignoring. They're all Russian assets. Yeah, it's all of them. Russiagate.
About the loss of life. Listen to who she thinks is behind these protests.
They're in front of my house all the time. So I have a feeling for what feelings they have. But we have to think about what we're doing. And what we have to do is try to stop the suffering in Gaza. This is women and children,
Okay.
people who don't have a place to go. So let's address that. But for them to call for a ceasefire is Mr. Putin's message. Mr. Putin's message. Make no mistake.
Ceasefire is Mr. Putin's message. No. If anything, a ceasefire benefits Putin because it's one less, disaster that the United States has to worry about. A ceasefire would benefit Ukraine big time. This whole we're having discussions about Ukraine fatigue right now in the worst way, and catalyzed by the situation in Gaza. So bizarre. It's such a wrong political calculus. No, a ceasefire would totally benefit the Ukrainian effort because the war would stop, and the United States could get back to, and the rest of the Western allies can get back to supporting Ukraine fully. She is capable, just the target audience, I guess. Nancy Pelosi knows everything. She certainly knows how to pick a good fucking stock, I'll tell you that. Man, she's the goddamn master of it. She has a better record than any Fortune 500 hedge fund. She's got better stock picking ability than people at the top of the fucking game. She's that good.
This is directly connected to what he would like to see. Same thing with Ukraine. It's about Putin's message. I think some of these protesters are spontaneous and organic and sincere.
Mansion.
Some, I think, are connected to Russia, and I say that having looked at this for a long time now. As you know,
think some of these protests are Russian plans?
She's looked at it for a long
These
time.
are plans. I think some financing should be investigated, and I want to ask the FBI to investigate that.
Okay, get on it. Get on it. Yeah, all right. Make sure you check out Status Quo. He's great. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jordan. Funny stuff. His commentary is amazing. Check it out. Great guy. Status Quo. Call me back. I've never called him. No. But no, Jordan's great. Check it. Make sure you check out Status Quo. Doing good work out there. Real journalism. Got to respect it. All right, moving on to our next story here. When will Nancy Pelosi pull a Dianne Feinstein? I don't know, man. The problem is it's not just Nancy, and her going away isn't going to fix the rot in this neoliberal establishment. What the first thing that she did was make sure that she installed a carbon political clone of herself in Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries has changed nothing from Nancy Pelosi's reign. You know what I mean? And the neoliberal party are worse for it. It was a great opportunity for the neoliberal party to try some new things and have a new leadership. Nope, picked somebody who made sure that they were the carbon copy of Pelosi so that they could get that position. So now what do we have? Some mediocre toady thrusted into leadership because he's going to keep the legacy of this dying regime alive. Russian missiles use a lot of U.S. parts, keep being shipped. Yeah, it's a big problem. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but the United States is still buying Russian oil, or maybe Davey corrected me on that last time I brought it up, that the U.S. has officially stopped buying Russian oil, but oh no, there's far too much bullshit going on right now. But anyway, we're going to get to Russia in a minute. 1 whole minute, count it down. But let's get to the story here. U.S. strikes on 85 Iran-linked targets in Iraq and Syria killed 16 people, says Iraqi government. Now, these are military targets. Let's not get that twisted. I'm not sure, but I doubt it. U.S. has plenty of alternatives. Yeah, that doesn't mean that they don't like a good deal. But I don't know. I need to see proof. I don't know. They were supposed to stop, and then last time I checked last year, they were still doing it. But that was like 6 months ago. But anyway, yeah. So the United States is striking not Iran directly, but striking these cells, these, terrorist cells, I guess you could call them. I don't know what better way to describe them. Resistance to the West. I don't know. You'd call them Mujahideen. It does suck that we're using the vernacular of the State Department, right, with the whole terrorism thing. All right, it does suck. I can't really think of a better description for them, though. These specific kinds of characters, extreme religious, bigots, willing to die and willing to kill, allowing themselves to be manipulated in this way, all in the name of their God, supposedly. Jeffries is as useless as Pelosi, 100%. Like I'm saying, like the problem isn't going to go away when Pelosi kicks the bucket. We have a problem with the neoliberal status quo, and the only solution is to primary neoliberals at every opportunity. We need to primary them. We need to challenge them, force them to change their opinions. The voters need to hold them accountable. If we're lucky, we'll get 4 more years. If we're lucky, we'll get a stay of execution on our democracy. If not, then it's fucking go time, boys. And you better start thinking about shifting strategies if you're a lefty activist. Okay, from pro-democracy to defense. Oh, you don't think Ted Cruz is going to want to knock down your door? Yeah, he won't be doing it. You know what I'm talking about, though. Authoritarianism only leads in one direction. Only leads in one direction. Eventually, they will be coming after leftists in general, folks. Now, of course, that's a long time coming. Won't happen year 1 of the Trump administration. But what does 8 years of Trump, 8 more years of Trump, what is 16 more years of the Trump style leadership look like as things get worse and worse and worse? We're pushing back. We're trying to push back democratically, but the democratic systems no longer work anymore. We keep pushing back and we keep pushing back. All of a sudden, we're labeled terrorists. Anyway, let's get back to it here. U.S. striking Middle Eastern targets. Blast from the fucking past, if you ask me. God, it's crazy. Iraq and Syria. By the way, we're still in Iraq. U.S. bases. Yep, still there.
The targets had been telegraphed for a week, so most senior militants had probably fled.
What, are you joking? We gave them a week? We gave them a week. What?
But for ordinary citizens...
Do we have bases in Syria as well, Davey? Oh my God.
Citizens on the ground, the impact was very real. Residents in Qa'im in Iraq said they've been lobbying for months to move militia bases away from their homes, to no avail.
This airstrike has led to the explosion of equipment and rockets stored in these buildings. The shrapnel from the rockets flew inside the residential compound.
It didn't move
It caused damage to the buildings, equipment, and the people's properties, and 1 citizen was martyred.
President Biden announced the operation in a written statement, saying that the U.S. response begins today, but will continue at times and places of America's choosing.
Ominous.
The first phase was largely conducted by long-range B-1 bombers, flown all the way from Texas, refueling mid-air en route to the Middle East.
Good old B-1 bombers,
It's been a week since the deadly attack on U.S. soldiers at the Tower 22 base in the northeast of Jordan. The drone strike immediately blamed on an Iran-backed militia, but last night's U.S. strikes intentionally did not hit Iran. Instead, they targeted the two countries where the militia operate, Syria and Iraq. 125 precision-guided...
The two countries they could bomb without any political ramifications whatsoever.
Munitions were dropped onto 85 targets across 7 sites, 5 of which have so far been identified and comprise command and control operations, intelligence centres and weapons bunkers. The whole operation lasting just half an hour. 23 were reported killed inside Syria, including some civilians and 1 Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Iraqi government said 16 were killed, civilians among them.
This was a calculated move by President Biden. He had to retaliate after the killing of 3 U.S. troops, but he says he didn't want that response to be the very thing that escalates the war in the Middle East into a wider conflict. So the thinking is that by flagging last night's strikes and more to come, that potentially casualties and chaos could be minimized, while at the same time America gets to send a strong message that the attacks on its troops must stop. But whether Iran and its militant proxies see it the same way is obviously the huge risk.
Well, they don't want it either. They don't really want that smoke. It's a lot of these guys are antagonizing the U.S. so that they could, make themselves look tougher. But do they really want to go up the full force of the U.S. military? You fucking bet they don't. It's a death sentence. But you can make yourself look pretty goddamn tough if you antagonize the U.S. and the U.S. is like, it's too much trouble. Oh yeah, see. Oh yeah, I pushed back against Uncle Sam and he flinched.
There are about 30,000 U.S. troops scattered across the region, including 900 in Syria, the only country where America doesn't have the permission of the government, and another 2,500 in Iraq, where authorities are asking the U.S. to start to withdraw. Today, Baghdad accused the U.S. of deception, saying America's claim that it had informed them about the attack ahead of time was unfounded. Iran also blasted the U.S. over the strikes, sticking to the expected script.
We naturally condemn any move against the resistance front. These attacks will lead to the flames of the resistance, and they must act wisely, which is very unlikely, and we do not see it in the Americans.
But beyond the rhetoric, the human cost of this escalating violence is clear.
This look on Joe Biden's face, I think I understand the emotions he's trying to convey, but it's just ridiculous, dude. I mean, it's like, I just had to point it out. I find his facial... Okay, what can I do, man? What can I do? He's my president. What can I do?
Clear, as was the visible anguish on Joe Biden's face yesterday, as he received the bodies of the 3 American troops killed last weekend.
Yeah, but he won't show it on TV. If you've been watching American news, they don't show this part, do they? This is probably the first time you've seen this. If all you've been watching is U.S. news, we're watching Channel 4. This is British news. Okay? You're probably like, oh, wow. Is that what that looks like? Oh, he cares so much. But the media used to put the names of dead soldiers and commemorate them and honor them, and they would show the coffins coming in, and then the neoliberals quietly said, nope, that's not allowed anymore, the rule, and all the media organizations fell right in line. They don't have to follow this rule. They don't have to, but they do, so that they can continue to get access to generals and ex-CIA officials and other, talking heads for the military-industrial complex. Oh, you won't get interviews with Wesley Clark anymore. Oh, no. So he cares so much, but he doesn't care enough to tell you their name.
Biden says he wants an end to the attacks. What's less clear is whether Iran and its proxies feel the same way, or whether they are playing out their roles publicly while privately planning their next move.
Well, earlier
he's not pretending per se, but he doesn't have the courage to really change, to really make a change. He did have the courage to get out of Afghanistan, but I don't know, man. He's a complicated guy. The getting out of Afghanistan thing was really quite an interesting move. I think we should be looking at that a little bit more carefully in context to this here. I think there's a real interest in not expanding this, but he can't. If he did nothing, the Republicans would pounce. If he did absolutely nothing, the Republicans, electorally. So he has to do something. So this is this weird just the tip, warn you that I'm going to blow your building up. It's not the first time I've seen it, but I don't know. Good work. I don't know. What would working look like? What would working look like, guys? Because really, this isn't going to stop until Israel stops, right?
I spoke to General Joseph L. Votel, a retired U.S. Army officer who was most recently commander of U.S. Central Command and responsible for U.S. and coalition military operations in the Middle East. I began by asking for his assessment of the scale and scope of the airstrikes.
I think the scope and scale of this was quite large, and I think followed through on some of the rhetoric that we heard from our government this week about a substantial strike in response to this attack against our soldiers last weekend. I think this was principally focused on the militant groups and on the Iranian Quds Force facilitators and other architecture that is supporting them to try to deliver as decisive a blow as we could to their capabilities and disrupt their operations as much as we could.
I mean, you talk about the rhetoric through this week from President Biden, from the U.S. government. It was very clear, as you say, that there was going to be some sort of retaliatory strike. But wasn't there a chance, because it was so well flagged, that the military groups themselves could get personnel and weapons out, and that limited the success of this mission?
Yeah, I think that I certainly think that's possible. I mean, there's a variety of reasons why the strikes took place on Friday when the attack against our soldiers were on last Sunday. There's some weather issues, coordination measures. I think our government is appropriately acting in a deliberate way to make sure we are well coordinated.
The U.S. government has been quite clear that this is about trying to punish and deter those so-called Iranian proxy groups without escalating the situation. But there is clear danger here, isn't there?
There absolutely is. And again, I think this is a part of the reason for the very deliberate nature of our operations. One strike, one series of strikes is probably not going to be enough to do this. So, yeah, there certainly is. Iran can respond to this, and I think a part of our approach right now is trying to assess what that response is from them and from their the broader Iranian
interview. All right, fuck this. This is so fucking pointless to even talk to this guy. There's I guess the hope is they will lose momentum, right? They'll just they'll lose their energy to do this, because they're being encouraged by Iran to do this for Gaza, and they're like, it was fun at first, but that they're gonna just run out of steam. But I don't know, man. If they're able to sustain this throughout this entire year, like if we're 6 months in and we're still talking about Houthi rebels and Houthi pirates and these strikes are still happening, Like nothing has been fixed. It's going to come back on Joe as a failure of his governance. All right, so moving on from that one. Well, actually, no, not moving on. I do have a little video here. Well, no, yeah. So I wanted to show. So we're not gonna watch both these videos here, but I wanted to show you, just give you a little hint of how U.S. media is covering this, right? And would you guess it's incredibly jingoistic? It's incredibly, oh, America under attack, dude. It totally has rings of the war on terror. And if you don't, I mean, you guys got to see this. You guys got to see this. War on Terror news from 2001. I mean, the news media went full blown, jingoistic. It's them against us. God damn. Okay. News after 9/11. Is this all this stuff been scrubbed from YouTube? But you gotta see some of this stuff here. It was totally bananas. Yeah, I need to have it queued up here because this is all the mainstream stuff is at the top. But it was so jingoistic. But yeah, YouTube is getting shittier, dude. Look at all these puff pieces interviewing George Bush. Right up top. What is this? Care workers caught hidden camera abusing elderly woman. Sir, I searched for news, 9/11, and war on terror. Why would YouTube think that this is appropriate? Here's an orderly beating an old woman. Yeah, so it's a lot of like documentaries about 9/11, but let me just take my word for it, okay? News media went bananas in full-throated support of invading another country without much evidence, and there really wasn't much questioning. If you tried to question it, you were labeled an other, you were labeled a sympathizer, you weren't a patriot. This is when all the news media started wearing U.S. lapel pins. It was because everyone was excited for a real war. There was excitement. There was, they went bloodthirsty. There was a element of that. So we haven't hit that fevered pitch. But look how easily they slip into it. It's like a warm bath. They just slip into this shit like no problem. Listen to this. This is how she starts her segment.
America strikes. The Biden administration
America strikes.
Carrying out a mass series of airstrikes in both Iraq and Syria.
Yeah,
and I want to show you some new video that we have just gotten in of what's happening there on the ground. This is the aftermath
give you that
of
meat and
one
potatoes.
of the strikes. So the U.S. hit, we understand, 85 targets. You can actually see this in the air. You can see the strikes on the ground from this video here. And you can hear it as well as those on those impacts. The U.S. hitting Iranian-backed militants who were responsible for the drone attack in which 3 American soldiers were killed and dozens more were injured in Jordan.
We gave him a warning though, so it's okay. It's just a little. It's like we pushed him back. We didn't shove him to the ground though.
According to the U.S. Central Command, U.S. forces hit 7 locations. According to the White House, the strikes lasted 30 minutes.
You got a little Allah Akbar on CNN. Sorry, Aaron.
U.S. forces hit 7 locations. According to the White House, the strikes lasted 30 minutes. Now, they are characterizing this as successful, but I want to be clear when we say that would seem to imply that there's success and they're done, and it's nowhere near the truth. President Biden is clearly warning tonight that this is just the beginning.
Yeah, okay. So there you go. That's CNN. America strikes. And let's take a look at MSNBC. It's a little bit better over on MSNBC.
The United States has now responded to the deaths of 3 American soldiers in Jordan. The Pentagon conducting more than 85 airstrikes on 3 sites in Iraq and 4 sites in Syria. The strikes targeted proxy militias and Iranian Quds forces outside of Iran. hitting more than half a dozen facilities, including command and control operations, intelligence centers, weapons storage sites, and supply chain facilities.
We warned them first.
Two U.S. officials tell NBC News are directly linked to the drone attack in Jordan. This will also not be a one-day affair. The U.S. says the response will be phased in a campaign that could last for weeks. Quote, this is the start of these actions. They will unfold at times and places of our choosing, said Secretary of Defense Austin in a statement.
Yeah, Davey, thank you. That's a great example, right? Because yeah, this let just show you this is how this is how CNN was covering shock and awe.
Saddam Hussein must go.
Look at this.
So
strike on Iraq.
We do not know the fate of
Get
Saddam. Lots of rumors that he was injured in the
live stream. Got multiple angles.
Just a little while ago, a senior official telling us they are still trying to figure out.
There's Wolfie. Brady Bunch in the left.
I want to go back to northern Kuwait. Coming and going, and will be.
There we go.
We, of course, have several restrictions. We can't specify where they're going exactly, but of course, you've been reporting about guided by.
All right, blowing them up. They didn't do 9/11, guys.
Some very strong firepower going into.
They didn't do 9/11. They didn't have the weapons of mass destruction.
Again, Wolf, we're starting to hear it again.
Oh, here we go. Woo! Shock and awe underway. I watched this in high school on my library TV, the mounted CRT that they had in the library. Woo! That's some freedom right there, boys. Enjoy it. My taxpayer dollars at work. This, by the way, fixed everything. This fixed the problem. Yeah, we were watching CNN. My vice principal was standing there silent, watching the TV. Yeah, this fixed the problem. Whatever the problem was, I don't know. You pick your excuse. Doesn't matter. We got in there. We fucked him up. Whoa, wow. So moving on from that, this is great, and we actually have some appropriate music for once. But this is from Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for this link. I thought this was so cool. Taggers seen in action at graffiti-covered LA skyscraper across street in 2 days. So apparently this skyscraper is in the process of being built, or there's some problem with it. But they see if we can get the video here. Full screen. Yeah, here we go. Gunfire at graffitied skyscraper, LAPD. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, as you can see here from these drone images, let me just zoom in there. We don't have to do the video then. But as you can see here, the security, I guess, is lax or non-existent, and any hooligan, if they wanted to, can get their ass up there. And they took advantage of this fact, and I mean, they're doing millions of dollars in damage. It's going to take millions of dollars to get this paint off the building, and they shouldn't. They should just leave it up. It's very LA. All these beautiful views getting covered up in fucking house paint, primer, white primer. U.S. lie to the masses to make them think that they're peacemakers to justify their crimes against humanity. True. In some cases, very true. It's not the whole story of America, but it is true. Part of it, partly true. Yeah. Apparently, these buildings have been chilling like that for years. So they've been stuck in this process for years. Yeah, totally. It's got chappy vibes. Totally. High rise with graffiti. It wouldn't have been cool if it wasn't on the windows. It has to be on the windows. But you know what? This will get the city to act. You know, remember the guy who drew penises on the potholes? That worked. He'd draw a big hairy cock on the fucking pothole, and the city would, you know, fix it. Probably not every time though. How embarrassing is that to come out? You remove the paint, you remove the dick, but you leave the hole. People started to build them, went bankrupt. I see. Well, this is going to make selling them so much easier. So yeah, not only do you got to buy everything, but you also have millions of dollars in repairs. Every window, dude, no security. Like every window, bro. And it was interesting, some of the quotes here. Not all see the graffiti as simply blight on the urban landscape, however, as much as people are entitled, quote, as much as people are entitled to not like the graffiti writers, what they do, I would encourage people to respect the effort to use the space that nobody else seems to be caring about right now, said Stefano Block, an LA native and professor at the University of Arizona. Boo, you're woke, boo! Lefty commie, who teaches courses on criminology from a cultural geographic perspective. Yeah, but someone like that would actually find this really fascinating, I bet. Block, a former graffiti writer himself, pointed to the LA River and the Belmont Tunnel in Hollywood as other examples of taggers using abandoned or derelict spaces to make the city feel more human again. Quote, this was a giant building that a community of people is finding use in, he said. It's people making use of the things that others neglect or leave behind. Yeah, I guess that's a pretty artistic way of putting it. You know, it should be bought by the city. It should be finished, and then it should house low-income people. I know, I'm very lefty. I'm gonna pat myself on the back. Thank you. LA native is a hell of a term. I don't know. You can be LA native. You're born and raised in LA. It's fine. Reported. Reported for liberal smugness. You don't have all the answers, jerk. No, but honestly, at this point, I do think the city should just buy it wholesale for pennies on the dollar, finish it, right? And house some people, put some people in there. You know, it'd be a damn shame if they demolish these buildings and then someone else buys it and puts up a different building. But anyway, if you want to see more, read more about the story, it's right here. Check it out. Some good news, sad news, but good news. How gay is too gay? Ain't no such thing, baby. You know what I'm talking about. Ain't no limit on the gay train. Gayness. Gay. Speaking of gay, though, this terrible story about bigotry has a bittersweet but ultimately good ending in terms of justice, not in terms of this poor person's life, Breonna Gray. But the teenagers here jailed for exceptionally brutal murder of Breonna Gray, Scarlett Jenkinson and Eddie Ratcliffe, were partly motivated by 16-year-old victim's transgender identity, judge says. These scumbags getting the justice that they deserve. And I don't know if they should, they're teenagers. That is, an interesting wrinkle here, because I don't necessarily agree with treating teenagers as adults. With that said, though, you commit a murder, you no longer get to just, go back to a normal life. The rest of your life has to be some kind of penance for your crime. The teenage pair who murdered Breonna Gray have been sentenced to life in prison for an exceptionally brutal killing, partly motivated by her transgender identity. Well, I think there's gradations, keyboard face mash. A 16-year-old having sex with his 16-year-old girlfriend, they're committing adult crimes. So I do think that there's gradations there. But murder, yeah, no, murder's one of those exceptions. Sometimes give the kids new identity after rehabilitation. That makes a lot of sense. Truly a fresh start. I mean, because you can't do anything. This will be turned into Netflix content. This will be, you know, crime drama content for the next 30 years. Podcasters and all different kinds of people. So you would kind of need to change your name and identity. You were allowed back into the world. Yeah, guys, make sure you go to the scammers Discord. Sell you some Bitcoin for a cryptocurrency NFT game that's gonna fart its way into the goddamn pipeline. Die at birth. Oh God. What crazy shit, Davin. This better be a Rickroll. Son allegedly shot and beheaded. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone's kind of talking about this, but yeah, I'll bring it up real quick right before the mass shooting update. I mean, that kind of extends into the mental health crisis, you know, angle of that story. Anyway, these two assholes sent to jail. If you want all the details, it's right here. I got to keep this train moving, folks. R.I.P. to Breonna Gray. She was a beautiful person. They should have a picture of her. Yeah, right here. She was a beautiful person. Did not deserve to be treated this way. So rotten hell to these two. Yeah? 6 hours? Not bad. Speaking of women, Chris Hitchens, you know, very late, unfortunately, in his life, said something very amazing about female equality and how that affects society. And, you know, I've just been watching a lot of Hitchens, and this came up, and I was like, I really need to show everybody this, because when Hitchens is saying it, he's not saying it because that's his feelings. He's saying it because, well, that's not totally true, right? I mean, everyone has that bias, right? But he's coming at it from a very he's trying to come at it from an academic point of view. So when he says this thing, it would normally be like very kind of West Wing, liberal, MSNBC, virtue signaling kind of thing to say. But no, he backs it up with a full academic explanation as to why he thinks his statement is correct. And you'll see what I mean about the statement. Because normally, if this was like Nancy Pelosi making this statement, it'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, Nancy, yeah, sure, okay. Right. Yeah, like, you know, women are great. Yeah, okay, yeah, congratulations. You're so brave. But no, Christopher Hitchens is coming at it from a very academic standpoint, point of view. And I think this is really great. Listen to this.
Because we know, ladies and gentlemen, as it happens, we're the first generation of people who do really, what the cure for poverty really is. It eluded people for a long, long time. The cure for poverty has a name, in fact. It's called the empowerment of women.
Oh, wow. This neoliberal, you know what I mean? You know, the empowerment of women. Oh, yeah. And then they wouldn't qualify that with anything, right? They would just be a vague statement about, right? Oh, feminism good. Oh, no. Oh, no. Your boy Christopher has got something to say about this. This is brilliant. I love this guy. I don't agree with him on every single little thing. But, I mean, when he nails it, he nails it. So listen to this.
If you give women some control over the rate at which they reproduce, if you give them some say, take them off the animal cycle of reproduction to which nature and some doctrine, religious doctrine, condemns them, and then if you'll throw in a handful of seeds perhaps and some credit, the floor of everything in that village, not just poverty, but education, health and optimism will increase. It doesn't matter, try it in Bangladesh, try it in Bolivia. It works all the time. Name me one religion that stands for that, or ever has. Wherever you look in the world and you try to remove the shackles of ignorance and disease and stupidity from women, it is invariably the clerisy that stands in the way.
So that's great. That's great. He says, undeniable, you know, there's proof when you give women the choice of reproductive rights and you give women equity and equality and you include them into the government, include them into everything. instead of doing what religious dogma tells you to do, which is shackle women, right? Cover them sometimes from head to toe. But he says when you treat women with respect and give them equity, it literally raises the floor of your entire society in terms of quality of life. And he's not saying that because that's what he feels. He's saying that because that's what he has academically observed. And that's what makes Christopher Hitchens such a tough nut. Especially he's a tough nut to criticize. Because when he's telling you things about how, like, oh, George Bush was right in some context, you know, it's like, oh, it boils your brain. And, you know, I don't know if I necessarily agree with all of his George Bush takes, but it's interesting. You know, he did like a media tour talking about George Bush while also releasing an article criticizing George Bush's foreign policy, because he was trying to say that, you know, the decision to push back was right, but how it's being done is incorrect. Anyway, well, maybe one day we'll get into it. We probably will have to get into the start of the Iraq War really soon. If we really start getting into Iran, it might be prudent to dig into Iraq a little bit just to see how things started there, to see if there's, you know, parallels. So this is really great. If you are a lover of liberty, and if you're watching the News Underground with your host, Abandoned Nihilism, aka The Harbinger, sponsored by Garbage Fuel. If you are a viewer of this stream, then you too are probably a lover of liberty. You're going to absolutely love this. Oh yeah, look at that. We're almost, yeah, look at that. We are, wait till you see this. This judge throws out this entire erroneous case that this cop was, you know, a cop is basically lying, doesn't have any evidence. Judge calls the cop out, throws the whole case out because of how erroneous the whole thing is. And just look how frustrated the judge is with just how ridiculous and time wasting this whole endeavor has been.
I want to be enlightened.
It was a mistake, admittedly, by Michael Wagner.
He caused her to have her driver's license suspended for nothing. So are you going to no process that case, or am I going to get mad at you today?
Perhaps you can get mad at me, Your Honor, but at this point...
Why wouldn't you? Wait a minute. Did you hear the uncontroverted testimony of this officer?
Your Honor.
Then I want you taking him up on perjury.
Your Honor.
Will you take him up for perjury?
He admitted it was a mistake, Your Honor.
No, but he lied. He lied on his...
He lied on sworn testimony, and then he's like, he's getting called out for it. He's like, oh, whoops, I made a boo-boo. Oopsies. I wasn't intentionally lying. I'm just oopsie woodles.
Warren
Absolutely
citation.
not, Your Honor, and that is not true.
I'm dismissing. I am dismissing this charge. No, I'm dismissing the charge. This whole case was fishy, and I have no idea how the... You know what? I'm granting. I'm rescinding the sentence. You're done. Motion, JOA is granted.
And you're not going to provide a written order on that?
Nope. You want to appeal me? Appeal me.
You want to appeal me? Appeal me. So I think that was the one of like the person representing the state, right? The DA, maybe district attorney. But she you know, they got the cops back always, you know. She's all, you know, he just made a boo-boo, he just made a mistake. Judge is like, he blatantly lied. He blatantly lied and sworn testimony. He blatantly lied. Are you gonna follow up with charges of perjury on this guy who fucking blatantly lied in the courthouse? No, well, he's a cop, and you know, we can't do that to cops. And so you gotta love it. It doesn't happen too often. The judicial system in the United States is wildly biased for police authoritarianism. So when you see any kind of pushback, yeah, the dream. We actually showed a little bit. That was, you know, when I made that statement about Israel not having its borders. I mean, this is, you got to see this. Okay, we're talking about Christopher Hitchens. So we just saw Christopher Hitchens like at the end of his life. Wait till you see this interview with Christopher Hitchens. Look at little baby face.
Christopher Hitchens.
Look at this guy. Isn't he adorbs? He's so adorable. So we saw Christopher Hitchens at the end of his life. Let's take a look at Christopher Hitchens at the beginning of his career, when he was a young little whippersnapper. But he makes a great point about Israel. And honestly, I've never heard anyone else make this point or talk about it. And can anyone provide me any evidence that Israel has ever officially declared its borders? Because that's a great point. That says it all right there, isn't it? In terms of the intention, right? What is the intention? To erase Palestine and completely conquer that entire region.
Christopher Hitchens. Let's go to.
Hey, that volume's a little loud, isn't it? Boom, do do do, boom, boom. Should I put the Sigma Male? Should I put the Sigma Male soundtrack over this?
Cambridge, Maryland. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Hitchens. I have 3 direct questions, short questions for you, please. Do you feel that Israel has a right to exist within secure borders? Do you feel that the United States should intervene should Iran or Russia try to close the Straits of Hormuz? And would you seek relief from a 24-hour shoot-on-sight curfew from any quarter in which relief might be found? Thank you.
All right, thanks for the call.
Very good questions, and I think I know.
Every one of those questions is 100% still relevant to today and more relevant than ever. Isn't that wild? This could literally be an interview from yesterday.
What you're trying to pin me down on. On the first, yes, I do, but I think the securely recognized borders should not allow for Israeli colonization or occupation of the territory of its neighbors, which is what it's doing now. The right to exist argument has been used now to the point where what it's going to mean is that the Israel you're talking about will include the annexed and illegally occupied West Bank. So the right to exist argument is going to rebound on those who use it unclearly and who don't say what they mean by Israel. It's very interesting, the Israeli government has never said where it thinks the borders of Israel really ought to be and what it would settle for. I think it would be an immense help if Israel's going to insist on the right to exist, if it tells us where it thinks Israel's boundaries should be. Every other country does do that.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Okay, thanks, Trump. We'll get to you in a second, buddy. But isn't that great? Fresh-faced Christopher Hitchens over there making a solid nuclear point that's, I swear to God, I have never heard before or since. And no one has ever, I've never seen evidence that Israel has declared its official borders. And that's such a good point. Who does that? Even North Korea, acknowledges its official border. So guys, did you know we're in a historic economic recovery? It's all good, bro. Woo! Celebrate. Didn't you know this? Soak it in. Feels like success to me. Heck yeah, boy. Making so much money. Things have gotten better. Right?
The economic recovery we're seeing in the United States right now is unlike any in decades. This current recovery isn't just remarkably rapid, it's especially improving the lives of working class Americans. That's a huge change from recent decades, and it's being driven by democratic policies that were passed and implemented in the last year.
The U.S. has added an average of 582,000 jobs per month in 2021. For a total of 5.8 million new jobs this year.
Okay.
By comparison, that dwarfs the monthly job growth after the Great Recession of 2009, which averaged just 130,000 jobs per month from 2010 to 2011.
Wages and salaries increased 4.6% for the 12-month period ending September 2021. What's even better is that wages are increasing, especially for those who've historically been left behind during past recoveries.
Okay.
Younger workers, ages 16 to 24, have seen a 9.7% wage increase.
All right.
The economic recovery.
They're not making these numbers up. They're not making these numbers up. But I don't know. Does it feel Does this economy feel good? You know, and I guess, I guess it could be worse. I don't know. They got to keep hammering away at it. But, it's just, if you're an average Joe, $40,000, $50,000 a year guy, and the neoliberals are like, our economy's great. We're doing great. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can barely afford the gas in my car to get to work. And it doesn't feel like it's the right political angle. I think they should be saying we're doing great. We've knocked it out of the park, but we got a long way to go. We feel your pain. We hear you. You're paying too much for gasoline. You're paying too much for groceries. We're not done. We're not even close to being done. We have a great start. But that's not what I'm seeing. You know what I'm seeing from these Democratic operatives and the people that are, controlling the message for Democrats? It's economy's better than ever. Economy's never been better. Blowing numbers, blowing shit off the frame. It's amazing. And you're like, what the, you know what I mean? You're just looking around, dude. You're like, where's my raise? Wages up 9.4. Average wage up 9. What are you talking about? What, me? Not me. Yeah, S&P's going up. So that's how I feel. I feel like the Democrats need to come at it from a different angle. Because it's the same problem with the neoliberals in Canada as well. Patting themselves on the back when they should be patting themselves on the ass. That's a good one. T-shirt that one. TM. That's why people come here. I'm filled with slogans. Raising the minimum wage for everybody. If Joe Biden raises the minimum wage, federal minimum wage to like, what, $20 an hour? He's not. He's a coward. He'll do 15 if he does anything. Okay, so here we go. Grab your goddamn hammer and sickle. We're gonna fucking take a shit on capitalism right now. Can we talk about how disgusting and exploitative and gross this is? Watch this shit. Trying to go as big screen as I can for these goddamn videos that are vertical on YouTube. I can't go full screen. Okay, all right. You know what? Okay, we're not going to have an aneurysm over YouTube. We're not going to do that today. Okay? All right? All right. We're not going to do that, in fact.
What I love about FanDuel and Flutter as well is that they're all about gaming. They're the #1 online sports betting company in the whole entire world, and they love to do it responsibly as well. So you want to bet responsibly. There's no doubt about that. You don't want to be putting your whole check on the line, even though some people do, and then it gets really intense. But that's not the way that you're supposed to do it. You want to do it responsibly, and it intensifies the game that much more. I remember I bet it on an NBA game last year, and I'm literally yelling at the screen every second for everyone to shoot a three and make it. So it just intensifies that game, and you're just so much more into it. So that's what I love about the aspect of it as well. And FanDuel, they're just #1. So if you're going to make a bet, do it at FanDuel.
Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. Just disgusting. Jim Cramer over here, big smiles. This fucking lackey that's on his show bounces questions off Jim Cramer. Oh, yeah, gambling. Gambling's really good, huh? Yeah. It's really exciting to put your whole paycheck on the line. You don't want to do that, but some people do that. And let me tell you, it's such a fucking thrill. It's like shooting heroin directly into your dick. But let me tell you don't want to do that. But it's so exciting. And, people get rich off this. It's really great. You got to use FanDuel. #1 gambling platform for you to get addicted to. Dump the remainder of your pitiful wage into this hellhole. Jim Cramer, oh yeah, okay, yeah, the stock's going way up. Lots of people dumping their money into your terrible application. It's really great that you found a loophole for gambling, so people don't even have to get off their ass to lose their paycheck to an oligarch. That's really great. The innovation's really something else. Yeah, it's really great, especially when you put your whole paycheck on the line, even though you shouldn't do that. But let me tell you, when you do that, you have a raging erection, like a full-blown, like a monster. The rush is so intense, you would not believe it. Oh, okay, let me tell you something. But you don't want to do that. If you gamble on your son's heart transplant money, you can buy him 2 hearts later. He could have 3 hearts. Okay, look. FanDuel, #1 gambling platform. You got to do it. The conservative government created a provincial gambling website a few years ago here. Hilarious. Coworker told me he put $6K on the Vikings-Lions game. Woo! You see, well, Davey knows full well I should not be using FanDuel. My bets. I am 0-2 so far, fellas. And my bets with the viewers. 0-2. No, 90% of gamblers quit right before they make it big. That is true, Flat Earth. They don't have the balls to double down. You know? They're fucking cowards. Is what they are. Not a success like me. I know when to hold them and I know when to fold them. I know when to walk away and when to run. Don't do it. Don't do it. Moving on. Can you send Kem the shirts video? Shirts video. See if it's possible to watch it as a normal video. Oh, the shorts video? No, I already closed. It's fine. Who cares? It's fine. Here.
What I love about FanDuel and Flutter as well.
We're not going to watch it again.
They're all about gaming. They're the #1.
They're all about gaming. They're all about gaming. Dump your life savings into this, but don't do that. But it's really thrilling when you do. I go all in every round to show dominance. That's right. You should probably go all in on that spelling. Flat Earth. Oh, guys, did you flat? I had no idea Flat Earth was not that academic, guys. I thought Flat Earth was the real deal. I'm just teasing. My spelling is atrocious. Literally, I couldn't even spell atrocious. I would need autospell for the word atrocious. So I'm just teasing. All right, so moving on to our next story here. Tom Cotton, racist, pro-January 6th insurrection, fascist authoritarian, who would happily install Donald Trump as dictator for life and destroy the U.S. Constitution, making a complete fool of himself, seeing a person that, looks to be of Asian descent and accusing them of being a Chinese communist, even though they are a Singapore-born national, born in Singapore, has nothing to do with the Chinese Communist Party, and Tom Cotton thinks he's gotten them on the ropes here. Let me remind you that this party is 1-2 points away in the polls. Joe Biden and Donald Trump basically neck and neck. Some polls show Biden a couple points. Some polls showed Trump ahead a couple points. That party is hairs away from power, and they have a plan. It's called Project 2025, and Tom Cotton can't wait to implement it. Tom Cotton is part. He's a successful installation of their plan, which is replace public officials with partisan sycophants to right-wing authoritarianism, whether it's Trump or whatever form it takes. So he's an example of what it looks like.
Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Hey guys, do you like super loud volume? I love to have my eardrums blown out on my stream. One of these days I'll fix this. There's a way to fix this. I need to do it.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions. You said earlier, in response to a question, that what happened at Tiananmen Square in June of 1989 was a massive protest. Did anything else happen in Tiananmen Square?
Yes, I think it's well documented. There was a massacre.
There was the indiscriminate slaughter of hundreds or thousands of Chinese citizens.
So what the fuck is he? He's like, yeah, dude. A lot of people. He's like trying to what? You trying to call him out? Like denying the Tiananmen Square massacre? No, what are you talking about? What in the hell, dude? What in the hell? And it's, you know, this is so, they cut it up on Fox News and they make Tom Cotton look like a hero. Look like he's doing something of substance. That's what this is about. It's a performance. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party? How many times has he looked in the mirror and rehearsed that? Fuck, man. They're barely human. They're barely real. They might as well be, you know, AI robots just repeating the same ideology and talking points over and over and over again. Playing to the base, yeah. Video game Tiananmen Strat. Make him quit. Pressing X to doubt over here. This is really something. So, guys, it's happening again. Watch out. Take back our border. Convoy. News Nation over here with the full coverage. We're not going to watch this whole clip, but I just wanted to. Well, actually, it's only 2 minutes, but you'll see.
In just a few hours from now, a convoy of protesters calling themselves God's Army will set off for Louisiana.
Yeah, they're calling themselves God's Army. We're not going to question that, and we don't have a problem with that. Tee.
And it begins day 2 of a planned week-long protest over
liberty.
the Biden administration's border policies. Xavier Walton is in Jacksonville, Florida, with the very latest. Xavier, is this?
Yeah. Get in front of the we the people. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good frame. Yeah. This is the shot. We'll stand right in front of the we the people. Yeah, because that's us. That's us. We only full-throatedly support an authoritarian dictatorship. You know what I mean? News Nation. They love Trump. They love Mitch McConnell and the Project 2025 and Steve Bannon and all that shit. They love it over there at News Nation. Oh, it's America. It's America. It's a patriotism. You're literally working against the founding ideals of this country. It's beyond ironic.
Group, I don't know, up and at 'em for day 2 of traveling now?
Marky, they are up and at 'em. Some people awake this morning. And
yada, 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 yada. So, puff piece, you get it. Puff piece on the goddamn convoy, this embarrassing convoy. Don't really give us a lot of information in terms of numbers and whatnot. All right, there's some funny interviews. Let's watch. We're going to watch. It's only 2 minutes long. We're going to watch. We're not bitches. We're going to watch.
it is growing as well. This truck actually, just joined in Jacksonville. And the one here to your left, this RV, is the one that is going to be leading the pack, the convoy. This group going to great lengths, driving thousands of miles to highlight the ongoing issue at our southern border. The convoy pulling in late last night, welcomed by dozens of people waving American flags and a band singing the national anthem. One woman even giving the driver of this RV money, gas money. Supporters traveling from places like New Jersey and Missouri, some showing up from Georgia just to be a part of this Take Our Borders Back convoy.
Solidarity.
It comes as the standoff between Texas and the federal government over border enforcement intensifies. That plus the record number of encounters at the border last fiscal year is why Joseph Fulfer, who is streaming this, is driving across the country.
It's defective. Remember, this fella is a streamer. He just said that. Joseph Fuller, who is streaming this, he's one of the bigger guys. Remember that fact, that he's a streamer.
My kids, when I'll have grandkids, and this is costing us billions of dollars. And I've been down there for months, and I can tell you the border is wide open.
It's wide. It isn't, but it's
After
more
leaving
complicated
Florida,
than that.
the convoy, you see it here, heads to Louisiana before making stops along border hotspots in Eagle Pass, Texas, Yuma, Arizona, and San Ysidro, California. And that's where organizers say it's really going to pick up steam. And as I point you over here, it's not just RVs and trucks. It is also normal cars as well. That white vehicle there, a woman, I saw her this morning. She slept in it last night, got a few hours of rest, And she said she's getting ready to start driving again in just a couple of hours, Marky.
Wow,
A
Marky.
lot of Americans that are devoted to this cause. Xavier Walton will check back
Several
in as
hundred.
they get going for day 2.
Wow.
Thanks for watching.
Wow, and then this woman comes in like it's a horror movie.
In as they get going for day 2. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joininn.com.
So wow, guys, what an amazing, statement. Pro liberty, pro America. They're just really concerned about Joe Biden's border policies. They're out there to try and make America great again. Really try to make America really something else. Because look, we just don't have any room. We just don't have any resources. There's just nothing we can do. There's nothing we can provide them. It's not like we're literally the world's greatest country on planet Earth, except, wait a minute, yes, we are. Oh, sorry. We are totally the world's greatest country in the world, but we just don't have the ability to help people, even though our entire founding ethos is really around, immigration and of course, the famous Emma Lazarus poem on the base of the Statue of Liberty talking about, give me your sick and your huddled masses and the, shining city on the hill. No, we don't have any room. We don't have any resources. Okay. We can't there's no solution. There's simply nothing we can do, guys. So here's a person who participated in the convoy and what she had to think about the whole situation. As you can see, she was quite satisfied with the convoy. There's only 2 minutes of this. See if you can handle it.
To the Christians, do not be deceived. Stop thinking that everybody who waves a flag and shouts freedom is your friend and a good person, because we have people like this trying to join up in the movements. I found this out the hard way. I found it out the hard way. That not everybody is in things for the same reasons you are. I was in the People's Convoy, and what a fucking disappointment that ended up being.
Oh, what? How? What?
What a disappointment.
What do you
to
mean?
Find out that these people that you were with, they weren't like you. They didn't care about the country. They were a bunch of grifting motherfucking live streamers that wanted to make money off of the people in America
Grifters
who were hardworking
in the right wing
and sending their money, little old ladies, old men, people who had to wait for their paychecks so they could give a little bit of money to help people drive around and shout freedom and fight for freedom.
Fight for freedom.
And to find out that it was really for nothing.
Fight for freedom. Fight against other people's desperate cries for freedom. That's really important to me.
To find out that the people involved, a lot of the people involved that are involved in this convoy right here were really bad people.
They're bad people.
They were bad people.
On the right wing?
Who did not care about the causes that they joined. They used them for their own profit. How sad is that?
Bunch of
there's people
anarcho-capitalists and libertarians.
Really fucking care. There's people who really sacrifice for the causes.
Yep.
They sacrifice for the causes.
You're a sucker.
For real.
Yeah, oh,
it's
yeah.
in their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And these kinds of
True
motherfuckers
believer.
come and attach themselves.
Oh, you wanted more, didn't you? You wanted more. You dirty boy. You dirty boys. You wanted more pain, didn't you? The Schadenfreude was just getting sweeter. Fuck you.
To the Christians.
So there you go. That's what one person's opinion who was there. The whole convoy seems to have petered out, seemingly. Attendance was incredibly low. We'll see if they make it to their next destination point. I don't know if they will. Christians can use swear words. That's fine. So, you know, the reason why I wanted to show that is because I wanted to point out that a lot of these extreme right wingers, these extreme conservatives, don't actually understand what they're calling for. You know, what they're demanding, the kind of pain that they're inflicting on other people and will likely be inflicted on them if they ever step out of line. Said the border is fenced off from them. They got corralled in a 3-day Jesus fest with gospel and baptism. They're mad. Yeah, they wanted a war at the border. But they really don't. And that's what I'm trying to point out, Chatalag, is that here's an example right here. Beto O'Rourke tweeting, after being ordered to push small children and nursing babies back into the Rio Grande, literally being ordered to stand at the shore, pushing them back into the water. His own Department of Public Safety troopers are sounding the alarm, saying he has stepped over a line into the inhumane. So these are hardcore border, 100% get out of my country. And here they are like, dude, I'm not going to push this little girl back into the water to drown and die. That's what you voted for, man. That's the regime you voted for. They don't understand, and as soon as it affects them, as soon as the policy affects them, well, that ain't right. I got a brother that's gay and stuff. You can't tell him he goes to jail just because he has sex with his partner. That's ridiculous. Votes for a politician that absolutely wants to make, being gay illegal or heavily restrictive. Allow businesses to discriminate against him so he can't get medical attention. That would be the goal. Treat gay people like women. But here we have the enforcers right here. Oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to shove a mom and her baby back into the water to die. That's what Greg Abbott wants. Because that's what his voters pretend like they want. They're not there. They're not the ones pushing them back into the water. They're not the ones setting up the razor wire. They're sitting on their couch watching Fox News. That's great. Get them. Oh, get them. I can't empathize with their pain at all. Get them. Only Biden would let him kill them. Well, that's what, remember, that's what Ron DeSantis was running on. Yep. I proudly stand here on the debate stage saying I want to shoot men, women, and children at the border. Ray, woo! Got him! Love you, run, kill them all. Remember that? Ron DeSantis, they're all carrying fentanyl in their backpacks. So there's an example of right-wing failure on migration. Here's an example of left-wing failure on migration. So left with just a total failure of governance by the neoliberals, who I believe are in charge of Denver. Maybe it's a right-wing government. But it's a total failure, total lack of government. A bunch of people are getting kicked out into incredibly cold and vicious conditions in a totally inhumane way. And there's just nothing we can do about this, huh? Oh, it's just an intractable problem. They just need to go back where they came from, all of them. And that's the only solution. We can get a man on the moon. We're talking about quantum computers, and we can, we can have these amazing scientific wonders with AI changing the landscape. But we just can't figure out what to do with a hardworking person, who would absolutely love a job and a little bit of security, and they would become a happy tax-paying member of society. We just can't figure out what to do with them. Even though we have nothing but space. Are you telling me, oh yeah, we're running out of space in San Francisco. We're not running out of space in Ohio. Okay? We're not running out of space in Wisconsin. We're not running out of space in Denver. We're running out of proper governance. Oh, we can't build houses. We can't build homes. We can't expand. We can't do any of this. Oh, when did we stop building things and creating more spaces for people? Oh, we're just totally out of it. You just can't do it. Economically, we're screwed. It is a failure of governance when shit like this happens. Watch.
Denver's warm welcome.
Blue city in a blue state
Appears to be at its limit. Advocates for immigrants
This is
are now
pathetic.
telling the city that they can literally help no more. We are live this evening at Su
Nothing we can
Teatro
do.
on Santa Fe in Denver for the
We just
premiere
suck.
of the
We
9
give
News
up.
documentary Una Vida Nueva on the migrant experience in Denver. We begin this evening with Mark Salinger on the city's plan to tell a number of migrant families and shelters that their time is up.
You know, this is where we are. This is where we are. So, you know, it's not going to be easy. So,
if there is one person who knows the challenges of 40,000 migrants arriving in Denver, it's Yoli Casas.
it is going to be a huge challenge.
Yoli is the head of Vive Wellness, leading the efforts by
gotten
nonprofits to help
completely out
people
of hand,
who've arrived here from
and
the
they have
southern
no
border.
solutions.
As the city of Denver prepares to resume discharging migrant families
We give them
from shelters next
supermajorities,
Monday, she's still trying to
vote
figure
them
out
in again
exactly
and again
how
and
it'll be
again.
possible to keep them from becoming homeless.
There's no more room. There's no more funding. Something has to be done. And to the point where I even requested myself that we close Denver.
150 people will be discharged from the shelters on
Pathetic.
Monday, and more will follow every day. Yoli says there are 743 families that currently need housing. Some of those could become homeless by Monday.
The first day, we have 22 families that we don't know what to do. They're like, you know, we don't know where to go.
In November, the city paused discharging families from shelters. Now there's no money and no room. Yoli, one of the biggest advocates for migrants in the city, says it's time to stop letting more people come to Denver.
Something's going to happen. I mean, it's not.
What a
it's going
failure.
to collapse if people keep coming and we still have people who don't even know what to do.
It is unsustainable. It's unsustainable to continue spending at this rate. We know that.
John Ewing is with Denver Human Services. When the city starts
Yeah, great
discharging
point,
families
Crawl
who've
the Wall.
stayed in shelters for more than their allotted 42 days, the city will no longer
And
guarantee housing.
guys, these guys look so lazy. They look like look, all they want to do is come over here and suck off my big fat U.S. titty. Right? I don't know.
Shelters for
My observation is these guys seem like they're rather eager to get to
more
work.
than their allotted 42 days.
Oh, we just can't find. We got problems with the bridges, and we got problems with all kinds of things. You know, municipal wise. You know, all kinds of things that need to be fixed. But we can't give them a $15 an hour job to do that. Oh, isn't there some private company we can pay them so that they can charge us $300,000 a person, right? Oh yeah, well that company is, my cousin runs that construction company, so we got to use them. No, the government can't do a works program, give these guys an honest wage and an honest opportunity to become a citizen, right? Don't commit any crimes, show up to work. Here's here's a place where you can stay at a discount until you get on your feet. This is your path to citizenship. Stay hard and work. We can't do it. It's just impossible, guys. It's just impossible. Pathetic. And I'm not utopian for demanding more. Okay? For picturing a world where it's somehow possible to pay somebody a wage to get something done. Now, we just got everything's done. All the jobs are taken. It's all done, guys. Everything's good. Everything's fixed. Everything's good. It's not like we're dealing with a nationwide infrastructure crisis, crumbling infrastructure crisis. No. It's not like we have some kind of history of works programs being wildly successful for America in the past, with FDR's work programs being a massive boon for our economy. No. We just got to kick them out, dude. They're scary and brown. We're left-wingers that have adopted right-wing dogma. We don't know what to do anymore.
Days, the city will no longer guarantee housing. The city's message is also starting to change away from one of welcoming support.
That's why we're constantly
they're just
telling
giving
people,
up.
You really may want to consider another
Neoliberals
city
just giving
that
up.
has more to offer right now.
Denver has already decided that February 5th means
we're not even gonna
families will
pretend we're
start being
lefty
discharged
anymore.
from shelters. What hasn't been determined is where they will go.
It's hard, you know, they're crying and begging, and it's like, and some of them are upset, and it's like, it's totally understandable. It's not an easy thing.
Yoli has a plea that she would like us to share. If anyone has an apartment, rental home, extra room, anything that they are able to rent to migrants, they're in desperate need. As of right now, they still need nearly 24 leases for people who will be kicked out of the shelters on Monday. Those are families as well. We have more information on our website, 9news.com, as to how you can help. Kyle, that is where we're at right now, making pleas like this.
Yeah, Mark, this feels like a turning point because Yoli Casas has really been the point person from the nonprofit side helping the migrants, and it's the first time we've heard her publicly say, we can't help any more people. The city must do something to stop the flow.
Exactly. It feels like we are at an inflection point where we say there is just literally nothing more that we can do. We are out of space. We're out of money. And you even hear the spokesperson for the city saying this is unsustainable.
Tonight, following the premiere of Una Vida Nueva, which you can watch at 7 o'clock on 9 News Plus and streaming on 9news.com, we will have a town hall. 2 of the participants will be Yoli Casas and Mayor Mike Johnston, and we'll discuss what she had to say. Mark Sal.
Whoop-de-doo. Didn't you hear that, guys? They're going to screen a documentary about the plight of the migrant while completely running out of money to help any more people. And I get it. You got to find the money. But you know, when there's a stadium to be built, they find the money. Paid 100% out of your taxpayer dollar. Oh, we found the money. Got a new stadium to build. Ooh, migrants and homeless people? Who's going to pay for that? Yeah, we can't find any private interest in fixing that problem, so sorry. We just subsidized a whole stadium. Taxpayer dollar. They didn't have to pay a dime. They get tax breaks for coming in here. Well, they're job creators. Eventually, they're going to be contributing quite a bit to our tax base. Eventually. So, you know, it all equals out over 20 years, 25 or 30 years to buy this multi-billion-dollar sports company a stadium. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but you see what I mean. I'm supposed to believe these multi-billion-dollar governments just can't find solutions for any of these problems. They just throwing their hands up. You know, I'm not blaming the woman here who was like, yeah, we're out of space, we're out of room, we literally can't help any. We're trying desperately, we're just out of everything. I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming the government, the state government, for failing to adequately plan and implement any kind of solution to this problem. Now and they've had time. They've had time to come up with real solutions. Now, that's to say, I don't expect Denver to fix the entire migrant crisis, but it's just crazy to me that there's just literally, we have hardworking young people and we can't find work for them. I just can't believe that. Can't find a ditch to dig, can't find a property to rake, garbage to pick up on the freeway, construction of some kind, anything. You know what I'm saying? How many new jobs there were? That's a good point, isn't it? Booming economy, guys. Booming economy. Money flying out the ass, just like fucking Scrooge McDuck. Oh, ooh, migrant. Ooh, yeah, ooh. Go away. We're out of money. Ooh. All right, so moving on to our Trump section here. And I wanted to open up with this photo. We'll get to this guy later. I'm selling some computers. Time to determine my vote. Well, look, sure, this photo is probably the contrast has been blown up a bit. right? But I'm sorry, what conservatives? What are we doing here, man? We're gonna hand over the whole country to this dictator who's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna be a dictator. Project 2025. We're gonna completely gut the federal government, replace them with czars that are 100% loyal to me. 5 minutes before he dies. It's such a strong word. He called himself, just for a day. So you're buying the just for a day part, huh? Dictator, just the tip. Literally said, I'm going to be dictator for a day. Robin Hood, steal from the rich, give to the poor, huh? That's harsh. He was joking. I'm being too harsh on this individual that we're looking at right now on screen. Give him a break. I mean, look at this. Look at this. He doesn't do the edge, doesn't touch his hair. He's got a little on his ear. Neck, right here. The lips. You don't think so, huh? Okay. You don't, Robin Hood, will you at least acknowledge that he will try? Could you maybe acknowledge that he's going to try to do all the things that I just described? Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. Certainly you would agree that the fact that he will, and you agree that there's pretty much a guarantee that he's going to try. Certainly that fact should dissuade most people, right? Not 50% of the voting population in the United States. Just wanted to show this image. It's the contrast is blown out, but I think this is legit. And I just wanted to, Emperor has no clothes kind of situation. Exactly, Davin. Let's all underestimate Trump again. Yeah. Laugh it off. The economy was so good under Trump. I love it when the assholes bring that out. Were you about to bring that out, Mr. Robin Hood? Bust out the old fucking economy canard? What, because you got a check in the mail because of COVID? Okay. Sorry, Robin Hood. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. My apologies. Slav. Oh, God. Here we go. State instability is usually bad for the markets. Yeah, no, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Trump is the perfect example that American democracy is alive and well because the only entity stupid enough to put Trump in charge is the American people. I mean, he's evidence that the whole Bilderberg group, all that shit, doesn't have nearly the amount of control that they pretend to have. Trump is wildly out of control. He's not a fucking Manchurian candidate. He's a chaos agent. He's a grenade. I'm sorry. I know. Okay, get it out of your system. All right, get it out of your system. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we're talking about Trump. We gotta do a little mainstream news. I know. Look, I know. God gave us Trump. Indeed, we showed the God gave us Trump advertisement last time. All right. Okay, look, I'm sorry. We're going to choke down a little Chris Hayes, but the reason why we're going to do that is because he did a good job kind of laying out the Steve Bannon's Project 2025 plan, the Heritage Fund's Project 2025 plan. I don't think he mentions Project 2025, but it's all part of the same wheelhouse of let's gut the federal government. Let's replace key positions in the federal government with czars and sycophants that are no longer nonpartisan, that are fully partisan. And then let's break the law. And then when these checks and balances, are supposed to get in the way and prevent that, they will no longer. And we can just basically rule by fiat. And you don't think they're going to use those powers to change the electoral system? While they're actively changing the electoral system as we speak. I have evidence of that. But yeah, we're going to choke down a little Chris Hayes. I apologize in advance. But like I said, it's a good rundown. So let's do it.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris.
Oh, fuck me. I can't even. All right, one more time.
Well, we got some news today that confirms something that we kind of knew already, which is the Republican Party doesn't really exist anymore as an institution. It has essentially been cannibalized by Donald Trump, subsumed into MAGA, with profound implications both for Republicans and for the American democratic system as a whole. You can see the evidence of this everywhere you look, like a new revelation that the Republican National Committee's anemic fundraising has left it with a paltry $8 million on hand.
So this is so funny. Trump has been sucking up all the money away from the, RNC standard Republican electoral mechanisms that they're starting to really go broke. And that's so funny to me. Not
exactly the war chest a major political party needs in an election year, especially considering Democrats have nearly 3 times as much in their coffers. Speaking to Puck, one RNC member offered this blunt assessment, quote, "We're not in as strong of position as we'd like to be. Certainly fundraising is way below what we've hoped." Puck also reports Trump World is rather unhappy with the state of affairs at the RNC, and they are looking to install a MAGA loyalist at the top. Something Steve Bannon openly advocated for earlier this week when he called for the ouster of party chair Ronna Romney McDaniel.
Bernie's done.
Why is Ronna McDaniel and that team over there? They don't want to do it because they understand they're culpable. What in the hell was the RNC doing? They're guilty of a mortal sin against this republic, and that sin is not going to go away until she is removed as the chairman of the RNC.
That mortal sin is questioning Trump.
I'm tired of the happy talk, and we're going to... You know why she's got to take out a line of credit? Because you cut her off.
He never left.
The war room, I said not another penny, not another $25 or $50 a month, not 1 cent until they're gone.
Steve Bannon's been here since day one.
Let's just be clear here. The idea that Steve Bannon, Two-Shirt, is strategic genius, is solely responsible for the pitiful fundraising of the committee is laughable. That's not it. But it does remain true the MAGA movement has had it with the RNC, which is ironic for a number of reasons. First of all, because RNC chair Ronna Romney McDaniel is so unabashedly pro-MAGA, she tried to pressure Nikki Haley, Trump's only credible remaining opponent in the Republican primary, to drop out, only for Trump to then stab McDaniel in the back so he could play benevolent dictator and say that Haley should stay in the race.
Project 2025 by the Heritage Fund is all the things that Steve Bannon talks about. Like I said, replacing federal departments that are normally nonpartisan, replacing them with partisan hacks, installing basically czars, gutting these places out, flushing them out of all the nonpartisan government officials, replacing them with partisans, and then, like I said, violating the rules and violating the laws, but then you have no longer to deal with any checks or balances. It's exactly what Steve Bannon's been talking about since the very beginning.
It's also ironic because Trump, of all people, is partially responsible for the RNC's financial woes, because his super PACs are hoovering up all of the small dollar donations so he can use them to pay his tens of millions of dollars in legal bills. And to be clear, it is always the case to some extent. The presidential candidate and their movement controls the purse strings of their respective parties during an election year. But Trump is just on another level as he subsumes the Republican Party into his own party of one. And you can see the trickle-down effects of this all over the country as the Republican Party, as a party, destroys itself like a snake eating its own tail. A lot of the problems are because Trump himself is a conspiracy-obsessed maniac who cultivates the most deranged characteristics in his diehard policies. In Michigan, the state Republican Party voted to fire its head, Christina Caramo, earlier this month and replace her with Pete Hoekstra, a former Republican congressman and Trump ambassador to the Netherlands.
This is funny.
If you're a regular watcher of this program, you might remember Caramo. She's the election-denying conspiracy theorist who ran to be Michigan's Secretary of State in 2022.
Having intimate relationships with people who are demonically possessed or oppressed, I strongly believe that a person opens themselves up to possession. Demonic possession is real.
It's real.
How people become possessed, I don't know all the details of it, but I would surmise that the sexual licentiousness in our culture is a lot of spiritual things are going wrong.
So she didn't win that race in 2022, thankfully, and you can see why Michigan Republicans have decided they don't want Caramo running the show anymore. Here's the thing. She's refusing to step down, and it's now splitting its party in half. In fact, the RNC held a big meeting today with representatives from across the nation, and Michigan Republicans did not have a seat at the table because Caramo refuses to step down and hand the reins to Hoekstra. In fact, both of them showed up today, each claiming they are in charge of the Michigan Republican Party, and neither one was officially recognized by the RNC. Now, factional weirdness happens in politics all the time, these kind of party fights. So if this was a one-off, you could say, yeah. But it's not just Michigan. This is a trend, okay? In Arizona, you've got the failed MAGA gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake, who is now involved in a convoluted feud that has pushed out that state's Republican chairman, Jeff DeWitt. Now, depending on who you ask, DeWitt either tried to bribe Lake to stay out of the upcoming Senate race, or he was the victim of an elaborate scheme from Lake to oust him from his position so that she can claim total control of the state party.
Slimy.
Now, there's a new head of the Arizona Republican Party, a so-called election integrity activist who worked on Trump's 2020 campaign. Although her election to party chair wasn't all smooth sailing, as the New York Times reports, get this, quote, the vote was delayed by a lengthy debate over a motion to ban the use of electronic tabulators, mistrusted by many election deniers in the party to count the ballots. But we're not done. Meanwhile, in Nevada, where the Republican Party is run by a guy who was literally criminally indicted for his role in Trump's fake elector scheme, the state is holding both a Republican primary and a caucus next week. Because of, again, some complicated infighting, Nikki Haley would be on the primary ballot while Donald Trump will be competing in the caucus. Now, the caucus is the one actually awarding delegates.
If you support
which
Trump,
means
you support
the whole
MAGA.
contest
What's the
is
difference?
basically rigged in his favor, which is the whole point of them concocting this entire enterprise. Also, another irony, of course, because if the situation was reversed, Trump would be railing to anyone and everyone about how the contest is being stolen from him. And this is what you got to understand. When he calls things rigged, that is an aspiration. It's not moral condemnation. He wants things to be rigged in his favor. That is his model. He thinks everything is rigged and should be rigged in his favor. And I'm pretty sure, to be fair, he would win a fully fair, unrigged Republican primary. That said, it's hard to disentangle the current mess
MAGA
the party finds
aligned.
itself in from Trump and his movement's obvious power grab, the complete control the MAGA movement has over the entirety of the party apparatus. And again, this isn't just some backroom politics of the RNC and the Republican Party. This is Donald Trump's vision for the entire country.
That's correct. Yeah, and this is why I
bend
wanted
the
to show
fabric
you this.
of reality and the American experiment
This is what he
and
wants.
its political system to his
This is what he wants.
The current broken state of the Republican Party you see, which is now run by cranks whose only qualification is their fealty to him, is his vision for the whole U.S. government.
Right. I like how they cut him off abruptly. That's very nice. Fuck you, Chris. But no, this is 100% true. This is, that's the entire vision for the country. Rule by fiat, dictatorship. Oh, harsh. It's so harsh. No, it isn't. All right. I've actually heard this album too many times today. Do Eternal here. That's the plan. And look, you don't believe me? How about you listen to a hardcore, dyed in the wool, red as it gets Republican who was dealing with the Trump administration when at the height of his treason. and hear what he has to say. Here's Rusty Bowers, who is we're gonna see more of him during this Frontline documentary that I'm going to show tomorrow, and it looks like we're going to have to be doing the Ukraine section tomorrow as well. So expect that. We'll do the Ukraine stuff first, then we'll jump into the documentary. But Rusty Bowers here, witness on a central charge of Trump indictment. Rusty Bowers showing us exactly the true colors of Trump. Rusty trombone, yes.
I now welcome Rusty Bowers, a distinguished legislator from Arizona. Speaker Bowers, thank you for being
this guy
with us today.
Is Republican as it gets,
This
dude.
is a loyal, lifelong Republican. He's a conservative who fought to get Trump reelected.
Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers.
And let me tell you something. A lot of these jokers, they sit there, they proudly, they say, "Oh, Trump, he did all these bad things. He did all these bad things." Nail him down and ask him, "Okay, you're gonna vote Trump again, aren't you?" Well, if it's a choice between Joe Biden and Trump, yeah, I'd vote Trump again. The rot of this party runs deep. So don't pretend like we're dealing with an honest person. If we're talking about a right-wing Republican politician, you can bet he's as corrupt and sociopathic as they get. But that's what I'm trying to say here, though, is that for this guy to be coming out and saying this really tells you how bad the situation is. That he would, work against his party in any way, that he would criticize his own party in any way, really says just how bad the situation is. It really does show us that.
Come on up here.
Rusty Bowers is just a compelling person. It's hard to talk to him and not believe him. And the stories that he told about his direct communications with the president were just so indicative and so powerful that he was kind of an obvious choice, frankly, for somebody that America needed to hear from directly.
After the election, you received a phone call from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in which they discussed the result of the presidential election in Arizona. If you would, tell us about that call.
The president initially laid out the broad claim of fraud across the country and named different states, including my own.
What was the ask during this call? He was making these allegations of fraud, but he had something or a couple things that they wanted you to do. What were those?
He said, well, we have heard by an official high up in the Republican legislature that there is a legal theory or a legal ability in Arizona that you can remove
I remember Eshel.
The electors of President Biden and replace them. Well, for them to say to me, yeah, we just want you to throw out those electors and put in Trump's. I'm thinking, have I gone to another planet?
No, it's your party, dude. This is your party.
I'm not going to do that. I mean, I wanted him to win. Okay, so what? I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to cheat to win. What's that?
Republicans cheat?
You're asking me to break my oath.
What a hero.
I swore an oath. I'm not going to break it.
Well, Republicans keep their oaths, guy.
I said, well, if you're talking this, I got to have the proof.
Yeah.
I said, Rudy, do you have the names of the dead people who voted? He goes, yes. And do you have the names of the 200,000 illegals who voted in our election?
Jones website.
Yes. I said, I want those names. And the president says, Rudy, give the man what he wants. Give him what he wants. He says, yeah, we've got him, Mr. President. I'll get him to him.
In the criminal indictment, Jack Smith saw the call as evidence of a crime.
The defendant and co-conspirator one asked the Arizona...
So you hear that, though? He was like, okay, well, he was flirting with it. He was still kind of, oh, I'm standing up against, I demanded proof. Okay, that's great. But, he didn't just put it out right there. He kind of, okay, well, all right, well, let me see some proof.
Arizona House Speaker to use the legislature to circumvent the process by which legitimate electors would be ascertained.
If you are calling a state official and you're asking them to nullify lawful votes and to replace them with unlawful votes, that is squarely within federal statutes regulating election conspiracy.
Yeah, not long after the call, Rudy Giuliani himself arrived in Arizona.
Did you meet with Mr. Giuliani and his associates while they were in Phoenix?
Yes, I did, sir. There was a row of people, and Giuliani and Jenna Ellis, I recognized them. And I sat down on the opposite side. I just said, "Did you bring me the proof?" And he said, "What?" I said, "Do you remember our phone call when you said you were going to bring me the proof?" And he said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "Did you bring it?" And he turned to Jenna Ellis and he says, "Do you have the proof?" And she said, "Yeah." "Well, can we see it?" And she leans over and fumbles through her briefcase and says, "Oh, no, I don't have it here. It must be at the hotel room."
Oh.
This meeting or at any...
Come on, we just want you to commit a little treason. A little treason. With their so Alex Jones said so many dead people are voting. Alex Jones said it. Alex Jones said it. Okay, do we got any proof? We're the U.S. government. We got any material evidence whatsoever to substantiate this claim? Oh, yeah, we got it. We got it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? We got a representative of the motherfucking Star Trek Enterprise over here during the January 6 hearings. Is anyone going to talk about this? This is the symbol of fucking Star Trek. This is a Star Trek thing. Is this Space Force? Are you serious? Space Force just copied Star Trek? Got fucking Cisco from Deep Space Nine over here. It honestly feels embarrassing in retrospect. What feels embarrassing? The Republican attempt to destroy democracy? Should be considered embarrassing. It's not over, by the way. Once I was arguing with a streamer who said the 2020 election was rigged against Trump, and he kept doubling down on the fake ballots claim. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is. Okay, yes. I do agree. It is embarrassing. But not for me. Not in retrospect. No, it was embarrassing from the very beginning. I covered January 6th live on the News Underground. We watched it live. We watched right-wing live streamers, you know, at the front lines. We watched their live streams. Giuliani's the most shameless person in America. Oh, I don't know, Davin. That's quite a contest. That's U.S. Space Force. He wasn't wearing this. It wasn't this, dude. Davey, it was not this. He was wearing, dude, it was like the Star Trek logo. That was the Star Trek logo, dude. No. Hold up. We're getting into this. That is the Star. That ain't Space Force. That is the Star Trek logo, dude. Hold up. Let me show you something. Gold Star Trek pin. I don't know. You know what I mean? See that? Hold on, let me. You know what I mean, though? That's some Star Trek shit. Oh, here it is. There it is. That's the one. It's got this weird star thing going on. See, hold on. Let me enhance here. Hold on. I'm okay. I'm going to go through the trouble to do this. It's a pain in my ass to fix it, but it's worth it. We got to talk about this. Why is Star Trek part of this? What is going on? Okay, look at that. Right? Okay, we get it. Shut up. This is important. Look at that. It's got the thing right through it. Welcome back, Rob. Look at this. Look at that. Thing right there. Look at that. Myth busted. Aliens are real, dude. Star Trek is real. Star Trek is real, dude. They're here. We're part of the enterprise. That's so weird. Why was he wearing that? That is so weird. Okay. You know, I have another hour before I have to walk the dog. The wife isn't here. I could squeeze in some Ukraine news. We don't have to stop right now. Someone pointed that out. They did? What, someone on social media was like, why is this guy wearing Star Trek shit? Does Star Trek represent anything? Yeah, it does. Star Trek represents a hopeful potential for mankind's future. You know, it's a stupid TV show, but it's like, you know, humanity. It's a vision of what humanity could become. You know, it's a stupid TV show, but I don't know. It's the closest we've gotten to, you know, what humanity, you know, what a utopian humanity, you know, a human-based utopian society might even look like, space-based. Oh yeah, let's see you do any better, crawl space. Crawl in the wall. Yeah, go back in the wall, Star Trek hater. Back in the wall, dude. Fucking crawl space over here, hating on Star Trek. Oh, you want positivity. Gross. Attention. Oh yeah. Mankind can't do any better. Star Wars is not better than Star Trek. Get this man out of this room, sir. Ooh, this man. Star Trek sucks compared to Star Trek. Get out of this. So it's happening right now, guys. The coup is literally, it didn't stop. January 6th, it did not stop on January 6th. The coup has been ongoing. Here's more evidence of exactly what I'm talking about. Red Robin, it's good. It's really good, dude. The guy had the badge on as like a sort of a wink, I guess. I don't know, Crawl. I have no idea. But no, the coup is ongoing. Here's an Arizona lawmaker wants to give the state legislature the power to appoint presidential electors regardless of who wins the popular vote. So I've talked about this many times. Happening in Texas, happening in Arizona, but we're seeing rules being changed, legislation being proposed, any right-wing state that has enough power changing the rules in case they lose the next election or whatever. They'll be able to cry fraud. Oh, fraud, fake news. The liberals, it's the liberals rigging the system. And then they get to appoint their own politicians. It's at the local level, crawl space. Yeah, at the local level, absolutely. Yeah, Texas already passed the law. I think it was Texas, or no, it was maybe it was Mitch McConnell's state. Is it Arkansas? No, at the local level, yeah, you can pass the law. It says, oh, yep, you know, they passed a law. I think maybe it was Arizona actually, where they passed a law that says if all we have to do is declare fraud. We just declare fraud, and then the entire election is null and void, and the whole thing goes to a committee of right-wingers, of course. They are actively attempting to subvert American democracy. That is the Republican Party. And it's not just Trump. It's not going to go, just like with Pelosi, it's not going to go away when Trump dies. Project 2025 shows that. The Heritage Fund is very interested in keeping this authoritarian momentum up. They see the loss of rights that women have experienced as a massive victory. And they're going even farther, right? They're attacking the core, fundamental, foundational elements of American democracy so that they can stay entrenched in power. I'm not even fucking close to fucking with you. You think I'd be doing this shit if it was just kind of boring, hunky-dory politics? I'd be finding better things to do with my time. We are running into a situation where we are going to lose the ability to vote our way out of this madness. We are going to lose the right to choose, fundamentally, our own government. And let me tell you, folks, you think the exploitation's bad right now? You think your boss has, control over your life right now? Wait until this guy lets your boss do whatever the fuck he wants. Sky's the limit. Labor rights will be stripped bare, and you'll be lucky to get a paycheck. Working for some asshole, way more than you used to. I mean, the sky's the limit. Right before we get to America's favorite segment, the mass shooting update, I guess we should talk about this maniac in the room who, a right-winger, he was a right-winger who, mentally ill right-winger. Jesus Christ, just one look at him, man. Mentally ill right-winger attacked and killed his father, who worked for the federal government, I believe, cut his head off on YouTube. I don't know if it was a live stream or if he uploaded the video. Cut his dad's head off and held up the decapitated head. Allegedly shot his father. Okay, so he killed him first before removing the head. Allegedly shot his father, federal worker, before using a knife and machete to decapitate him. He then posted a rambling video on YouTube advocating the torture and killing of U.S. government employees. The government was on the site. The video was on the site for several hours before it was taken down. Some people are saying 8 hours. Thank you for that follow. Should have been arrested based on the crazy eyes alone, right? I mean, seriously, dude. Getting like, whoa, dude. I need like a do. That's what I need. I don't have that. Was it politically motivated? He's mentally ill, but he obviously was absorbing right-wing politics. See if I can find any other statements here. This individual was acting with clear mind, aware of his actions, and proud of his consequences, she told reporters. That's the DA saying that. Bucks County District Attorney, he's clearly mentally ill. We're not going to mention that this guy's likely mentally ill. A sound body and mind? What? Acting with clear mind? He shot his father and cut his head off with a fucking machete. Clear mind, guys. See here. Jesus. The headless body was found by his wife in the bathroom of the family home. The head was found in a nearby bedroom. It was wrapped in a plastic bag and placed inside a cooking pot. Standard Twitch user. Had a marijuana card. Busted. I thought he was saying more right-wing stuff about the federal government. This doesn't really give us any kind of quotes or anything about what he said. But I'm pretty sure he was saying pretty right-wing adjacent style rhetoric about the federal government, trying to take your guns and all that. Twitch mod even. Oh my God. All right, folks. You've been waiting in anticipation. Okay, it's everybody's favorite segment at the News Underground. It's the mass shooting update. Yeah, boy. All right. Let's see how many people died in America. 45 U.S. mass shootings in 2024. I think that's more shootings than there are days so far in the year. 5,931 mass shootings since 2013 and 3 whole days since the last mass shooting. Hey. Thanks, good guys with guns. Wow. 3 whole days of peace and quiet. Now, that, of course, doesn't include, regular old gun violence where, 1 or 2 people get killed. This is, of course, just mass shootings. So don't worry. There was plenty of gun violence in America in the last 3 days. This is just, a massive amount of violence, right? Not the normal amount of violence. Over there in Dalton, Illinois, 0 dead and 4 injured, gunman unknown. Louisville, Kentucky, 1 dead and 3 injured, gunman unknown. Oh, and here we go with our family annihilation. Every single week, we feature the family annihilation of the week. Here we over here in Snellsville, Georgia. 3 dead and 1 injured. Domestic victims. Usual story, man with a restraining order against him shot and wounded his girlfriend. Fatally shot another older couple before, of course, say it with me, committing Roblox. Hey, we've all saw that coming. Victims' families, Corey Jones and Dana Farmer. Gunman Frank Wilburn Jr. died from self-inflicted gunshot Roblox. Thank you, Snellsville, Georgia, for this week's family annihilation. It looks like not too many people of the family actually died, so silver lining. Over there in Grenada, Missouri? Is that what MS means? 0 dead and 4 injured. Second mass shooting in Grenada in 3 days. Oh, come on. Those are rookie numbers. Second mass shooting. I'm sure Grenada is a big city. Grenada, big old city, right? Lots of... Is that Mississippi? Oh, thank you. I'm terrible with these. Microsoft. Second mass shooting in the massive metropolis of Grenada in three days. Gunman unknown. Let's hope all these shootings are done with legal weapons, folks. Over there in Memphis, Tennessee. 2 dead and 2 injured. Suspect, Dara Tegan Lee, 22, arrested. 22 years old. Killing 2 folks, injuring 2 others. All right. There you go, folks. There's your mass shooting update. Brought to you, of course, by Garbage Fuel. Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Fuel would like to remind you that this is your new normal. This is your new normal. Going to the store, going to the church, going to your favorite 4th of July event is now a potential death sentence. Thank you so much to the gun anarchists for the new normal that we all experience. This wonderful hell that we all live in now. Thank you so much, Garbage Fuel, for sponsoring the mass shooting update. Woo. 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 All right, folks, as I like to do after the mass shooting update, we like to cover a little bit of good news. Oh, good news, folks. Actual good news. I'm not even kidding. A little bit of a palate cleanser. A little bit of a palate cleanser. Wow, look at that. Grenada. Mass population 12,000. Metropolis. The metropolis? You mean the massive capital city of Grenada? Mississippi? The sprawling, several-mile large metropolis of Grenada. Anything can happen there. So it's so huge. Yeah, the new Chicago, Grenada, Mississippi. Thank you for that follow, Slavic Slav. 12,471. 2 mass shootings in the last 3 days. This doesn't sound like good news. Okay, sorry. Someone in the comment section was spitting some fire. I had to acknowledge. Thought of a way to reduce mass shootings. We can increase the threshold, the number of count. Hey, that's a great idea, Ice Creek. Yeah, if we increase the threshold of what is considered a mass shooting, the amount of mass shootings will go down. Slam dunk, dude. Fucking give it up for Ice Creek over here. Policy maker of the year. Policy maker of the year. Holy shit, can we calm down? Jesus over here. No, we have some good news. The U.S. added 1.2 million EVs to the grid last year, and electricity use went down, apparently. Obviously, I'm not going to read this whole thing here, but just a little bit. 2023 set another record for EV sales in the United States, about 1.2 million vehicles, or 7.6 of all sales were electric, according to the Kelley Blue Book. Well, you got to start somewhere. They got to start making better EVs, right? But regardless of that, we were still seeing, some adoption here. With over 1 million new EVs plugging into garage outlets, home charging stations, and superchargers, you'd think our electricity usage would have shot up dramatically. You'd be wrong. Yeah, jerk. So November 2023, the latest data available from the Energy Information Administration Energy generation was down by 1.1%. This is a great piece of news we should be talking about more. Electricity use has been flat for the last 20 years, hovering between 3,800 and 4,000 billion kilowatts annually. Even though the population has increased by 30 million people, our homes have gotten bigger. We've added over 50,000 data centers, and we now have 2.5 million EVs plugging into the grid. So what this means is that, the efficiency, as old equipment is replaced with new equipment that is more power efficient, so those savings are making up for the increased power usage that we have from all these new techno gizmos that we have from living in the future. That's how I'm interpreting this anyway. Yeah, heat pump water heaters are a prime example of low-hanging efficiency fruit. So yeah, the heat pumps, normal heat pumps just for the house, and look, there's heat pumps, water heaters as well. Incredible scientific discovery, these heat pumps. Able to cool a house and also heat a house incredibly cheap. In terms of energy usage compared to the old way of doing it, right? So there you go, folks. That's some good news. Good news for you there. All right. Well, I do need to go. I got some other shit I got to take care of. So we're going to do the Ukraine stuff tomorrow. I know. I'm sorry, Kim Goblin, but we will. I promise. First things first. Before we do the documentary, we're going to cover all of the Ukrainian news that I have. I want trains. Effed up kid. Thank you for that follow. Folks, I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground. Realist news on Twitch, easily. What documentary? Frontline documentary about the overt Republican attempt to destroy American democracy. China #1. Boo! More stream. No, folks, I just big props to you right now, the viewer, the lurker. If you're watching right now, thank you for your support. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for all your chats and your support, every one of you. Davey, Chem Goblin, Crawl Space, thank you for coming in. Zeo Duke, Eschel, Maga Conda, who is apparently not a right-winger. Okay. Davin, thank you, Davin. Ice Creek, you seemed kind of funny, trying to be funny in there. I see you trying to make jokes. Is this Slav guy pro-Russian? Is that his angle? I don't want to give props to a pro-Russian guy. Effed up kid, thank you for coming in. Big props to you. Eschel, once again, props. Thank you for that follow. Once again, Eschel. I didn't say thank you before. Red Robin, we butted heads, but that's all right. Thank you for coming in. Rob MQ, thank you, Rob MQ. Your boy Lenny, thank you, Lenny, for stopping in. Very much appreciated. Like I said, all you lurkers out there, very much appreciate you coming in, giving me that view. That view is the most valuable thing you can give me. Keep your money, keep your sycophantic worship, I don't want any of that. I just want your eyeballs. Just give me your eyeballs. I did. I said Crawl Space is wrong, name wrong. There's the Discord. Thank you, Chem Goblin, for that Discord. I ain't a chud. He seems to think Trump is a lock for president. I don't know about lock. Like I said, it's 50-50 right now. Yeah, I agree with the people that are saying polls are not that important right now. They're starting to get important. They're getting to that point where polls are starting to be important. But yeah, no, it's a 50-50 right now. Trump, Biden, and that's pathetic. That's they've had all this time. The neoliberals, they've had all this time to learn from the mistakes of Hillary, and they've learned nothing. They've learned nothing. They're doubling down on the Hillary strategy. It's pathetic. Go talk to your brainwashed neighbors. I live in Canada, so my neighbors are a little less reticent to talk about politics. Canadian people don't want to talk about politics. Only because he was totally unknown. Now everyone knows how crazy. And we had those previous elections where the Trump supporters did not win big. So no, we have electoral evidence that Trump is not a winner anymore. So Davey does have that on his side. It's 50-50, but it doesn't matter right now. Talk as much politics as Twitch people. Oh, they do, yeah. Taxi drivers are great. Most of them, sometimes, I had one really bad experience with a cab driver, but 99% of my experiences with cabbies have been great. Yeah, Magaconda. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Justin Trudeau was actually found guilty of misusing the Emergencies Act just recently. So the Canadian justice system, checks and balances working perfectly as they should, kicking in and saying, no, Justin Trudeau was totally wrong for enacting the Emergencies Act and, you know, freezing those bank accounts. And I said it from the very beginning. He should have been pressuring the cops to do their job. You go after the cops, you know, not the useful idiots, you know, filled up on right-wing news, you know, propaganda. You don't try to take their bank accounts, jackass. So, yeah, so they did that recently, Magaconda. All right, folks. Thank you for being here. Seriously, thank you. You know, I do appreciate it. I love doing the News Underground. I wish I could do it 24/7. And we're going to be doing some 24-hour streams. I got 4 weeks to myself, dude. It is bad news. Bad news. Okay? Bad news. We're going to be doing all kinds of fun stuff. But I do have to work 9 to 5. You know how that goes. But look forward to that. All right, everybody. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. And glory to Ukrainian democracy. Where that's number 1 on the list tomorrow. We're going to be covering Ukraine fully. And then watching a documentary. Hey, you got it, Clutch Cargo. Big props to Clutch Cargo coming back. OG Clutch Cargo, thank you. Yeah, they're all Republican. Yeah. They haven't learned their lesson yet. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. Big props to Eternal, Exoka, X-Punky. The News Underground, baby. News Underground. Realist News on Twitch. Pucker War, thank you for that follow. Realist News on Twitch. Where the bud? Realist motherfucking news on Twitch. It's News Underground, motherfuckers. News Underground. No bullshit. Thank you so much. Zio Dude, big prop Zio Dude. Peace in that motherfucker.